The villainous noble doesn't want to die, so he swore to not die as one of the 4 heavenly kings. Volume 3. By Yukitsugu Kuroka. Translated by Renkuen at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Prison Tower. After parting ways with the sky pirate Scarlet Wind, I was carried by a Valm-flying dragon to the Styria territory. However, during the journey, the dragon suddenly lost consciousness and crashed, throwing me into the blizzard-ridden mountain range. I was then guided by a white-haired girl named Yuna, and after walking through the snow-covered mountains, I finally reached a small, rural village, smaller than Roguebelt. There, I was taken in by the guards as a stranded traveler. For reasons I didn't understand, Yuna, who had led me here, vanished without a word of explanation. I was then alone, led by the guards to an empty hut, where they gave me a blanket and hot milk. Since it was already late at night, the guards told me that a detailed interrogation would take place the next day. The hut appeared to be abandoned, and the interior was quite shabby, but with the fire lit in the hearth by the guards and the blanket they provided, I wouldn't freeze to death. As a place to stay, it scored a 0, but it was better than being exposed to the elements. Due to my fatigue, I was about to rest when a girl suddenly appeared. "Why are you here? Rufus Ray Lightless." The girl burst into the hut, glaring at me and shouting such words. She had striking golden hair and determined eyes. This girl seemed to know me, but I had never seen her before, nor did I recognize her. For a moment, the thought crossed my mind that she might be someone who, like me, knows the story, but she was not someone I had encountered in any tale. Now, after Yuna, it's another puzzling girl. The Styria territory is quite the place. "Hey, you can't just enter like that." Following the girl, 2 guards entered the hut. One of them was the same guard who had escorted me here earlier. The guards tried to restrain the girl, but she fiercely struggled. "Let go of me. It's because of him that my father and brother." She pointed at me, tears welling up in her eyes as she pleaded. What? Her father and brother? I didn't know what was going on, but the guards failed to close the door, letting the cold air blow in. Just when the hut had started warming up, too. I glared at the guards who were restraining the girl. "Close the door already. It's cold." As I spoke while warming myself by the hearth, the guards exchanged looks. One quickly closed the door, and the other held the girl in a tight grip. "Let go of me." The girl continued to shout and struggle, and I stared at her. "So, what's all this commotion about?" No, never mind. She's just a strange girl, don't mind her." The girl tried to respond, but the guard who was holding her quickly silenced her. I raised an eyebrow. "They're calling me by a name I haven't even introduced. You can't just call someone crazy and leave it at that." The girl had indeed called me Rufus Ray Lightless. There was no doubt that she knew me. At my words, the 2 guards' faces turned pale. So, are you really Lightless?" "Yes, I am. Can't you see this crest?" I pointed to the lightless crest embroidered on my cloak, and the 2 guards began to tremble and step back. "Lightless, that's the great noble who rules the lands beyond the Demon Sea, right?" The way he said it made it sound like I was a demon king ruling over the demon realm, though. "That dark noble? Oh no, we've let him into this shabby hut. Am I going to be executed? Will I be decapitated? Is this dark noble nickname really sticking as an alias for Lightless? I have a feeling I've heard it used in a lot of places." The 2 guards, now holding their heads in distress, completely ignored the girl as I looked on with mild indifference while sipping my hot milk. Just then, the girl, now free, marched up to me. "Rufus Ray Lightless, what face do you have returning here? It's because of you. So, what's your problem? How do you even know me?" I paused, suddenly feeling that this girl's face seemed familiar. I stood up and studied her closely, and she raised her hand in surprise. What now?" As if she was about to slap me, she swung her hand down toward my face. I grabbed her wrist and continued to look at her face. It definitely looked familiar. What? The girl closed her eyes as if scared. After staring at her for a moment, I finally realized. Is your name Yuna? The mysterious white-haired girl who had used a wyvern to summon me to the Styria territory. Yes, this girl's features resembled Eunice. Her hair color was different, and compared to Una, who rarely expressed emotions, this girl was much more expressive, so I hadn't recognized her right away. However, the girl furrowed her brows at my words. Una? What's that supposed to mean? It seemed that she didn't know who Una was. Of course, I understood that they weren't the same person. Una had a distinctly different magical aura, and from what I could sense, this girl also had magic, but it was clearly human magic. Even though their atmospheres were different, their faces were so similar that I wondered if there was some connection, but perhaps not. The girl looked at me intently and introduced herself. I am Sarah. Sarah Rio Draconis. Rio. Draconis. The girl placed her hand on her chest and spoke. Yes, I am from Valm. Wait, are you by any chance Valm's sister? Before Sarah could finish her introduction, I exclaimed in surprise. She turned her face away, clearly annoyed by my interruption. Yes, I am. So it's true. Why didn't you mention that sooner? At her affirmative response, I couldn't help but smile and, in excitement, began ruffling her blonde hair. I never expected Valm to have a sister. Hey, what are you doing? Sarah flustered in response to my sudden actions, and I found her reaction amusing, so I continued to mess with her hair. Upon closer inspection, her hair color and slightly wavy texture were definitely similar to Valm's. Hey, how long are you going to keep doing that? Don't be so upset. If you're related to him, I won't treat you badly. Seriously, stop it already. She swatted my hand away. Being Valm's sister, you're quite the handful, right? How old are you? What's with the uncle-like tone? I'm 10 years old. Sarah replied in a huff, but still answered dutifully. So she's 2 years younger than Valm. How coincidental. I also have a younger brother who's 2 years younger than me. Though unlike my brother, who's utterly spineless and lacks any ambition, Sarah seems to be a lively, spirited, and capable younger sister. I envy Valm for having such a good sister. But wait a minute. Didn't Sarah mention something about her father and brother earlier? Sarah, is something wrong with your father and Valm? What? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Don't just call my name so casually. I think calling your name is fine. But more importantly, about your father and brother. Earlier, you said it was because of me that something happened, right? Dear, that is. Sarah fell silent for a brief moment before she finally spoke. My father and brother were captured, trapped by that despicable merchant, Jalan. Tell me more. Prompted by my words, Sarah began to explain what had happened. Section. Valm's father, the official of the Styria territory, had been deeply concerned about the wickedness of the wealthy merchant Jalan. While Jalan was certainly a key player in the Styria territory's economy, even Valm's father recognized that the inner workings of his operations were far from praiseworthy. Jalan's dealings ranged from small-scale extortion and harassment of business rivals to large-scale involvement in the slave trade and illicit weapon sales, with ties to the underworld. What troubled Valm's father the most, however, was the flow of drugs into the impoverished areas. There were many other issues at play, but there was no concrete evidence linking Jalan to any of them. In such circumstances, the heir of Lightless appeared and testified that Jalan was involved in the slave trade. As proof, he left behind an item marked with the Lightless crest. This provided Valm's father with the perfect opportunity. Using the testimony of the heir of Lightless as a shield, Valm's father led a raid on Jalan's estate, successfully seizing not only evidence of his involvement in the slave trade but also various other crimes. He submitted all the evidence to the lord of the region, the Baron of Styria. However, this evidence ended up being largely meaningless. The Baron of Styria suppressed it, and even released Jalan, who had been captured. In an even more shocking turn of events, Valm's father, the district official, was arrested. The charge was that he had falsely accused Jalan in an attempt to bring him down, an accusation of false reporting. If Jalan fell, it would mean the collapse of the Styria territory's economy. As a territorial lord, the Baron of Styria had no choice but to make such a decision. Naturally, Valm opposed this and, in a furious response, stormed the lord's manor alone, engaging in a fierce battle with the guards and knights. Valm, continuing to shout about his father's innocence, was ultimately defeated by the sword of the current sword saint, Eric Ideasteria, who arrived at the scene. He was captured. Meanwhile, Sarah and the rest of the Draconis family, in an effort to hide from Jalan, fled to this remote village. This is the series of events that Sarah recounted. She had heard about the time I attacked her in the mountains from Valm. At that time, she had learned of my distinct features, and when the soldiers who had protected me mentioned these details to her, she couldn't stand it anymore and decided to come confront me. My testimony led Valm's father to take action. Had I not testified, neither Valm nor his father would have been captured. Thus, Sarah believed that it was because of me that her father and brother were captured. It's a childish and unreasonable grudge. After listening to her story, I couldn't help but feel irritated. That emotion turned into dark magic, spilling from my body, and the shadows around us deepened. While I had listened to Sarah's long story, there was only one thing that mattered to me, the rest was irrelevant. I had entrusted Valm with the matter of Jalan's slave trade, and to be fair, the spark for the whole situation may have come from me. But the failure that followed was entirely due to Valm's father's poor foresight and lack of capability. That's all there was to it. Frankly, they brought it on themselves. To be so easily manipulated by a mere upstart like Jalan was their own fault. Even after I revealed the lightless crest, this was the result. My face had been smeared with mud. I couldn't forgive Jalan for so easily dismissing my testimony and lodging complaints, nor could I forgive the Baron of Styria for allowing it. They needed to understand the consequences of underestimating the lightless family. But again, none of this was important right now. The issue at hand was that Valm had been defeated. Hey, did Valm really lose? At my question, Sarah flinched. Perhaps affected by my magic, she grew pale but managed to twist the words out. I heard that he lost. I don't know who told you, but you believed it. Well, because they said it was that sword saint, and my brother hasn't come back. I let out a laugh, and Sarah glared at me with defiance, only to quickly avert her eyes. I pressed her further. I see. So your brother is so weak that he could lose so easily. That's not true. My brother is strong. He's not weak. I ruffled Sarah's hair roughly. That's right. You should be proud, Sarah. Your brother is the strongest man I know. There's no way he would lose. Sarah didn't shake my hand off, and she tilted her head in confusion. Rufus Ray Lightless. Didn't you attack my brother? Are you, maybe, his friend? I wouldn't go as far as to call us friends, but I do acknowledge his strength. And stop calling me by my full name. Just Rufus is fine. Then, Rufus, San. Ah, very well done. Good job, Sarah. Hey, again with the head. I ruffled her hair once more, but this time, she pushed my hand away. She really was a handful. As we continued our banter, the night wore on. Valm Rio Draconis. The man who was considered the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, even stronger than me in the story. For him to lose, no matter the circumstances, would be an unacceptable disaster. Most likely, he was captured and his father used as a hostage. That must be it. It has to be. But if, by some chance, he truly was defeated, then he is no longer the Valm I know. Anyone who falls so pathetically is no longer worthy of being called Valm. If that's the case, then I, personally, will put an end to him. Section. After resting in the cold village for the night, I found myself the next morning beyond 2 mountain ranges. Before me stood a tower-like structure at the summit of a mountain. This was the infamous prison tower of Styria territory, said to be impregnable and impossible to escape from. Once a criminal was imprisoned here, it was said they would never again see the light of day. According to Sarah, Valm was likely held here. She had overheard the guards gossiping about it, though if it turned out to be just a rumor, the trip would be completely wasted. But either way, I would soon find out. The prison tower was enormous, but with my magical detection, finding out whether Valm was inside would be a piece of cake. A stone building like that would be powerless against my magic detection. However, when I attempted to use my magic to detect the tower, my magic was completely repelled by the building. It seemed that a special barrier had been set up to block magical detection, as expected of a prison that's said to be impregnable. Unexpectedly, my magic also responded to something else. This unique magical reaction, resembling a spirit's, was something I couldn't forget. I turned around. "Good morning." The white-haired girl in a white dress, Yuna, greeted me with a bland expression. "Good morning." "No, you, where the hell did you disappear to last night?" "Sorry. I don't like to be seen by others. I don't care about your circumstances. There are a lot of things I want to ask you." As I glared at her, Yuna pointed towards the prison tower. "First, I want you to rescue Valm. He's in the basement of that tower." It seemed that Valm was indeed being held here. But how did she know exactly where he was? That saved me the trouble of searching. "So, if I rescue Valm, you'll answer my questions?" Yuna nodded silently, then suddenly vanished from sight. When I looked, she had reappeared near the wall of the prison tower. What was that? Some sort of space transfer? I hadn't felt any magical energy or the presence of a spell being cast, but at this point, I wasn't surprised. Still, the question remained, what exactly was she? Yuna pointed to a nearby window, as if indicating I should enter through it. With a sigh, I jumped over to her and followed her instructions. However, the window, or rather, the small hole in the wall that could be called an air vent, was quite narrow for a person to pass through. "Hey, do we really have to enter through here?" It seemed much easier to just charge in through the front and take out the guards who would gather there. But Yuna firmly shook her head. "No. This is the least noticeable route, and we'll get to Valm faster this way." "I see." When she put it that way, I had no choice but to proceed. Sure, sneaking past the guards was a hassle, but this route seemed just as challenging. The hole Yuna pointed to was just big enough for someone slightly smaller than me to fit through. As I looked further in, I could see that the hole grew narrower the deeper it went, and the interior was dark to the point where I couldn't see the end. "I still think going through the front." "Go already." TCH. With a deep sigh, I entered the hole as she instructed. Only Yuna would have the audacity to make the heir of a Marquis family crawl through such a cramped, sooty hole. On all fours, I dirted my hands and knees with soot as I moved forward. Yuna followed right behind me. "By the way, why am I going first?" "You could go first instead," I asked, and Yuna replied, maintaining a straight face. "If I go first, you'll see my underwear." "Who would be looking?" "Just kidding. I'm not wearing any." I shouldn't have asked, but what kind of reaction do you want from me? My clothes are uncomfortable. But if I go naked, Valm will get mad. Valm must have his hands full. I don't know the exact nature of Yuna and Valm's relationship, but since she is non-human, it's clear that Yuna's sense of things is quite different from a human's. I can imagine how much Valm must struggle. This prison seems to have been here for quite some time. As we advanced through the vent-like passage, I observed the soot-covered walls. They certainly looked aged, almost resembling the atmosphere of the tomb of the first emperor. This was originally an ancient ruin. They converted it into a prison, Yuna answered smoothly in response to my question. "You sure know a lot about this," I remarked. "Valm told me about it." Yuna said no more, falling silent. After that, we emerged into a slightly wider passage. It wasn't the narrow vent-like space anymore, but a proper corridor. I followed Yuna's lead, moving ahead. It seemed that the place really had been an ancient ruin, as the many branching passages resembled a maze. Yuna, however, navigated the maze without hesitation. Suddenly, she pressed me against the wall of the passage and covered my mouth. "Don't speak," she whispered, placing a finger to her lips to force silence. Almost immediately, I could hear footsteps coming from the passage ahead, 2 guards on patrol. I instinctively tried to cast magic against the wall, but it was repelled. I felt the same sensation as when my magic detection had been blocked earlier. My magic had been deflected. Was there some kind of barrier throughout the building, not just the outer walls? It was quite a sophisticated barrier. To think it could block even intermediate-level magic like the lightless world. Barriers that block both objects and magic are commonly seen in dungeons, but this one was preventing us from taking shortcuts like breaking through the walls or ceilings. Although this prison tower was supposedly an ancient ruin, barriers like this aren't typically found in ruins built by humans. Even the tomb of the first emperor didn't have this kind of barrier. This must be a very rare type of ancient ruin. However, considering its use as a prison, it was certainly ideal for keeping people locked in. After all, with these anti-magic barriers in place, even a top-tier magician would find it nearly impossible to escape once locked inside. Just as Yuna said, after the patrol passed, we proceeded smoothly without running into any guards, descending further into the underground. The end of this floor. We arrived at the 5th underground level. The stone staircase continued downward. This prison was located at the top of a mountain, likely carved out from the mountain itself, yet it had many levels. While I was curious about how many more floors there were, freeing Valm was the priority. Despite the region already being cold, the lack of sunlight made the underground even chillier. My breath immediately froze, turning into tiny ice crystals. Yuna, who had been leading the way, stopped in her tracks as she was about to continue. "What's wrong?" "Quick, hide." Yuna, her expression completely changed, grabbed my cloak and pulled me into the corner of the corridor. To see Yuna, who usually shows little emotion, so panicked, it was quite unexpected. "Use a spell, any spell to hide. Don't just say that out of nowhere. If I could use the lightless world, I could hide by blending into the shadows it creates." However, even though I tried, it seemed that the anti-magic barrier extended to this floor's walls as well, as my spell was repelled. It seems that magic which touches or directly affects the walls won't work here. As for a spell to conceal us, maybe I can use this one. Dark mist. With my back against the wall, I enveloped both myself and Yuna in a dark mist. Normally, this low-level spell is used to obscure vision or as a smoke screen. However, in this dark, dimly lit corridor, it would be effective in concealing our figures without drawing attention. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Yuna trembled and turned pale. Her earlier panic, and now her apparent fear of that man, it was clear she was terrified. Then, from the far end of the corridor, a man appeared, his long crimson hair matching the crimson coat he wore. A sword bearing the royal crest was strapped to his waist. I don't recognize him. Given that he's carrying a sword with the royal crest, he could be a member of the royal guard or perhaps a powerful swordsman officially recognized by the royal family. If I don't recognize him, then he's likely not a member of the royal family or closely related to them. The fact that Yuna, who is non-human, is afraid of him means there must be a good reason for it. For now, I remained still, holding my breath, waiting for the man in crimson to pass. The man in crimson stopped briefly as he walked past. Looks like a rat's gotten in," he muttered to himself. Without warning, I saw the man, whose sword I hadn't even seen drawn, suddenly swing it down toward me with terrifying speed. That's fast. The blade was intercepted by my enhanced magical barrier. The pressure from the sword caused the dark mist to scatter and dissipate instantly. The sword was stopped by the barrier and didn't reach me. While I was on alert, the barrier didn't suffer any significant damage. Despite the speed, the strike lacked power. Well, it might have something to do with the barrier being as thick as a demon whale though. There was some magic power in the blade, but that was all. The man in crimson narrowed his eyes as his sword came to a halt. A magician, right? To stop my sword, impressive. Not really, I replied. The man furrowed his brow slightly. You're still just a child, but did you come here with companions? Surely you aren't alone. What? Alone? I glanced behind me, only to find that Yuna was nowhere to be seen. That damn fool, has she disappeared again? Your goal is to rescue a prisoner, is it? How many of you are there? The man asked, locking his gaze on me. I tilted my head in response. You're getting the order wrong. Shouldn't you subdue me first, before questioning me? If you surrender, I won't be harsh. I have subordinates around your age, and honestly, I'm not keen on killing you. The man hesitated, sword still pointed at me. I responded with a scoff and, without mercy, swung my dark scythe at him. He quickly attempted to block with his sword, But when he realized he couldn't fully stop the attack, he swiftly deflected the blade of the scythe. The slash left a mark on the wall behind him, and his sword had a crack in it. Sweat appeared on his forehead. Whether you're keen or not is irrelevant, but the real question is, can you even block me? I asked, my tone casual. The man smiled bitterly. Who are you, exactly? Rufus Ray Lightless. Have you at least heard of the name? I'm supposedly quite famous. I deliberately revealed my identity. Normally, infiltrating a prison in another territory would be a clear criminal act, and I should keep my identity hidden. But the situation is different now. Styria had underestimated the Lightless name. They would pay the price for that, in the name of Lightless. After this prison tower, I'd be going after Jalan, and then the lord of Styria's borderlands. Normally, it would be my father, the head of the family, handling such matters, but the incident was triggered by me displaying the Lightless crest. Therefore, I should be the one to resolve it. I see, so you're that. The man didn't seem particularly surprised upon hearing my name, merely shrugging. Then I suppose your goal is Valm. Does this man know about my connection to Valm? If that's the case, what will you do? There's nothing I can do. You may go. I'll pretend I didn't see you. The man raised his hands in surrender. Ah, so you're going to let me go? How kind of you. However, I'm not inclined to let you go. Without hesitation, I conjured a large number of dark orbs behind me and immediately fired them at the man. The countless orbs exploded upon impact with the walls and the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, there was no sign of the man's body. He fled. What a fast runner. Yuna had vanished too, and the man managed to escape. I sighed and turned to continue toward Valm, who was imprisoned further inside. Section. I continued down the passage until I reached the deepest cell. Inside the cell, Valm was heavily chained and restrained. Upon hearing my footsteps, he looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. You, Rufus. Why, how are you here? You're more pathetic than I thought, Valm. It had been over 3 months since I last saw Valm. 3 months, and now we were exchanging words. Yet, seeing him so helplessly restrained was more unpleasant than I expected. Why are you sitting there so quietly? Get out, now. I spat out the words with frustration, and Valm lowered his gaze. I can't. The cell is surrounded by a barrier that blocks magic. The chains are too strong for me to break, even with my power. I'm not here to listen to your excuses. Tear them off, right here, right now. Don't say such unreasonable things, Rufus. I furrowed my brow at Valm's weakness. You came to rescue me, didn't you? But it's already over. What? Valm shook his head slowly, a resigned look on his face. As a mage, you can't break this cell. And even if you somehow get me out, the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, the Sword Saint, is stationed here to keep watch over me. No matter what I do, I can't escape. In fact, the Sword Saint was here until just a moment ago, so you didn't run into him, did you? Shut up. Don't say another word. I cut off Valm's words. What is that? What is that resignation? It's almost as if you've truly given up. Deep inside, I felt that same dark emotion bubbling up, just like before. It was anger and disappointment at seeing Valm in such a pathetic state. I summoned the dark scythe in my hand. Stop, you can't break the cell with magic. Ignoring Valm's protest, I swung the dark scythe with force at the iron bars. The scythe cleaved through the magical barrier and the bars themselves. What? How? Why? Valm's eyes widened in shock. But this outcome was to be expected. The anti-magic barrier that surrounded the entire prison wasn't invincible, despite its strength. It couldn't block everything without limit. There are limits to how much magic it can disperse and deflect. In fact, when I faced the crimson-clad man earlier, the slash of my dark scythe had pierced through the barrier and left a mark on the wall. If the scythe's power was enough to break through the barrier, it was clear that it wasn't as unbreakable as it seemed. The barriers in dungeon-like labyrinths are far stronger, to the point where they couldn't be pierced with this level of force. This was rare, but ultimately, it was a man-made ancient ruin. A remarkable barrier, yes, But in the end, it was merely a poor imitation of the dungeon's defenses. I directed the blade of the scythe toward the surprised Valm. Those chains aren't enchanted with anti-magic. They're just sturdy magical tools. You couldn't even break something like that. Valm simply lowered his gaze, responding in silence. It was a wordless affirmation. What is this? His sister, Sarah, had more spirit and presence than this. Even I, the heir to the lightless family, was once met with resistance from her. But here, his older brother, Valm, was reduced to this sorry state. My grip on the dark scythe tightened instinctively. Sarah said you were strong. At the mention of Sarah's name, Valm looked up in surprise. You met Sarah? So, she's all right? Relief washed over Valm's face. In response, I raised the dark scythe. Valm's eyes widened in shock. Rufus, what are you? I'm afraid I must bring you some bad news for your sister. Your weak brother has died, pathetically. Without hesitation, I swung the dark scythe down at Valm. The dark slash easily tore through the cell's barrier, gouging the ground and walls. The thunderous sound and shockwaves echoed through the area. Where Valm had been standing, there was now a massive gash in the ground. However, Valm was no longer there. The sound of chains clattering echoed from the edge of the cell. That was a close call. Were you trying to kill me, Rufus? Barely catching his breath, Valm protested, his body surrounded by golden lightning. The magic of lightning clung to him like armor, so this is his technique. Lightning armor. The lightning armor was Valm's most powerful form from his 4 Heavenly Kings days. By wrapping lightning around his body, his physical strength, agility, and reaction speed were raised beyond their limits, granting him high resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Furthermore, anyone who touched him would be struck by high-voltage lightning and paralyzed. When activated while riding a wyvern, the lightning armor made him virtually unbeatable. Despite the protagonist forces giving their all, they couldn't land a single scratch on him, and they were only able to shoot down his wyvern. It was a suit of armor forged from the densest magical power, the ultimate defensive technique. Lightning armor. But if he can still use this, then it only raises doubts about Valm's defeat. Well, it seems you can still do it. I grinned, and Valm glared at me bitterly. This technique consumes a lot of magic. It's not something I can use easily. I see. In that case, there's no time to waste. I poured more magic into the dark scythe, causing its blade to grow larger. I raised the now massive scythe, aiming it at Valm. His eyes widened in surprise as he stepped back. Wait, what are you? Are you serious? Don't speak. Focus. Refine your magic to its limits. Don't let that lightning armor fall. Wait. Ignoring Valm's attempt to stop me, I slashed at him with the enlarged scythe. The dark blade caught Valm's midsection, but his golden lightning armor stopped it. The clash of high-density magic created sparks as the two powers collided. Though I had infused a fair amount of magic into the attack, Valm's magic training and the natural resistance of the armor seemed to be keeping the scythe from cutting through. Without hesitation, I drove the scythe upward, sending Valm toward the ceiling. As I did, I released all the stored magic in the scythe at once. Fly. The massive black slash released from the scythe consumed Valm, armor and all, as it tore through the air. Section. Valm was struck by a tremendous dark slash that coursed through his entire body. After the shockwave passed, the darkness cleared. What he saw next was the blinding sunlight he hadn't seen in a long time. Valm realized. He was now floating far above the ground, beginning to fall. Looking down, he saw the partially destroyed prison tower below him. Debris, as though thrown from deep underground, danced in the air. Valm's eyes widened at the unbelievable sight. One attack, with magic. Impossible. This is a prison tower protected by an anti-magic barrier. Behind Valm, amid the debris he had been thrown with, a shadow emerged, crawling from the darkness. The shadow's dark aura flowed off it, and when it revealed itself, it was Rufus, grinning provocatively. It was a form of teleportation using shadows as a medium. Rufus, holding the dark scythe, swung it toward Valm. Valm's face twisted in shock and panic as he realized Rufus, who should have been underground, had suddenly appeared behind him. Coo. Valm tried to stabilize himself, but the lack of footing in midair meant it would take time. Rufus, however, was not the type to wait leisurely. Can you take the next hit? If not, then die as you are. The dark scythe swung down mercilessly. As Valm continued to fall, another black slash struck him, sending him crashing down onto the snow-covered ground below. Snow scattered into the air. Gah! Thanks to the elemental compatibility and Valm's high magical prowess, the dark side's strike didn't completely pierce through the lightning mantle. However, the shock was too much to fully mitigate. Though Valm didn't have any visible cuts, the repeated impact had left him with numerous bruises. The internal damage, however, was more severe, and blood poured from his mouth. High above, Rufus looked down at Valm with an expression that seemed almost bored, his massive dark arm cradling Valm in the palm of its hand. Valm, sensing the unfathomable magical power Rufus possessed, let out a dry laugh. It seemed that when they had first faced each other, Rufus had claimed he barely had any magic at all, but that had clearly been a lie. The magical power radiating from Rufus now was vastly more than what Valm had felt before, and he stared at it with awe and fear. Rufus, looking completely uninterested, continued to gaze down at him. What happened, Valm? What's with that pathetic state? Trapped in a dungeon without proper food, probably malnourished. And now, without your spear, your armor, or your wyvern. Completely defenseless. Rufus went on. As for me, I'm not that weakling I once was, running low on magic. My magic is at full power, in perfect condition. I'm strong enough to easily defeat you now, Valm. Valm's brow furrowed slightly. In response, Rufus summoned a magic circle behind him, conjuring countless dark spears, all pointed directly at Valm. Look at you, Valm. You have a great excuse now. A perfect excuse that everyone will agree with when you lose. It's only because you were weak and I was stronger. I don't need excuses. It's simply that I was weak, and you were strong. Valm staggered but somehow managed to stand, looking at Rufus. Tell me this. Why do you want to kill me? Are you angry because I made a mistake after receiving the lightless family crest? At Valm's question, Rufus narrowed his eyes. Such trivial matters don't concern me. Tell me, is it true that you were defeated by the so-called Sword Saint? Why yeah. So what? Valm casually acknowledged it, but Rufus tilted his head, his gaze vacant. Is that so? So what, you say? What's this? Why are you so nonchalantly accepting defeat? Rufus bent down, quietly laughing as his shoulders trembled. But then, suddenly, his laughter stopped. His eyes widened with fury. Don't screw with me. Who the hell decides to just lose like that? As Rufus's emotions surged, the dark scythe he held grew even larger, and waves of dark magical power spread across the surrounding mountains. From the distant mountain range, as if in fear, a flock of wyverns took flight. Guards and prisoners within the prison tower were all affected by Rufus's magic wave, losing consciousness. Valm, wearing the lightning armor, didn't pass out, but he was visibly shaken, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the power. Why does my defeat make you so angry? Valm asked. For you, it might seem that way. But I will not forgive your defeat. This is not about logic, Rufus said, his voice cold. With that, Rufus swung the scythe high. If you acknowledge your defeat, then die here. Just as Rufus was about to bring the scythe down, a dragon's roar echoed across the mountains. Rufus sensed a magical reaction, presumably from a wyvern, approaching at high speed. It was Valm's beloved dragon, Flugel, covered in dark energy on one wing. Flugel suddenly arrived, diving down from a great height to land beneath Valm. The dragon spread its wing protectively over Valm and growled at Rufus. Flugel? You're alive. Overcome with emotion, Valm clung to Flugel. Rufus coldly looked down at them. A touching reunion, huh? But that wing of yours is barely hanging on. Go die with your beloved dragon. Dragons drive. With those chilling words, Rufus swung the scythe down once more, but before he could strike, Una appeared in front of him. Una spread her arms wide, glaring fiercely at Rufus. What are you doing? Please, stop. Now it's you. Yuna, who appeared before Rufus, was floating in midair, and for some reason, her presence was eerily unnatural. Her body seemed almost translucent, as if lacking any substance. Rufus glared at Yuna. You disappeared until now, and now you show up to get in my way? You're being far too presumptuous. I'm sorry, but I can't let you hurt Valm. That's exactly what I mean by presumptuous. If you don't move, I'll deal with you too. Rufus tightened his grip on the scythe, and Yuna whispered quietly, Valm hasn't lost. Rufus stopped his hand and glared at Yuna. What? Yuna repeated softly. He hasn't lost. Valm will never lose. Is this just a desperate lie to save his life? The fact is, he was captured, wasn't he? It was my fault Valm was captured. I was the one who held him back. Yuna lowered her gaze, then looked at Rufus with pleading eyes. You should understand. Valm is strong. He will never lose. That was something Rufus himself also believed. To think that Valm, who could even use lightning armor, would lose was unimaginable. That's why, when he saw the pitiful sight of Valm captured, Rufus felt a deep sense of frustration. I see, you're right. He's the strongest. There's no way he could lose. Rufus exhaled quietly and dispelled the magic he had cast. He then lowered the dark scythe he had been holding. But still, you're lacking in explanation. You'd better talk more. I don't understand the situation. I'm sorry. I can't explain more. I can't maintain this form anymore. With that, Yuna's form dissipated like mist. Disappeared again. Well, it's nothing new. It wasn't the first time Yuna vanished at the most crucial moment. Rufus looked down at the ground and noticed that Valm was staring up at him with a confused expression. Rufus dispelled the dark hand he had been using as a foothold and dropped down to the ground. The magical barrier softened the impact as he landed, raising a cloud of snow. Still, Rufus himself landed gently. You owe your life to that person. Be grateful. Rufus said this dismissively, and Valm frowned. Changing your mind? Valm muttered. I really thought I was going to die. Also, who is that person? It seemed like you were talking to someone above just now. Did you not see it from below? Well, I suppose their presence was faint. What are you talking about? Your friend, of course. Just as Rufus was about to say Yuna's name, it was drowned out by the roar of Flugel. Interrupted, Rufus glared at Flugel in irritation. Then, his gaze met the sapphire blue eyes of Flugel. The color of those eyes was the same as Yuna's. The blue eyes of Flugel, seemingly pleading, reminded Rufus of the eyes that Yuna had shown him earlier. Rufus, slightly unsettled, turned his attention back to Valm. Answer me, Valm. Why did you lose to the Sword Saint? Don't give me excuses. Tell me the whole story. Valm, slumped behind Flugel, released the lightning armor and exposed his battered body. He lowered his gaze and spoke in a quiet voice. Recently, Flugel has started fainting suddenly, like she's falling asleep. It happened at a lord's mansion where I went to protest. Out of nowhere, she fainted, and while the soldiers restrained her, my master, the Sword Saint, struck me in that moment, and I lost consciousness. Valm spoke slowly, his eyes closing in silence. So saying I didn't lose is wrong. A loss is a loss. I wasn't participating in the Sword Saint festival, where there are rules to follow. Once he had said what he needed to, Valm slumped in exhaustion. Sorry, I used too much magic. I need to sleep for a bit. With those words, Valm fell unconscious as if to sleep. Rufus, having heard the story, tilted his head. Yuna says it's her fault. But if he was asleep and captured? Rufus stared at Flugel's blue eyes for a while, as though realizing something, and then closed his own eyes. I see. At Rufus' mutter, Flugel didn't respond. Section. From the half-destroyed prison tower, there was someone observing the entire scene in silence. A man with crimson long hair, a crimson coat, and a white mink scarf around his neck. Sword Saint Eric Idea Styria. Eric, beads of cold sweat on his cheek, let out a deep sigh. I thought for sure I was coming to rescue Valm. In Eric's eyes, the scene of the half-destroyed prison tower unfolded. Numerous people were unconscious or injured. Although he hadn't confirmed it yet, with such a large-scale spell, it was likely that some had been killed as well. Due to the nature of the prison tower, there were fortunately only a few guards, and the prisoners were all those who had committed serious crimes. Still, the human casualties were substantial. Eric slumped his shoulders, feeling the urge to pretend he hadn't seen any of this and return to the capital. I said I'd pretend I didn't see it, but this, I'll have to report it after all. Rufus Ray, lightless. While watching Rufus carry the unconscious Valm from a distance, Eric muttered, almost in disgust. Section. A little distance from the capital city of the Styria territory, atop a hill, the airship Ifrit, concealed by an invisibility barrier, was anchored in the sky. Inside one of the rooms aboard, a newspaper from the early morning was spread across a desk. The headline read in large letters, "Leader of the Sky Pirates Scarlet Wind, Sigil, captured by the wealthy merchant Jalan." The ones reading this were the members of Scarlet Wind other than Sigil, who had been captured. The sub-leader, was now awake and sitting on a sofa. In the heavy atmosphere, Hawk slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. "Damn it, we should have gone together. We shouldn't have let Sigil go alone," Hawk muttered bitterly. Kay, concerned, patted Hawk's shoulder. It was Sigil who insisted on going alone. No one could stop him. No, Jalan's got a bad reputation. It was careless. Hawk gritted his teeth in frustration. Iz closed her eyes and shook her head. Even if someone had gone with him, they would have been captured together anyway. Elma, standing next to Iz, tilted her head. "So, what are we going to do now? We're not just going to leave Sigil there, are we?" "Of course not. We'll prepare and go right away." "Hold on." As Hawk was about to rush into action, Iz stopped him. "Hawk, calm down for a second. Sigil may act reckless, but he's skilled. The fact that he got captured means he was up against someone really strong. If we rush in blindly, we'll just end up like Sigil. Jalan's mansion is huge. Even if we break in, it'll take time to search." In response to his words, Dan added, "Even if there are skilled people there, we should be able to take them all down if we work together. Why not charge in head first and rescue him all at once? A lightning strike operation, right?" Kay sighed, resting his spear on his shoulder, while Elma let out a long breath. "Idiot. If we're not careful, the regular soldiers from the Styria territory might show up. No, that's why it's a lightning strike, a speed operation." Iz shrugged at Kay's suggestion. "Their skilled fighters aren't necessarily just one. And if we can't defeat them, we'll be surrounded by knights coming from the capital. If that happens, we'll all be wiped out together." The discussion among the members of Scarlet Wind was moving towards the direction of rescuing Sigil, but the conversation wasn't making much headway. Just then, Lilica, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. "Hey, what if we rely on Rufus Kuhn?" With the mention of his name, the room fell into silence. Each member awkwardly closed their mouths, and it was Hawk who finally broke the silence. "Lilica, I get that you want to meet the heir of Lightless, but think about the situation." "What? No, it's not that I want to meet him. I'm being serious here. That heir of Lightless has no reason to help us. Plus, he made it clear when we parted ways that we should never enter the Lightless territory again. The next time we meet, we might actually get caught. Well, if we explain the situation." Iz put a hand on her chin and muttered thoughtfully, "Actually, it might not be a bad idea." "Iz, what are you saying?" Hawk stood up and approached Iz, but Elma glared at him and admonished him. "Don't raise your voice too much. It'll be hard on Iz's body. Sorry, but the other side is Lightless, right? Honestly, I don't trust that kid Noble. Even if they offer to help, we don't know what they'll want in return." Not satisfied with that answer, Hawk, without missing a beat, responded, "Well, we're pirates who operate illegally by exploring ruins and dungeons. We've been chased by knights and soldiers more than once. If we were caught, what would happen? Well, Ifrit would be taken from us, and would either be executed or imprisoned," Hawk answered immediately. Iz smiled slightly. "That's right. And what did that little noble do to us?" "Well, I guess it was just that noble's whim, or rather, mercy. That's the mercy we're going to rely on. The other side is a wealthy merchant controlling the commerce in the Styria territory. Without allies among the nobles, we won't stand a chance. But we can't be sure that mercy will be there next time. I don't trust that Rufus kid. You don't? I think he's much better than Jalan. After all, this is where we ended up, isn't it? That's why I was against getting involved with Jalan in the first place. That was. Sigil was trying to cure your illness. The disagreement between Iz and Hawk escalated. I agree with his opinion. The other side is Jalan, after all. If the rescue of Sigil fails, we'll lose everything. I agree as well. Besides, we were saved by Rufus. I trust him more than Jalan. Elmer and Dan both showed their agreement with Iz, while the remaining member, Kay, shrugged his shoulders. Well, I think it's not a bad idea to try to get that little noble on our side. He's a womanizer, so if Elmer and Lilica flatter him and ask nicely, he might cooperate immediately. But, Kay said, closing one eye and glancing sideways at Hawk, the sooner we rescue Sigil, the better, right? You want us to go all the way back to Lightless territory, find the heir, and beg him for help. It'll take at least a whole day to get back here. During that time, there's no guarantee Sigil will still be okay. Kay's words left Iz, Elmer, and Dan silent. This wasn't the time to be arguing, and Lilica gritted her teeth slightly. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed against her tied-up hair from behind. Question mark. She turned around, but, as expected, there was no one there. Lilica narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke aloud. I'm going to step outside for a bit. With that, Lilica murmured and left the room, heading for the deck. From the deck, she could see the snow-capped mountains glittering in the morning sun and the cityscape of the Styria capital. The deck was shielded by Ifrit's barrier, so the wind from outside didn't reach them. However, as soon as Lilica stepped onto the deck, the wind blew through her body, almost as if pushing her forward. In the distance ahead, there was the capital. Lilica stood there for a moment, staring at it before sighing. No way, really? She murmured to herself. Going shopping might be a bit of a stretch. It wasn't directed at anyone in particular, just a random remark. Seriously, it's always so hard to figure out. It seemed like the complaint was directed at someone, though. Lilica quickly returned inside the ship. Meanwhile, in the Styria capital, at a certain high-class inn, Rufus was relaxing on a sofa in the best room. He held a mug filled with dark coffee and had the morning newspaper spread out on the table. Rufus frowned as he read the headline. Why are they here? He had parted ways with Scarlet Wind back in Roguebelt, telling them to disappear wherever they wanted. But now, somehow, they had ended up in Styria. Furthermore, Scarlet Wind's leader, Sigil, had been captured by Jalan for some reason. To Rufus, Jalan was one of the people to be dealt with in Styria. Those who had disrespected the Lightless family had to face the appropriate consequences. Many nobles and knights had failed to capture Scarlet Wind, yet somehow, Jalan had managed to capture their leader. Rufus tilted his head, trying to figure out how this situation had come about. Could it be that Jalan's the source of that miracle cure story? In Roguebelt, Rufus had questioned Sigil about the authenticity of the miracle cure and its surrounding suspicions. Perhaps, in connection to this matter, Sigil had taken some action against the merchant who brought up the cure, though Rufus didn't know the merchant's name. Given the situation, however, Rufus suspected that the merchant was likely Jalan. The fact that Jalan had captured Sigil at this particular moment suggested that this was indeed the case. A foolish pirate, caught by some low-born. There's no saving him, Rufus muttered with a scoff, drinking down his coffee in one go. His gaze then shifted to the bed, where the injured Valm lay. From the incident at the prison tower, Valm had expended a great deal of magical energy, leading him to fall into a state of mana depletion. Rufus had carried him to the capital aboard Flugel, checking into this luxurious inn. Upon entering, the confused owner had been taken aback at Rufus, a child, bringing in an unconscious person. Rufus had revealed his true identity as a nobleman in disguise, paying a large sum of money to ensure they were given the finest room. At first, the owner had been skeptical of Rufus's claim, but upon seeing the lightless crest adorned on his cloak, His face had turned pale, and he immediately arranged for the best room available. With the large sum of money in hand, the owner's demeanor shifted quickly, his previously nervous expression replaced by excitement as he eagerly attended to Rufus's needs. The owner was a man with a strong sense of business, and though somewhat craven, he was easy to deal with when confronted with wealth and power. Once Rufus had been settled into the highest grade room and Valm placed in the bed, he relaxed with a cup of coffee brought by the staff. It was then that his eyes fell upon the morning newspaper left on the desk. The reason Rufus had brought Valm to the capital was connected to his plans to take down Jalan, with whom Valm had a personal vendetta. Valm's father had been captured by Jalan for opposing him, and Rufus surmised that Valm would want to be involved in Jalan's downfall. This decision to bring Valm along was a form of compassion from Rufus, perhaps out of a small sense of guilt for the one-sided torment he had inflicted on him in the prison tower. However, Rufus would never apologize for his actions, and this was simply a way to show some leniency. "Ha!" Rufus snorted, glancing once more at Valm lying on the bed before heading out of the room. As he approached the entrance of the inn, the owner, still rubbing his hands together, approached him. "My esteemed guest, are you going out?" "Just for a little while. When my companion wakes up, make sure he drinks a mana potion. I'll pay extra for it." The owner gave a sharp salute. "Understood. We will prepare the finest quality." "Thank you," Rufus replied as he turned and exited the inn, his cloak swaying behind him as he stepped into the streets. It almost felt as though he were being led by some unseen force. It was right after I left the inn and started walking through the city. Suddenly, someone hugged me from behind. Annoyed, I turned around and saw a familiar head of light brown hair tied up. It was a head I knew all too well. "Hey, Lilica, what are you doing running off all of a sudden?" Emerging from the crowd was another member of Scarlet Wind, wearing round sunglasses. I believe his name was Hawk. When he saw me, his face turned pale, as if asking, "Why are you here?" It was a question I wanted to ask him, honestly. I already knew from the morning newspaper that Scarlet Wind was in the Styria territory, but I didn't expect to run into them so soon. I had only been out of the inn for 5 minutes. The capital was much larger than this, after all. The girl who had hugged me from behind, Lilica Skyfield, was crying as she buried her face into my back. "Rufus Kuhn. Sigilny. Sigilny," Lilica murmured, repeating her brother's name as she cried. I had seen the news about Sigil in the morning paper, but for now, I glared at Hawk. "Hey, what are you standing there for? You insolent fool, get this brat off me already. She's your family, right?" I said coldly, and Hawk snapped out of his daze, hurriedly trying to pull Lilica away. "Idiot. Get away from Rufus-san. You're a bother. No. If I let go now, Rufus Kuhn will just go somewhere again. Wherever he goes, let him. Rufus-san is busy. Let go of Lilica." "No." Lilica refused to let go as Hawk struggled to separate her from me. "Wait a minute. Wherever he goes. Shouldn't you be the ones disappearing somewhere?" Looking around, it seemed like we had attracted the attention of the townspeople with all this commotion. I clicked my tongue. Scarlet Wind were wanted criminals, and I didn't want to cause any more trouble with them. If the guards showed up because of this noise, things would become very troublesome. Seeing Lilica cling to me without a care, I sighed deeply. "I'm not going anywhere, so let go." "Really?" At my words, Lilica let go surprisingly easily. Hawk immediately took the opportunity to hold her in a tight grip and began backing away from me. "Hawk Neeson, what are you doing? That's my line." "Sorry, Rufus-san. I'll get her to back off right away. Really, sorry about this." Hawk Neeson, let me go." Lilica, who was being held tightly by Hawk from behind, kicked him right in his sensitive spot, delivering a powerful blow. Hawk let out a silent scream, foam spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Freed, Lilica placed her hands on her hips and puffed her cheeks in irritation. As I watched this scene, I couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Noticing my gaze, Lilica flailed her hands around, trying to cover up her actions. "If that's not it, okay. It's not like that." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean not it? There's nothing different about this at all." Well, I asked Elmine how to deal with attackers, and it just came out in the heat of the moment. She stammered out an excuse. But seriously, treating your own family like a thug. I couldn't help but shake my head. Suddenly, I heard the sound of multiple footsteps approaching. They seemed to belong to the city guards, and I could hear voices ordering people to clear the way. I must have caused more of a ruckus than I realized. It wasn't surprising that the guards would show up. Security in the capital was likely strict, after all. I pointed to the collapsed hawk with my chin. Enough. Take me to the airship. I'll at least listen to what you have to say. And you carry those sunglasses. I had been planning to gather information about Gillen anyway. Scarlet Wind probably had some useful intel on him. Ah, really? But Hawk Neeson is heavy. Do it quickly. Before I change my mind. You were the one who knocked him out, after all. Got it. With a nonchalant response, Lilica slung Hawk over her back and squeezed through the gaps between the townspeople. She was surprisingly nimble, even while carrying him. I, on the other hand, extended my shadow using my dark domain magic, connected it to Lilica's, and slipped into the shadow to follow her. Lilica wouldn't be able to see me, but she didn't seem to suspect that I was following her, running ahead without glancing back. Lilica's magically enhanced legs were quick, and it didn't take long for her to reach the airship. Section. Hey, why is Rufus here? I don't know. Kay muttered, and Dan tilted his head in confusion. The scene was set in the airship Ifrit's cabin. Rufus lounged comfortably on the sofa, while Hawk stood across from him. And in the corner of the room, as if replaying a scene from just a few days ago, stood Kay and Dan. Hawk, sweat beading on his forehead, wore a forced smile as he responded to Rufus. When Rufus first arrived on the Ifrit, who had been in bed, tried to get up to greet him, but Rufus refused, telling the sickly to stay in bed. Instead, Rufus had singled out Hawk. While Hawk was just another nameless member of Scarlet Wind, Rufus had recognized his quick thinking and sharp mind. It was because of this that he chose him. Having been knocked out earlier, Hawk had been woken up by Kay and Dan, and now found himself standing before Rufus. Internally, Hawk was shouting, "Why me? Everyone, I made tea." "Oh, and Rufus Kuhn, coffee, right?" Lilica entered with a tray, distributing tea to everyone. As before, Rufus accepted the coffee from Lilica without refusal and took a sip. Hawk, on the other hand, began explaining the situation in response to Rufus's inquiry. He told Rufus how they came to be in the Styria region and the details of Sigil's capture by Gillen. After listening to the full account, Rufus finished his now slightly cooled coffee, and with his black and jade eyes, he fixed Hawk with a stare. "So, what do you want me to do?" "Ah, well." Hawk hesitated. From a Scarlet Wind standpoint, it would be preferable to seek Rufus's protection and cooperation. However, personally, Hawk was against it. This was because Rufus's individual combat strength and danger level were beyond what Scarlet Wind could handle. If Rufus wanted, he could probably annihilate the entire Scarlet Wind with just a flick of his finger. To Hawk, Rufus seemed like a force so dangerous it was akin to making a pact with a demon. "We're going to rescue Sigil. We want Rufus to help us with that." Lilica, speaking in place of Hawk, pleaded with Rufus. However, Rufus didn't respond right away, his gaze still fixed on Hawk. "Is that so? But I chose you, Hawk, to represent Scarlet Wind. Say it with your own mouth. Is that truly what you want?" Hawk's eyes widened in slight surprise. He had expected Rufus to make a one-sided demand from a position of superiority, but instead, Rufus was actively seeking a conversation. This made Hawk reassess his perception of Rufus. At the very least, he wasn't a demon who ignored reason, he was a human who was willing to have a dialogue. "I'm sorry. It's true that it might be difficult for us to rescue Sigil from Gillen alone," Hawk said after a pause, continuing. "But I believe it's unreasonable to burden you with it. We don't have enough resources to pay you, and I don't think we could meet your demands adequately." Hawk lowered his hands to the floor and pressed his forehead against it in a deep bow. "Please, we ask for your help in rescuing Sigil." Lilica, Kay, and Dan all widened their eyes in shock at Hawk's sudden prostration. "Wait, Hawk Neeson. Hey. Exclamation point. Hawk continued his kowtow. Rufus quietly looked down at him. So, you want me to lend you my strength without compensation, because you have nothing to offer? That's not it at all. This request is not made as a representative of Scarlet Wind, but as my personal plea. Therefore, the only thing I can offer is my life. You may use it however you see fit. At Hawk's words, the other members of Scarlet Wind looked on in shock. Rufus tilted his head. Personal, you say? I chose you as the representative of Scarlet Wind. Why are you not speaking on behalf of Scarlet Wind? I'm not the leader or sub-leader of Scarlet Wind. Therefore, there is nothing I can offer on behalf of Scarlet Wind, except for my life. Hawk raised his head and looked Rufus straight in the eye. Rufus furrowed his brows. Are you implying that the fault lies with me, for choosing you, someone who is neither the leader nor sub-leader? Yes, that is correct. It was you, Rufus, who chose me, someone who is neither the leader nor sub-leader. A brief silence passed between them. The atmosphere was so tense that neither Lilica, Kay, nor Dan could say a word or move. Rufus narrowed his eyes, then he chuckled. He held his stomach, silently laughing, with his shoulders shaking. Lilica, Kay, and Dan watched this in disbelief. Despite the sweat streaming down his face, Hawk managed a slight smile as he looked at Rufus. After laughing for a moment, Rufus glared at Hawk. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. I chose you because it seemed like we could at least communicate, but it's also true that you have no authority. The fault for choosing you lies with me. That is only reasonable. Hawk, you cheeky bastard, you think you're clever. Even as he spoke gruffly, Rufus seemed somewhat amused. Very well, Hawk. I'll play along with your cheap words. I'll save Sigil. As for the compensation, you will owe me absolute obedience for the rest of your life. Thank you. Hawk bowed his head. No, no, no. Don't go ahead with this on your own. You can't carry this burden alone. Kay and Dan closed in on Hawk. Why does it always end up like this? Lilica held her head in her hands. Rufus, meanwhile, turned his attention elsewhere, reclining on the sofa. And so, with that, the plan to rescue Sigil was added to Rufus's agenda. Section. In the guest room of the main estate in the Styria territory, Jalan sat back on the sofa, his face suddenly filled with surprise. What? Rufus Ray Lightless has come to the Styria territory? Standing before him was a man with crimson hair and a crimson coat. Sword Saint Eric Idea Styria. Sword Saint Eric had been sent as an envoy by the lord of the territory, Jalan's father, the Baron of Styria. He had come to report the partial collapse of the prison tower and was then ordered to stay on as Jalan's bodyguard. The timing was particularly sensitive, as Jalan had just sent a formal complaint to the Lightless family, and Rufus's appearance so soon after raised concerns that Jalan might have incurred the wrath of Rufus, making him a target. I heard you sent a complaint to the Lightless Marquis house, and without notifying the lord. Truly, you've done something foolish, Eric remarked, his voice tinged with disapproval. Jalan's eyes reddened with anger. We were attacked first. We're the victims here, aren't we? What do you mean by victims? Who do you think suppressed the slave trade issue? Eric countered sharply. At those words, Jalan fell silent. You've gone and picked a fight with the Lightless family, a troublesome move indeed. Chmph. They attacked us first, Jalan muttered defiantly. Thanks to that, the Styria family may end up in conflict with the Lightless family. At this point, the intentions of Rufus Lightless remain unclear, but my father is quite the worrywart. That's why he ordered me to guard you, Eric said with a hint of concern. You the victor of the Kingdom Sword Saint tournament, Sword Saint yourself, with the legendary assassin, the bloodstained hat. With such a force at my disposal, even the Lightless family. Jalan's voice trailed off as he smugly chuckled, puffing out his chest. The bloodstained hat, standing beside Jalan, adjusted his red-black hat, shrugging his shoulders in response. Is that really the case? Sword Saint Eric touched the hilt of his cracked sword and quietly murmured, his expression unreadable. In the dead of night, above the Jalan estate in the Styria territory, the airship Ifrit, concealed by an invisible barrier, silently hovered in place. On the deck stood Rufus, the members of Scarlet Wind, excluding Sigil, and the armed Valm. Each of them gazed down at the Jalan estate, which was dark, with no lights visible from the windows. Sigil, we'll definitely save you. Wow, what a huge mansion. Jalan's living the good life, right? Hawk muttered with determination in his eyes, while Kay, with a spear slung over his shoulder, grinned in a combative manner. Don't you guys even think about leaving anyone behind, alright? Are you sure I shouldn't stay behind? Can you really handle this on your own? Don't you worry about causing trouble for Rufus-san. I won't be a hindrance. Elma, please look after Iz, pale and anxious, called out, while Elma, supporting her shoulder, voiced her concern. Dan, confidently flexing his chest muscles, gave a reassuring reply. Meanwhile, Rufus extended his magical perception. From that, he felt the protective magic placed around the entire mansion. He also sensed magic coming from underground. It was a magical barrier, and the same kind of chains that had bound Valm were present. It was likely the underground prison. With his magical senses, Rufus couldn't detect Sigil, who lacked magic. However, based on the situation, he surmised that Sigil was likely being held there. There's an underground prison. Sigil is probably there. As Rufus spoke while gazing down at the mansion, the Scarlet Wind members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Valm, who had been watching from a slight distance, spoke up. I never expected we'd be attacking Jalan. Valm grimaced as he looked down at the Jalan estate. This was understandable, as Valm had only just woken up recently. After falling into a magical exhaustion-induced sleep, Rufus had grown impatient waiting for him and had dragged him out of his dormitory, bringing him aboard the Ifrit. Rufus had prepared armor and a spare spear for Valm, who had a similar build to Kay, ensuring he was ready for battle. While Rufus had provided a basic explanation of the situation, Valm still hadn't fully processed it. To begin with, Valm was an escapee from the prison tower. Now, he was part of a group planning to raid Jalan's mansion, alongside air pirates. Among the raiders was Rufus, the heir of the lightless Marquis family. In fact, Rufus had been involved in the prison tower's attack as well. Valm had been dragged out forcefully and abducted while unconscious. Put simply, Valm was just a pawn caught up in everything. He glanced at Rufus with half-lidded eyes. Rufus, I still think it's a problem that I'm participating in this raid. It might tarnish my father's honor. Don't think about it too much, Valm. You just need to get down there and wreak havoc as you please. Please stop treating me like a criminal. I was, after all, training as a knight, working to maintain law and order. Valm responded earnestly, but Rufus simply chuckled derisively. A convicted felon who attacked the Lord's estate and ended up imprisoned, and you're talking about law and order? That's not it. I was just protesting how my father was unjustly captured. Wait, how do you even know about that? I heard it from Sarah. Sarah? Valm lowered his head, running his hand through his hair in frustration. Your father tried to take down Jalan, but failed. Even though I had given him the crest. I regret that. Don't say it's fine. I too am angered that our family crest was disregarded. You'll have to make up for that failure here. Rufus raised his voice loudly so that the members of Scarlet Wind could hear him clearly. Open it. All the sins you commit tonight, I will take full responsibility for. Everything you do will be justified under my name, the heir of the Marquis family. Don't hesitate. Cause chaos. And make Jalan regret his actions. Rufus's impassioned words had an unexpectedly strong effect on the members of Scarlet Wind, who were already fired up before the raid. Kay and Dan shouted eagerly, but Hawk, trying to suppress his rising excitement, looked toward Rufus. Wait a minute, Rufus. Our goal is still to rescue Sigil. Unnecessary fighting increases the risk of failure. Rufus chuckled in a battle-hungry manner. You still have a keen eye, Hawk. You're right, as always. But that's only if this becomes a proper battle. Without warning, Rufus unleashed a swarm of dark orbs around the airship. I read in some military strategy book that opening with a barrage is the basics. At Rufus's command, the massive dark orbs began to rain down upon the Jalan estate like a storm. The sounds of thunderous impacts and rising dust echoed across the night. The members of Scarlet Wind and Valm stared dumbfounded as the ground shook. Wait. Sigil. Hawk's mouth opened and closed like a carp gasping for air. Rufus slapped him on the shoulder with a laugh. Don't worry, Sigil's underground. I didn't unleash enough force to collapse the whole basement. Probably. The Jalan estate, hit by the barrage of dark orbs, was now in a state of near ruin. Given that it was night, the security was lighter than during the day, and Rufus estimated it would take some time for the guards and knights to arrive. From here on out, it's a speed game. We'll rescue your leader quickly, then do some cleanup and head back. Rufus extended dark arms from his own shadow, each one grabbing a member of Scarlet Wind. Hawk, you're the vanguard. Before Hawk could react, a dark arm seized him and threw him down toward the ground. What? Ha! Ah! Hawk screamed as he plummeted. Rufus turned his attention to Kay and Dan. Both of them shuddered and turned to flee as fast as they could. But the dark arms were quicker. They shot out like snakes and swiftly captured their legs, lifting them both upside down by their feet. Stop. Murderer. I'm gonna die. Even my muscles can't survive this height. The dark arms showed no mercy and tossed them to the ground. A moment later, their screams echoed through the night. Wait. At last, Elma seemed to grasp the situation. Her face went pale as she leaned against the railing, peering down at the ground. The grounds of the Jalan estate were drenched in darkness, as though a black carpet had been spread across the area. The dark energy seemed to cushion the fall, and thankfully, Hawk, Kay, and Dan had landed safely. Though the wind muffled the sounds, Elma could clearly hear the three of them making a commotion down below. She sighed in relief, her chest relaxing. What's the panic? I'm not going to kill them. Rufus shrugged, seemingly offended. A little warning would have been nice. Elma slumped against the railing, her tension visibly draining. Watching her reaction, let out a relieved sigh as her own expression softened. That was hard on the heart. You really scared me. Rude bastards. Rufus spat, then turned his gaze to Valm. Valm had already placed a hand on the railing, seemingly about to jump down of his own accord. What's this? I was going to help you out. Please, let me do it in my own time, Valm said, and with that, he jumped off the deck. Rufus, though slightly disappointed, placed his hand on the railing as well, preparing to follow. Then, something caught his attention. Rufus paused, feeling as though he had forgotten someone. He turned around and scanned the deck. Ah, so you were here. I didn't notice because you didn't say anything. At the edge of the deck stood Lilica, her eyes distant and unfocused, showing no reaction even to Rufus's voice. For some reason, the area around Lilica seemed unnaturally dark. Rufus furrowed his brows and approached her. Hey, what are you doing? Just then, a gust of wind swept across the deck, as though to block Rufus from getting any closer to Lilica. What is this wind? The airship was protected by a magical barrier, preventing most winds from reaching it. That's why this gust felt strange to Rufus. However, the wind didn't last long. It subsided in just a few seconds. When Rufus opened his eyes again, Lilica stood in front of him, blinking in confusion. Rufus Kuhn? Where is everyone? Lilica looked around as if she couldn't understand the situation. Rufus's unease only deepened. What was that wind just now? Wind? Don't play dumb. Was that you? Sorry, I must have dozed off. I'm not sure what happened. Rufus narrowed his eyes and stared at Lilica for a moment. He sighed lightly and looked away. Fine. I'm leaving. If you want to come, do as you wish. Wait. Lilica grabbed the hem of Rufus's cloak to stop him. What is it? I want you to stay behind and watch over Isne, Rufus Kuhn. If you don't mind. What? Rufus frowned at Lilica's unexpected request. Both Is and Elma, confused by her intention, furrowed their brows as well. You know, Isne's health could worsen at any moment, and if you're here, Rufus Kuhn, it'll be reassuring, right? I don't understand. I can't cure Is' illness. What are you trying to say? It's not like that. When it comes to magic, There's no one better than you, Rufus-kun. Isne's illness has to do with mana, right? If it's you. Lilika said this with such certainty that Rufus's gaze grew sharp. Did someone tell you that I could cure his illness? Under Rufus's glare, Lilika slightly trembled and averted her gaze. Who would have said that? There's no way that's true. I just thought, maybe, you could help. Lilika stammered, but Rufus snorted and looked away. We'll talk about this later. Right now, we need to finish the battle on the ground. Rufus turned to leave, preparing to jump over the railing. But Lilika didn't release the hem of his cloak. Rufus glared at her, frustration mounting. You. Sensing that Rufus might unleash magic on Lilika, Elma stepped in. Lilika, let go. What's going on? You're acting strange. But Lilika didn't respond. With a sorrowful expression, she silently appealed to Rufus. Rufus-kun, don't go. Please, I'll do anything, just don't go now. Lilika's desperate plea confused both Elma and Iz. However, Rufus momentarily deployed a magical barrier, brushing Lilika's hand aside. For a brief moment, it felt like a replay of a few days ago. Lilika reached out, but Rufus ignored her and leaped off the deck. Lilika's outstretched hand grabbed at the air, clenching it tightly. Sorry, both of you. I'm going too. With that, Lilika jumped after Rufus, following him down from the deck. Lilika, wait. Hold on, Lilika. Iz and Elma's voices calling out to Lilika echoed emptily on the deck. Seeing that Lilika's behavior was clearly different from usual, Elma tilted her head, while Iz gazed down at the ground where Lilika had landed, deep in thought. Looking back, it seemed that Lilika had been acting strange ever since meeting Rufus. Whenever she spoke, it was always about Rufus. She would often mention wanting to meet him. Whenever they encountered Rufus, her gaze was always fixed on him, so much so that even the other members of Scarlet Wind were growing weary of it. Her behavior was exactly like a lovesick maiden in a painting. Everyone believed that Lilika had fallen for Rufus, and at least the male members had no doubt about it. However, Elma and Iz, being women themselves and having known Lilika since she was a child, felt a sense of doubt. It almost seemed as if Lilika was playing the role of a lovesick girl. This wasn't how Lilika usually expressed affection. Elma and Iz both felt an odd sense of discomfort. More than anything, Lilika's way of showing affection was simply not like her. And now, the attitude Lilika had shown toward Rufus was not quite that of affection either. Because of this, Elma and Iz felt even more unsure about Lilika's feelings. The unease that lingered in their hearts seemed impossible to shake off as they exchanged a glance. Section. Hawk, Kay, and Dan had infiltrated the partially destroyed Jalan mansion. The floor of the mansion was dyed in a dark, black hue, as if a black carpet had been laid out. This darkness spread beyond the mansion and covered its entire grounds. The three of them found this dark presence unsettling due to its eerie appearance, but at the same time, they owed their survival to it. Having been thrown from the airship from a great height, they should have been severely injured, but the darkness that filled the ground acted as a cushion, and they sustained no injuries at all. Although they were saved by Rufus, it didn't sit well with them emotionally. There was no doubt that the dark presence was Rufus's doing, but he had also been the one to throw them off the airship. The three of them proceeded through the dark floor with a complicated expression. Despite it being late at night, the mansion was heavily guarded by numerous private soldiers, as if they had been prepared in advance. Many of the soldiers had been caught in the destruction caused by Rufus's magic, but there were still plenty of them who had survived the collapse and were able to fight. Whenever they encountered soldiers in the halls, the three of them fought back, but the battles never escalated into full-fledged combat. Emerging from the dark floor, dark magical beasts resembling swordfish and sea dragons lunged at the soldiers one after another. The soldiers were swiftly annihilated before the three of them even had a chance to draw their weapons. This really does remind me of the monsters in the ruins, Kay muttered with a twitching face. To think that those immortal monsters are on our side. Life sure is unpredictable, Dan added. I haven't taken down a single enemy. At this rate, I'm just being carried by Rufus, Hawk said with a shrug, while Dan quietly shook his head. Hawk tightened his grip on his magic gun. Our goal is still to rescue Sigil. It's a relief that we can conserve our strength." With that, the three pressed on, searching for the path leading underground. The private soldiers who had survived the collapse were swiftly dealt with by the shadow familiars created by Rufus. The mansion echoed with countless screams, painting a true picture of hell. But even this hell had an end. From deep within the passage came the faint sound of footsteps. The shadow familiars that rushed toward it were immediately torn to shreds in an instant. The footsteps grew closer, and with a sharp slicing sound, the darkness that had filled the floor cracked open. In the next moment, the dark mass shattered like thin ice. Walking through it was a young man dressed in a crimson coat, with long red hair and a white marten scarf around his neck. His hand rested on the hilt of a sword at his waist. He was none other than Eric Styria, the Sword Saint. Acting under the orders of his father, the Lord, Eric had been assigned to protect the wealthy merchant Jalan. He met the three intruders, Hawk, Kay, and Dan, with a quiet sigh. "You are from Scarlet Wind, aren't you? I recognize you from the wanted posters. Your goal is to kill Jalan, I assume?" Eric asked the three, who stood silently in front of him. Hawk silently aimed his magic gun at Eric, and at the same time, Kay readied his spear, and Dan raised his warhammer. "Are we really doing this? That guy clearly seems dangerous," Kay whispered to Hawk. "Looks like he's a hired expert from Gillen's side. We'll have to take him down all at once." "I couldn't even see his swordsmanship. Probably escaping is out of the question," Hawk replied, not taking his eyes off Eric, his brow furrowed. But in the next instant, Eric was behind them. The sound of a sword returning to its sheath echoed through the hallway. Immediately after, Dan was struck by numerous cuts, blood spurting from his wounds. "Gu." Dan collapsed to his knees. "Dan? Ha! What?" Hawk rushed to Dan's side, while Kay, in a state of confusion, stared intently at Eric, who had positioned himself behind them. Eric tilted his head and spoke. "Apologies, but this two-edged sword has no back edge. So, I made sure to cut lightly." Eric spoke as if it were nothing, and Hawk glared at him. "You're awfully composed. Why didn't you just kill all three of us at once? You could have done it, right? If I had killed all of you, there would have been no one left to carry the wounded back." Eric answered nonchalantly, but Hawk frowned, unsure of his intent. "Carry us back? You're not thinking of letting us go, are you?" In response to Hawk's question, Eric shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not really in the mood for a fight. If you retreat, I won't chase." Eric locked eyes with Hawk. "By the way, judging by the dark magic that attacked the mansion, it seems you have some connection to Lightless. Whether you're temporarily cooperating or are originally subordinates, I don't know. However, I've been asked to deliver a message to your superior, the heir to the Lightless Marquis house." "A message?" Hawk furrowed his brow at Eric's mention of delivering a message to Rufus. "It's nothing important. Regarding the magical attacks on the prison tower and Jalan's mansion, we, the Styria side, have decided to overlook these acts for now. In exchange, we'd like to arrange a meeting between Styria and Lightless. This is the intention of the Styria Lord." Hawk fell silent. Receiving the message meant acknowledging retreat. That would mean temporarily abandoning the rescue of Sigil. If they withdrew now, there was no guarantee they'd get another chance to rescue Sigil. Eric misinterpreted Hawk's silence in a different way. "Is that too long of an explanation? Basically, just tell them we don't want to be attacked, and would like to have a discussion." Hawk interrupted Eric. "No, wait. What is it?" "I'll deliver the message. We have no intention of killing Jalan." "I see. Well, that's a relief. Thanks to you, I might be able to get a good night's sleep until morning, though my pet is still under the rubble." Eric smiled in relief, and Hawk stared at him intently. "We came to rescue our leader. We want to know the location of the dungeon. If we can save our leader, we'll leave immediately." Hawk couldn't back down on this matter. However, Eric's smile faded. "Ah, that won't do. Jalan said we absolutely can't let him escape. Come on, please. You said you weren't really in the mood for this." Hawk lowered his head and persistently pressed on. Eric let out a sigh. "All right, Fine. Looks like you're not going to give up. Then, first, you're thieves. And if you're not willing to retreat, there's nothing I can do. Please don't take it personally. Hawk lifted his face, seeing a glimmer of hope. But the next moment, he felt a heavy presence of death looming in front of him. A dull-colored blade was rapidly closing in. Before he knew it, there was a clash of metal right before Hawk's eyes, sparks flying. Eric had swung his sword toward Hawk's neck, but someone had blocked it with the tip of a spear. Dan was on the ground, and Kay, who held the spear, stood frozen, his face pale. So, who was it? Hawk turned his gaze to the one holding the spear. There, standing, was a young blonde boy with a mix of messy curls, someone Rufus had carried aboard the airship. His name was... You're... Valm, right? Hawk's murmur was drowned out as Valm's spear struck Eric's sword, knocking it aside. Valm, how unfortunate. It seems I won't be able to sleep tonight. Eric, whose sword had been deflected, narrowed his eyes and sighed. Valm didn't take his eyes off Eric, but shouted to Hawk. I don't know your name, but you're from Scarlet Wind, hurry up. It's Hawk. Hurry up. Are you sure you'll be all right alone? I'm Kay. This big guy's Dan. You can't handle this alone. Valm answered fearlessly in front of the swordmaster Eric. No problem. At Valm's response, Hawk and Kay quickly lifted the fallen Dan and moved ahead. Sorry, we owe you one. We'll join up later, I promise. As they passed by Eric without even glancing at him, Hawk, Kay, and the carried Dan moved forward. Eric didn't even bother to look at them. His attention remained fixated on the murderous aura emanating from Valm's spear. Hawk and Kay ran down the hallway, carrying Dan. Hey, Hawk. Are you sure it was okay to leave that kid behind, alone? Kay asked, anxious. Hawk kept his eyes straight ahead as he replied. The sword we couldn't see, that kid. Valm could see it. With us around, would just be a burden. But still. Besides, Valm is someone Rufus brought with him. He's no ordinary person. Yeah, I guess you're right. While Valm keeps them occupied, we'll find Sigil and rescue him as fast as we can. If we can get back to Ifrit or meet up with Rufus, we'll figure something out. Yeah. Sorry, I was getting a little weak-minded there. It's understandable. Who would have thought Jalan hired a monster like that? Hawk felt a small sense of unease about leaving Valm behind, but he continued walking forward. Section 1, 2, 3, 4. In the bedroom of Jalan's mansion, a deafening roar and shockwaves echoed. Part of the ceiling had collapsed, exposing the sky. Moonlight poured through the hole in the ceiling, casting its light on Jalan, who huddled and trembled in fear. Nearby, a figure quietly counted, wearing a red-black hat, the assassin known as the Bloodstained Hat. 5, 6. Hchem, 6 of them. And only 3 of them have magic. The Bloodstained Hat tilted his head. I do hope this will be somewhat entertaining. His crimson eyes, resembling pools of blood, gazed up at the moon floating in the sky. Chapter 2. Magic Killer. The 3 of them, Hawk, Kay, and Dan, were running down the corridor of the Jalan estate. The numerous wounds Dan had sustained from Eric's sword were surprisingly shallow, and after stopping to staunch the bleeding and drink a potion, he had recovered enough to move freely. Sorry. I caused you trouble. Dan apologized, and Hawk and Kay smiled in return. Don't worry about it, Dan. That guy was just too much. Yeah, I mean, when he's fast enough you can't even see him, that's totally cheating. Hawk nodded. With someone like that around, even Sigil probably couldn't do much. That troublesome guy is being taken care of by the young lord's friend, Valm. Let's focus on rescuing Sigil while we have the chance. At Hawk's words, Kay smiled. At that moment, the 3 of them made a mistake. Sigil's combat ability was the greatest among the members of Scarlet Wind. Having led the charge in many ruins and dungeons, his swordsmanship, honed through real combat, could easily be called first-rate. Anyone who had captured Sigil would certainly be a formidable opponent, also they thought. And then, there was the encounter with Eric. Eric's swordsmanship was so far beyond imagination that it was impossible for ordinary people to even perceive his sword strikes. Because of this, Hawk, Kay and Dan had mistakenly believed that the one who had captured Sigil was the red-haired man they had just encountered. Eric, a monster of a person. They assumed that there couldn't possibly be many more like him. However, this was nothing but wishful thinking, and their assumption was far from the truth. The one who had actually captured Sigil was, in fact, an even more monstrous existence than Eric. A figure rumored to have been a notorious assassin for over 300 years. A family of assassins with a legacy of titles, or perhaps an immortal being who had lived for an eternity. This infamous individual was rumored to have an uncanny ability to perceive everything happening in the estate as if they were directly watching the intruders. The 6 invaders' positions, actions, conversations, and even their breathing were all clearly known to this person. Therefore, intercepting the 3 of them as they made their way toward the entrance to the underground, slowly advancing through the estate, was easier than taking a breath. "Ah, looking for something?" The voice was casual, as though speaking to an old friend. The 3 of them, running down the hallway, suddenly stopped in their tracks. "What? Where did you come from all of a sudden?" The 3 of them all blinked in surprise. They had been running down the empty corridor, but it appeared to them as if the man had suddenly materialized out of thin air. He wore a wide-brimmed, red-black hat and an old, red-black coat, exuding a strange and intimidating aura. Clearly, this man was no ordinary person. Kay immediately pointed his spear at him. "What the hell are you?" "A magician." Prompted by Kay's words, Dan readied his warhammer, and Hawk aimed his magical gun. It was widely known that high-level mages could use teleportation magic. In fact, short-range teleportation spells existed even in higher-level magic. Rufus and the Dark Knight leader, Alba, both used a form of teleportation magic mediated by shadows, called shadow walking. Hawk, noticing the red-black hat the man wore, suddenly recalled the legendary assassin, but immediately shook his head in denial. It was impossible. That was just a legend. There was no way it could be real. Hawk stared at the man and forced a combative smile, making sure not to show any weakness. "Yeah, you surprised us by suddenly appearing, but why didn't you strike first? 3 against 1, you know. No matter how good a mage you are, that should be tough, right? 3 against 1? The man tilted his head in confusion. "Don't you mean 2 against 1? The voice came from right next to Hawk. The sound of a spear clattering to the floor echoed down the hallway. When Hawk turned his gaze, he saw that Kay, who had been holding his spear just a moment ago, was now being choked by the man. Kay was already unconscious, his feet hanging lifelessly off the ground. "What?" Hawk's eyes widened in shock. He had never taken his eyes off the man. There had been no suspicious movements, no sign of anything out of the ordinary. And yet, the next moment, Kay had been taken out. Naturally, the man was no longer where he had been standing, and he hadn't simply split into copies. A nameless terror gripped Hawk. "Damn it. Kay." Hawk leaped backward and fired his magical gun rapidly at the man. At the same time, Dan swung his warhammer and charged at the man. The warhammer, powered by Dan's trained body, carried enough force to shatter rock. The hammer came crashing down toward the man, but there was no sound of impact. The hammer was silently caught by the man with one hand, still holding Kay by the neck with the other, as if he were catching a feather falling from the sky. It was as if he was barely putting any effort into it. Dan's eyes went wide in shock, but in the next instant, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and his consciousness was effortlessly taken from him. Dan never even understood what had happened before he lost consciousness. Kay dropped to the ground, and Dan collapsed, powerless. "This yours?" The man, who had somehow appeared right in front of Hawk, now extended his hand toward him. In his palm were the bullets Hawk had just fired at him, as though he had plucked them out of the air. The man, vanishing and reappearing at will. What was terrifying was how he moved without any preparation or presence. In an instant, 2 of them had been taken down, and neither of them had seen even the moment of their defeat. Hawk, with a steely gaze, locked eyes with the man and muttered with certainty, "So you are the real deal, Bloodstained Hat. Ah, that name again. I'd really like to be called something else by now." The man, Bloodstained Hat, gazed at Hawk with his blood-red eyes, which seemed to reflect a pool of blood. However, Hawk wasn't finished yet. He rolled 2 crystals at the man's feet. The moment they touched the ground, one emitted a blinding flash of light, while the other released a wave of magical energy. Hawk swiftly leaped back and unleashed a barrage of shots from his magical gun at the spot where Bloodstained Hat had been. One of the crystals was a flash crystal, designed to blind the enemy, and the other was an anti-magic crystal that, when shattered, would disrupt magical formations. The anti-magic crystal would, once used, make it difficult for magic to be cast within its range for a period of time. Bloodstained Hat's teleportation-like ability was likely magic-based. It wasn't the same as someone moving so fast that their actions were invisible like Eric. It was a different kind of sensation. With this, Hawk thought, he should be able to stop the inexplicable teleportation. But Hawk, who had been firing his magical gun, suddenly found his vision flipped, and the next moment, he was staring up at the ceiling, lying on his back. Before he knew it, Bloodstained Hat had approached him and was looking down with his red eyes. The plan had failed. The anti-magic crystal didn't work. Hawk's strategy had been completely foiled. Hawk tried to rise, but Bloodstained Hat stepped down on him from above. Gah! Hawk groaned, but Bloodstained Hat showed no sign of concern and opened his mouth. To face a superior opponent, to keep searching for a chance to turn the tide until the very moment your comrades fall or you yourself die. As a warrior, it's truly admirable. You've done nothing wrong. If you were up against a normal opponent, that move of yours would have easily opened a path to victory. So, this outcome is purely due to the absolute difference in our levels, in experience. As he spoke, Bloodstained Hat tightened his grip around Hawk's neck. And as for the flash, it wasn't bad, but the anti-magic failed. I don't have any magic, you see. Those were the last words Hawk heard before his consciousness faded. Before the 3 unconscious men, Hawk, Kay, and Dan, Bloodstained Hat drew a hidden knife from his sleeve. As the blade glimmered in the moonlight, Bloodstained Hat looked at the 3 of them with an indifferent expression. Right, I believe it's customary to sever their necks, though I do hate the sight of blood. He placed the blade against Hawk's neck, then paused and looked up. Bloodstained Hat narrowed his eyes and sighed. A check, so soon? You really are a handful, Jilan. With that murmured remark, Bloodstained Hat disappeared from the hallway, leaving the 3 unconscious men behind. Section. In the hallway of the Jilan estate, lightning and the clash of swords filled the air. The sound of metal striking metal rang out, so fast it was nearly impossible for the human eye to track, and sparks flew in every direction. Valm, enveloped in lightning, faced Eric, whose sword was wrapped in light. Each time their weapons collided, light and lightning exploded, lighting up the dark hallway as though it were day. Both combatants remained unscathed, their abilities evenly matched. You've gotten stronger, Valm. Eric's words slipped out as he parried a strike. Valm, however, didn't respond and continued to swing his spear in silence. I never thought you'd join the Lightless. You were always so dedicated to maintaining order. Eric's comment was met with silence as Valm increased the speed of his spear strikes. Eric, in turn, sharpened the edge of his sword. The speed of their weapons continued to increase, crossing at dizzying rates, eventually even breaking the sound barrier. Finally, Valm's body became engulfed in golden lightning. Lightning enchantment, wrapped in golden lightning, Valm's strength and speed soared to dozens of times more than before. The activation of lightning enchantment was instantaneous, occurring in the very moment when Valm's spear collided with Eric's sword. Eric's sword, unable to withstand the power of the spear now wrapped in golden lightning, cracked at its weakened point, and the blade flew through the air. Eric's eyes widened ever so slightly, caught off guard by the brief moment of vulnerability. In that instant, Valm's spear found its mark, piercing Eric's shoulder. With a flash of lightning, blood splattered, and Eric fell to one knee. A moment later, the broken sword struck the ground. Eric quietly placed his sword down and smiled faintly. My defeat, right? Valm, you've truly become strong. Before Eric could finish his sentence, Valm coldly pulled the spear from his shoulder. Gah! With a groan, Eric collapsed. Valm swung his spear once more, flicking the blood off of it. Eric glared at him with half-lidded eyes. No mercy, huh? I'm still your superior, you know. At those words, Valm looked down at him with an expression of disbelief. Defeat, you say? A sword style with no killing intent, talking in the middle of battle. Not to mention, your sword was already cracked before we even began. You never had any intention of winning. Eric slowly pushed himself up and smiled bitterly. I didn't have the will to win, either. And there was hesitation in your swordplay. About Jalan's matter. I take it your master isn't satisfied, either? At Valm's question, Eric closed his eyes, as if resigning himself. Even if I don't agree, I must understand. It was the decision of my father, the Lord. Eric gave Valm a sharp look. And you? That golden lightning you used. I've never seen it before. You've been hiding your power. It consumes too much magic, so I've never had the opportunity to show it. Valm gently placed a potion before Eric. A gift. A gift is the privilege of the victor. Though, I don't feel like a victor. With that, Valm turned his back and began walking down the hallway. Are you sure you're fine with this? That's a precious potion. You'll need it going forward. I don't need it. I'll never lose again. Without turning around, Valm replied, then took off running. Left behind, Eric glanced at the broken sword. The royal crest was etched into the blade. Sword Saint, the symbol of the kingdom's strongest swordsman, a title granted to him by the king. Eric smiled bitterly. I'll have to give up the title of Sword Saint. Muttering those words, Eric seemed, in a strange way, to feel a sense of relief. Section. The moment Rofus leaped off the airship's deck, countless shadow familiars began scurrying throughout the mansion. The dark domain, stretching across the grounds of the Jalan estate, spread its influence, filling even the mansion's floors. The shadow familiars were released into the darkness, their eyes surveying every corner of the mansion. Though they would attack if they encountered any soldiers, the familiars weren't released for the purpose of extermination. Instead, everything they saw and heard was transmitted directly to Rofus. Sharing vision and hearing with familiars was a basic technique for a magician. However, it typically involved a one-to-one connection between the magician and a single familiar. The situation changes drastically when dealing with multiple familiars at once. Under normal circumstances, the amount of magic required and the overwhelming volume of information would make this nearly impossible. But for Rofus, with his near-infinite magical energy and extraordinary information processing ability, it was something he handled with ease. In mere seconds, the countless shadow familiars within the mansion located Jalan's position. It was in the opulent bedroom on the 3rd floor. Rofus landed on the ground, his gaze fixed sharply on the room where Jalan was hiding. From the familiar's eyes, Rofus could see Jalan curled up, trembling in fear. Oh, now that I think about it, you did have that face back then. Jalan. Rofus smiled cruelly, his lips curling into a battle-hungry grin, and began sinking into the darkness. Using shadows for teleportation. Shadow leaping. Rofus's form melted into the shadows, and in the next instant, he reappeared in the center of Jalan's bedroom, rising from the dark floor. Unaware of Rofus's presence, Jalan remained huddled, still shaking in fear. Rofus looked down at him with a disdainful gaze, as if he were nothing more than trash. It's been a while, hasn't it, Jalan? The wealthy merchant, Jalan, jerked at the sound of Rofus's voice and slowly lifted his face. As he locked eyes with Rofus, fear quickly overtook him. What are you doing here? Jalan recoiled, attempting to crawl away from Rofus. Rofus watched indifferently, creating a dark spear in his hand as he slowly advanced. It felt as if the events of a past night were repeating themselves. Where is the monster? Why did I hire him? Jalan desperately scanned the room, seeking help. Rofus, however, paid him no heed, continuing his slow approach. A monster. A strange name for a mercenary. Did he abandon you? How pathetic. Rofus sneered, pointing the dark spear toward Jalan. This was not a moment of carelessness or lack of vigilance. His magic detection was always active, and his magical barrier was enhanced beyond usual. That's why, what came next was an unexpected blade. Rofus immediately leaped backward, sensing a breach of his magical barrier as if it had been bypassed. His swift retreat was a reflex. What appeared before him was a man wearing a red-black hat and coat, holding a knife. Sharp instincts. I had planned to take your head, but... the man muttered, sounding disappointed. Blood dripped from the blade of the knife he held. When Rufus realized he had been cut, it was already too late. A deep gash opened at the base of his neck, and fresh blood began to spurt from the wound. He pressed his hand to the injury, but the blood flowed uncontrollably, spilling out without end. Ah! The deep slash in his throat prevented him from making any sound. The inability to speak meant that most of his magic was rendered unusable. He could no longer chant spells, and without saying the magic's name, he could not cast spells by discarding the incantations. The use of magic was now limited to those he could perform silently. For Rufus, that meant only low-tier, mid-tier, and a few high-tier spells. Ancient magic was beyond his reach. And healing magic. Rufus could not use it. Sweat, cold and unpleasant, began to bead on Rufus's forehead. Are you all right? You look pale. All the magicians I've met have that same expression. The man, wearing the blood-stained hat, smiled slyly, and Rufus glared at him. In response, Rufus summoned a vast number of dark orbs and launched them all toward the blood-stained hat. The scale of magic was off the charts. But while the blood-stained hat widened his eyes in surprise, there was no sign of fear in his gaze. Casting all of this without incantations. Impressive. He muttered to himself, and in the next instant, he was engulfed by the barrage of dark orbs. A series of magical explosions erupted, their shockwaves and deafening roars echoing throughout the bedroom. Jalan, who had been frozen in terror, screamed and fled. In that moment of distraction, Rufus pulled a potion from his cloak, but a knife flew through the air and pierced the back of Rufus's hand, which was holding the potion. The potion slipped from his grasp, rolling across the floor. The knife had once again slipped through the magical barrier he had deployed. This sensation was eerily familiar to Rufus. It reminded him of the mysterious Alworn from the first Emperor's tomb, who had pierced through his magical barrier at the precise moment his spell was interrupted. You shouldn't cheat with potions, you know. The blood-stained hat, despite being bombarded by the Dark Orb's barrage, stood untouched, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, blood continued to pour from Rufus's neck. The loss of blood was starting to cloud his mind. He could feel the situation growing dire, his thoughts becoming increasingly disoriented. In that haze, the blood-stained hat mercilessly threw another knife at Rufus. Goodbye, one-armed magician. With a cold, casual tone, as if bidding farewell to a friend, the blood-stained hat's words rang out clearly in Rufus's ears. Section. The blood-stained hat is an enemy who appeared in Chapter 3 of the story, the Alchemical Empire arc. The Empire hired him as an assassin, and he stood in the way of the protagonist's forces early on in the chapter. Before the battle began, the magician characters of the protagonist's group, the first princess of the kingdom, Asteria, the great mage, Mylin, and the saint, Fran, were rendered incapable of fighting by the blood-stained hat's actions, forcing the protagonist's group to fight without magic. Though the remaining members of the protagonist's group could still use magic, the blood-stained hat either neutralized them or tracked them down, rendering their magic ineffective. As a result, they had no choice but to engage in close-quarters combat with weapons or their bare fists. In the story, the protagonists, Abel, Farathiana, and Lilica, teamed up to defeat the blood-stained hat in a brutal beating. It was a difficult foe for the protagonist's group to handle. Rufus, who knows the story, is aware of the blood-stained hat's existence. To encounter this enemy from the Alchemical Empire arc, which occurred 3 years before the current time in the northern Styria region of the kingdom, was something Rufus never anticipated. And even though Rufus knows of the blood-stained hat, there was no way to prepare for such a sudden encounter. As a typical magician, Rufus found the blood-stained hat to be his worst possible enemy. Section. Dark Wall. Rufus cast the Dark Wall without chanting and deflected the approaching knife. At the same time, a swarm of small shadow familiars, swordfish, attacked the blood-stained hat. The blood-stained hat narrowed his eyes as he saw the knife deflected by the Dark Wall. To be able to cast it in time, your magic deployment speed is quite fast. Good skills, he said with a slight grin. Despite his words, He dodged the approaching swarm of swordfish with minimal movement. He then closed in on the towering dark wall and slashed at it with the blade of his knife. Immediately after, the dark wall burst apart like a balloon popping, dispersing into mist. The knife easily destroyed the magic barrier. Rufus knew the trick behind this. The secret lay in the knife and the bloodstained hat's eyes. The knife that the bloodstained hat wielded was a special weapon made from the most magical conductive metal in the world, mithril. Even though the bloodstained hat had no magic power of his own, he possessed special eyes capable of directly seeing magic. Unlike humans, who can only sense magic, or Rufus, who reads magic formulas for information, the bloodstained hat could clearly see all aspects of magic. The circulating magical energy within a person's body, the preparation, construction, and deployment of spells, and the very framework of the magic itself. Because of this, he could slip his knife through the gaps in a magic barrier's formation or disrupt the subtle cracks in a magic formula to destroy the magic entirely. His eyes, which could see magic, and his mithril knife, which could interact with magic, combined with his delicate knife techniques to pierce the gaps in magical formations, made him capable of easily destroying magic. This ability allowed the bloodstained hat to become incredibly strong against mages. The fact that the swordfish were unable to hold him off and the dark wall was destroyed were all within Rufus's expectations. His goal was to lure the bloodstained hat beneath the dark wall. From the darkness at the bloodstained hat's feet, a waiting black sea dragon appeared, its mouth wide open. The bloodstained hat was immediately swallowed whole, but the next moment, the sea dragon, having swallowed him, was torn apart from the inside by a magic formula and exploded into mist. I can see everything, even what was hiding under the shadows. I didn't bother dodging because it was too much of a hassle. The bloodstained hat emerged casually from the remains of the shattered sea dragon. In response, Rufus conjured a dark scythe and raised it in his right hand, still holding the knife embedded in his palm. Rufus's slashed throat was covered by darkness, halting the bleeding temporarily and allowing him to use his hands. The dark scythe was swung down, and a massive black slash attacked the bloodstained hat, stopping the bleeding with dark magic. How clever. But with a wound that deep, it's just a drop in the bucket, isn't it? Without even being surprised by the approaching slash, the bloodstained hat murmured with a tone of both admiration and disbelief. He then raised his knife to respond. The slash was destroyed the moment it touched the knife and dispersed into mist. Rufus opened his eyes wide in shock. The bloodstained hat had responded to the slash speed, cutting through the magic within it and destroying the magic. Rufus had never expected him to be capable of such a feat. Sweat began to trickle down his forehead once more. The bloodstained hat grinned. I can see the panic in your eyes. Are you cornered now? Rufus glared at the bloodstained hat, who remained calm and threw a knife. It landed at Rufus's feet. Exclamation point. The knife pierced the ground near Rufus's feet, severing the magic formula he had been constructing, and his spell failed to activate. The broken magic was Shadow Traverse. Rufus had no escape route left. I told you, I can see it. You still look like you want to keep going, but you tried to escape with a teleportation spell when I wasn't looking. You're quite a clever mage. But to cast teleportation magic without chanting at your age, I must admit, I'm impressed. The bloodstained hat laughed merrily, and in response, Rufus, seemingly desperate, conjured a large number of magic circles behind him. What he was summoning were countless dark spears. However, one knife thrown by the bloodstained hat struck part of the magic formula, causing the entire array of magic circles to crack and shatter with a simple strike. Even with so many magic circles, there's only one path leading from you. I just need to cut it off. It's simple. Even as this was happening, blood continued to trickle down from Rufus's neck. Though the darkness was sealing the wound, it was too deep for the flow of blood to be fully stopped. Little by little, Rufus was losing blood. With every drop of blood that fell, Rufus's consciousness faded, and his vision grew blurry. He no longer responded in any meaningful way. Seeing this, the bloodstained hat tilted his head. Well, I suppose it's time. You tried to use teleportation, so there's no way you've got any tricks left, right? The bloodstained hat grinned and, holding 4 knives in each hand, threw all 8 knives at Rufus in quick succession. The knives flew at high speed, impossible to block or evade. In his blurry vision, blood flowing from his wounds, Rufus closed his eyes in a state of resignation. In that instant, Rufus felt a shock and was thrown to the floor. The impact wasn't from the knives. He opened his eyes. Before him was the face of Lilica Skyfield, who had thrown herself on top of Rufus to shield him. A drop of blood fell onto Rufus's cheek. It wasn't his own blood, it was Lilica's. Lilica was bleeding from her mouth. Looking closer, Rufus saw that several knives were deeply embedded in her back, one of which had pierced through her side. Why? Why is she here? Why did she help me? Why did she take this injury to protect me? Rufus, whose throat had been slashed, couldn't voice his questions. But perhaps from his expression, Lilica understood what he wanted to ask. She forced a pained smile despite the agony on her face. I was supposed to dodge more smoothly. Guess I messed up. Lilica smiled weakly, then sat up, wiping the blood from her mouth, and glared at the blood-stained hat. The blood-stained hat narrowed his eyes. I didn't do anything, so I left you alone, but to think you'd try to protect him. Does that action even have any meaning? The blood-stained hat couldn't understand Lilica's actions, risking her life to save the near-death Rufus, and tilted his head in confusion. Rufus's injuries were fatal. Unless he received high-level healing magic immediately or drank a high-grade potion, his life would soon end. Of course, the blood-stained hat had no intention of allowing either of those things to happen. To him, Lilica's act of shielding Rufus with her own body was simply going to add another corpse to the pile. From the blood-stained hat's perspective, it was incomprehensible. He had been aware of Lilica's presence in the room since the fight began. She had been using an extremely advanced form of stealth, with invisibility and magical power-blocking spells. It was a technique very close to the stealth barrier used on airships. While Rufus, relying on magical detection, hadn't noticed her, the blood-stained hat, who could directly perceive magic, had seen through her stealth without difficulty. In response to the blood-stained hat's question about the meaning of her actions, Lilica didn't answer. Instead, she explosively amplified her magical power. Twisted Tempest. What Lilica uttered was an advanced wind-based magic, cast with the interruption of the usual chant. At the moment the spell activated, the blood-stained hat finally showed signs of surprise and hesitation. The speed at which the magic was constructed and the brief interval before activation exceeded the blood-stained hat's expectations, preventing him from disrupting it. Before long, the room was filled with countless blades of air and howling winds. Twisted Tempest, a large-scale area-damaging spell, was condensed in the confined space of the room. High-density air and an overwhelming number of air blades raced through the room. TCH. The blood-stained hat clicked his tongue in irritation and, using a single knife, began to swat away the approaching air blades one by one. The unique characteristic of this spell was that each of the air blades carried an independent magic formula. The base magic circle was inscribed on Lilica's body. However, surrounding it, a vast number of air blades flew in a way that seemed to protect both Lilica and Rufus. If the blood-stained hat attempted to approach Lilica to cut through the main magic circle, he would have to face even more air blades. This type of magic was extremely troublesome for the blood-stained hat. However, despite this, the blood-stained hat could not be defeated. She likely wouldn't even be able to land a single wound. This magic, at best, would only serve to stall him. Lilica turned to face Rufus. Rufus, you need to run now. I'll handle him. Naturally, Rufus, whose throat had been slashed, couldn't respond. He could only glare at Lilica, as if in disbelief. Rufus's injuries were indeed fatal, but Lilica's wounds were just as deep. Lilica, who had taken several knives to her back, with one of them piercing through her side, was bleeding heavily. A pool of blood, indistinguishable as to whose it was, had formed beneath both her and Rufus. She had taken severe injuries while protecting Rufus. Even so, she insisted on facing the blood-stained hat, telling Rufus to escape. This was something Rufus could never accept. Above all, Lilica Skyfield was one of the forces of the protagonist faction that had killed Rufus countless times in the story. Rufus could never accept being saved by someone like her. If it meant owing a debt to the protagonist faction, Rufus would choose death without hesitation. The darkness that ran deep within Rufus made it seem, to others, like he was just being stubborn. From the depths of his heart, dark emotions surged, and Rufus glared at Lilica with eyes filled with murderous intent. Lilica exhaled, as if in exasperation. "What a scary face. I don't really like that look in your eyes, Rufus." Lilica muttered this, then continued speaking. "Of course, I'm not doing this for nothing. If I'm going to save your life, Rufus, you'll have to listen to my request." At Lilica's words, Rufus narrowed his eyes. Lilica continued, "I told you on the deck, I want you to cure Izene's illness. You said it was impossible, but that's not true. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to do it. But this is something only you can do, Rufus. No, only you can save her." With certainty, Lilica spoke, and Rufus frowned, confused. Lilica then, as if adding a final request, leaned her head on Rufus's shoulder. "Also, please help Sigil and the others. I'm sorry for asking so much, but I can't go to help them anymore." Lilica, touching the knife embedded in her abdomen, murmured with a lonely expression. It was a plea, a wish she wanted to fulfill even at the cost of her life. It was none other than the peace of the Scarlet Wind. Rufus listened, quietly exhaled. At present, there were many suspicious aspects about Lilica. Firstly, there was her inexplicable certainty that Rufus could cure his illness. Secondly, even Rufus could tell that Lilica possessed extraordinary magical skills. In the story, when Lilica first became a companion to the protagonist, she wasn't particularly skilled in magic. By the end of the story, she had learned various spells, but Rufus remembered that, in the beginning, she could hardly handle intermediate-level magic. Now, though the story hadn't even begun, she was casting advanced magic with chant-breaking. It was clearly strange. However, despite the suspicious points, her goal appeared to be the peace of the Scarlet Wind. Rufus thought for a moment, but even after considering everything, he couldn't bring himself to accept Lilica's request wholeheartedly. Instead, a simmering anger began to rise within him. Lilica, who had protected him from enemy attacks, even trying to get him to escape. This made Rufus feel as though he was being treated as inferior. It irritated him deeply, and that sense of being belittled struck a nerve. From the darkness of the floor, Rufus extended multiple dark arms. One of them grabbed a potion lying on the ground and tossed it to him, while the remaining dark arms immediately bound Lilica's limbs. Ha! Lilica, who seemed bewildered by the situation, stared blankly. Rufus, having grabbed the potion, forcibly twisted off its cap with one hand and shoved it into Lilica's mouth. At Rufus's sudden act of aggression, Lilica's eyes widened in surprise, but gradually, the wounds on her body began to heal, and the knife that had been lodged in her side fell out as the injury regenerated. At the same time, the dark arms that had restrained her released their grip. Seeing Lilica healed, Rufus smiled smugly, his expression full of confidence. Upon realizing that the substance in her mouth was a potion, Lilica glared at him with eyes full of fury. Freed, Lilica grabbed Rufus by the front of his shirt, pulling him close, and with a swift motion, returned the potion by exchanging it mouth-to-mouth with him. Rufus instinctively tried to pull away, but Lilica clung to him more tightly, preventing him from escaping. For a moment, Rufus resisted, but eventually, he gave up and swallowed the potion. Once she confirmed that he had consumed it, Lilica finally released him. The potion that was returned in this way was a small amount, but due to its high quality, its healing effects were immense. Although Rufus's throat wound wasn't completely healed, it had recovered enough for him to speak again. Lilica, now pulling away, still glared at him sharply. "You're an idiot." Her voice, colder than ever, was laced with clear anger, something Rufus had never seen from her before. "You used it even though you had to pick it up off the floor, which means you only had that one potion left, right? You should have used it on yourself. Why use it on me? You know, I only drank a little bit of it. Were you even listening to me? I asked you to save everyone, didn't I, Rufus Kuhn?" Each of her words was as sharp as a knife, laced with reproach, and Rufus, in response, glared back at her coldly. "You've been blabbering on, taking advantage of the fact that I can't speak. What's this about I'll deal with that man? You escape. I'll kill him. You, stay back. What? Are you stupid, Rufus-kun? Don't you realize by now you can't win against him? Or have you forgotten you would have died if I hadn't helped you? A vein popped in Rufus's forehead, his frustration palpable. Help me, you say? You're really laying it on thick. I helped you back in the ruins, didn't I? So now we're even. You're bringing that up now? How petty for a noble. And stop changing the subject. We were talking about how you can't beat Bloodstained Hat, weren't we? Don't underestimate me. Without the magic restrictions, that guy. As their argument escalated, Rufus suddenly coughed up blood. See? How are you supposed to? Lilica, who had been about to speak, also coughed up blood. Even though Rufus had consumed the potion, his throat wound had not completely healed, and darkness still protected the injury. Lilica, having consumed a small amount of the potion, had her surface wounds sealed, but her internal injuries were not fully healed. Both of them were vomiting blood as a result of pushing themselves to keep speaking. At that moment, the twisted tempest that had been in play came to an end. The blood-stained hat continued to cancel out the blades of air, and as the magical formations were gradually worn down, the duration of the twisted tempest was significantly shortened compared to normal. The raging winds stopped, and the flying blades of air vanished. In the half-destroyed, blood-stained bedroom, the blood-stained hat stood unscathed. Oh, I thought you two had run away. Do you both want to die that badly? The blood-stained hat stood, seemingly in exasperation. In reality, the blood-stained hat's job was to protect Jalan, not to kill. Naturally, he would swat away any fire sparks that came his way and had no intention of letting anyone escape, but if they managed to flee, he would accept it. As long as Jalan, the person under his protection, remained safe, there was no issue. However, Rufus and Lilica were proving to be quite formidable opponents, some of the most challenging he had faced. While he wasn't a battle-crazy individual, the blood-stained hat found himself oddly enjoying the fight. It's been a while since I've fought a mage with some real backbone. I hate blood, especially the blood of the weak, but yours looks delicious. His blood-red eyes narrowed, resembling a cat's, becoming the gaze of a predator. Neither Rufus nor Lilica was particularly fazed by the gaze. Ah, so it's come to this. You should just cast that magic again. Here we go with Rufus-kun's monster magic power talk. You know, that's an advanced spell, right? Normally, you can't just keep casting those like that. I see. Your magic is rather pathetic. What? Are you picking a fight? Lilica, veins bulging on her forehead, glared at Rufus, but he ignored her. Rufus spoke casually, and the blood-stained hat narrowed his eyes in response. Ah, so you drank the potion. I should have broken it earlier, I suppose. But well, it doesn't matter since you can still chant. With a confident smile, the blood-stained hat, holding a knife in one hand, stepped closer to them. Before he could close the distance, Rufus opened his mouth. Lightless world. What Rufus had unleashed was an high-tier magic with no offensive power, cast with an incantation discard. The speed at which it activated was abnormal, and even the blood-stained hat's sharp eyes couldn't track the formation fast enough. This meant that the spell couldn't be cancelled before it activated. Rufus deduced that with such speed, it wouldn't be neutralized. The blood-stained hat didn't even have the chance to ready himself before being enveloped in a dense darkness. Is this supposed to be a blinding spell? I don't think it's going to work on me. The blood-stained hat could see magic directly. Even in the darkness, his vision wasn't hindered, and he could clearly see the magic flowing within Rufus. For him, a magical blinding effect had no impact. However, Rufus had not cast Lightless World to blind him. The floor was filled with darkness, and the air thickened with a dark fog. This meant that the field was now the hunting ground of activated shadow familiars. Go! At Rufus's command, a variety of shadow familiars from the ocean, surrounded by the black mist, attacked the blood-stained hat. Meanwhile, dark orbs, which had been deployed in all directions, were launched toward him. Yet, all of the dark orbs were either dodged or destroyed, and the shadow familiars were quickly obliterated as their magic formations were torn apart. Rufus could feel this as he watched. Despite the relentless onslaught, the bloodstained hat didn't stop moving and continued closing the distance toward Rufus. Even after all of this, it was nothing like the hindrance created by Lilica's twisted tempest. Is this not enough? It's impossible, Rufus cooed. You can't win with what you've got now. Stop being stubborn and just escape. Lilica tugged at the hem of Rufus's cloak. Rufus looked at her with suspicion. With my current strength, I can't win, is that it? What a peculiar way of putting it. It's almost as if you know more than you're letting on. Lilica responded with silence. Rufus stared at her, analyzing her. I'll have you explain everything later. Lilica Skyfield. Lilica smiled as if she had resigned herself. Sure, later. Rufus Ray Lightless. As they spoke, the bloodstained hat suddenly appeared, emerging from the dark fog and charging at Rufus with a knife drawn. Having a little chat, are we? You're making me feel left out. Let me join in. Rufus responded with a battle-hungry grin. How rude to interrupt the conversation of the young. Bloodstained hat, no, Stroa Endwalker. Stroa Endwalker. It was the name of the bloodstained hat that Rufus had learned over the course of the story. It was a name no one had called him for centuries. To hear that name called out was enough to shake the bloodstained hat's composure. Where did you hear that name? The bloodstained hat, suddenly called by his true name, widened his eyes in shock. It was the first time Rufus had seen the bloodstained hat show any sign of vulnerability. Seizing this opening, a massive tentacle from Strath, appearing from Rufus's feet, attacked the bloodstained hat. The bloodstained hat was blown away after taking the full force of the attack. However, as soon as contact was made, the tentacle was destroyed, and Strath itself, lurking within the shadows, was shattered and dissipated. The shadow familiars could be repaired by their magic after their formations were destroyed, but with their structures damaged, they couldn't be revived immediately. Due to the bloodstained hat's interference, the number of shadow familiars Rufus controlled had been significantly reduced. Reusing them in this battle was no longer an option. Rufus had been reflecting on a particular phrase since speaking with Lilica. With my current strength, I can't win. What exactly did current mean? Did it imply that in the future, Rufus would be able to win, or was it suggesting that he couldn't win as he was now? Or was there some other meaning behind it? Rufus, recalling his previous battles with the bloodstained hat, urged his blooded and exhausted mind to think as he reflected. With his shadow familiars being destroyed, Rufus knew that no existing magic could kill the bloodstained hat. However, it had been proven that with enough attacks, he could at least delay him, even if not kill him outright. Lilica's wide-area destruction magic had demonstrated an exceptional number of attacks. There was no magic in the darkness attribute that could match that kind of quantity. Rufus knew that with his current abilities, defeating the bloodstained hat was impossible. And so, he arrived at a conclusion. Rejoice, Stroa. This is a magic created just for you. It was the creation of a new spell. If existing magic couldn't kill, then he would create a magic that could. It was a simple yet reckless idea in Rufus's mind. The creation of a completely new magic, on the spot, something that was impossible for ordinary people to even think of. However, it was made possible through Rufus's inexhaustible magical power, his outstanding magical sense, and the training he had undergone over the years. This new magic was born solely for the purpose of killing the bloodstained hat. From Rufus's body, a high concentration of dark magical energy poured out. Your very own magic. With the bloodstained hat narrowing his eyes, Rufus cast his spell. The abyss darker than darkness. The spell was activated by Rufus, but nothing happened. There was no formation for the spell's structure, nor was there any magic circle in sight. The bloodstained hat scanned the area with his magical sight, but could not detect any sign of the spell, despite looking all around. Neither near Rufus, nor near Lilica, nor around the bloodstained hat himself could any trace of magic be sensed. The bloodstained hat, thinking it might be a bluff, stared at Rufus. Rufus smiled. What's this? Waiting patiently for your death. If you don't kill me now, you'll never have a chance again. What? Ah, too bad, time's up. Rufus dramatically shrugged. Suddenly, The bloodstained hat looked down, as if noticing something. His face twisted in disbelief. What is this? From deep below, beneath the mansion's basement, a massive entity was rapidly approaching. The bloodstained hat's magical vision caught the movement, and his eyes widened in realization. With a sudden motion, the bloodstained hat looked up and, knife in hand, charged toward Rufus. The speed was beyond human comprehension, too fast for even Rufus's sharp eyes to follow. Instantly, Rufus summoned multiple layers of dark barriers. The bloodstained hat tore through these barriers, pushing forward to claim Rufus's life. Just as the knife was about to reach Rufus's throat, a massive, dark presence that had risen from the depths of the earth appeared, swallowing both the bloodstained hat and half of the mansion in one swift motion. Section. The bloodstained hat's magical eye is a special one that allows him to directly see magical power. This means that, in addition to his normal sight, which sees the world through the reflection of light, he has a second vision that perceives the world of magic. These two forms of sight are independent of each other, yet both appear simultaneously in his view. For example, he cannot visually see what lies beyond a wall, but if there is a person with magical power on the other side, he can see through it with his magical sight. Those without magic cannot see this, making it essentially a form of X-ray vision. In addition to his magical sight, the bloodstained hat was also born with the ability to see through the darkness as if it were daylight. Thus, the bloodstained hat was encountering something for the first time, true darkness. He could not comprehend it. He was swallowed by something massive, a fact he understood. However, even if he were to fall into its stomach, the bloodstained hat could usually see through any darkness thanks to his night vision. Yet, in the darkness that stretched beyond his vision, where he should have been able to see Rufus and Lilica through his magical sight, he saw nothing. There was nothing. The only thing visible was the dark footing beneath him. The surrounding area was swallowed by darkness, and he could not see any spell formations within the dark. But then, the bloodstained hat felt something strange and focused his eyes. Ha! The spell formations were so fine and numerous that he couldn't even recognize them as spells at first. They were intricately woven together, covering the ground like a finely crafted tapestry, forming a dense black mass. Could it be all of this? The bloodstained hat looked around at the surrounding darkness, trembling in fear. This was, in fact, darkness created by an overwhelming number of spells. Such nonsense. In the midst of this dark void, he finally saw a clear spell formation. It was at his feet. The structure and activation were so quick that the bloodstained hat immediately jumped back. Just as he did, a dark spear shot up from where his feet had been. A step too slow, and he would have been impaled. And thanks to his magical sight, the bloodstained hat understood. The same spell formation that formed the spear had been deployed in countless numbers, aiming at him from all directions. The speed of activation was such that it wouldn't be too difficult to destroy the spells before they activated. However, there were far too many of them. The knives he had on hand would never be enough to destroy them all. Thus, he would have to fight back directly with his knives. But the spear's spell formations increased in number over time. I see. Your own magic, right? This certainly could kill me. Despite hinting at his own death with those words, the bloodstained hat grinned widely, his mouth stretching so much that his cheeks split. Over 100 spears had already been deployed, and all of them simultaneously attacked the bloodstained hat. Chapter 3. Repeat. A black dome-like entity emerged from the ground, swallowing half of the mansion. It was the creation of Rufus, the abyss darker than darkness. Since it was conjured using makeshift magic, its rank was undetermined, but if one had to classify it, it would be of the high tier variety. The amount of magical power it consumed was immense, surpassing even ancient magic. The shape of the abyss darker than darkness was simple, a massive rounded body with no eyes or nose, only a mouth meant for devouring its prey. Half of its colossal body was underground, and from the side, it appeared as a true dark dome. Although it had a biological means of attack, as it consumed its prey, the abyss darker than darkness was still ultimately a magical construct, unlike shadow familiars or summoned magic. End of the line, Rufus said nonchalantly as he gazed at the still present, the abyss darker than darkness. It's not going to break out again, is it? Lilica asked skeptically, still sitting on the ground. Rufus chuckled at her question. No chance. Inside it, there are thousands of spells being unleashed in every direction. A knife won't be able to handle it. He added, almost as an afterthought. Even if it somehow survives, and if it's miraculously unharmed, we'd be in a bind. That sounds like you're just preparing for it to be broken, though. Lilica muttered anxiously. As the magic inside the abyss darker than darkness finished its release, the massive black body seemed to melt into the air, disappearing entirely. Nothing remained of what it had consumed. The floor of the bedroom, no, the entire mansion, was carved out in a circular shape, as if it had been swallowed whole. Naturally, the figure of the blood-stained hat was nowhere to be found. We really did defeat it, right? Lilica said with wide eyes, her voice filled with surprise. Is it really that surprising? Or would you have preferred I lost? Rufus replied. Of course not. Lilica, still unsteady, stood up and peered down through the hole in the floor. The mansion had been stripped down to the ground beneath, and she could see the hollowed-out underground prison below. Wow. That thing ate all the way down to the basement, she said with a dry chuckle. Rufus stared at her. Now then, it's time for you to talk. At Rufus's words, Lilica tilted her head and smiled. I said later, but I didn't say now, she teased. Don't mess with me, you brat. With a murderous aura, Rufus glared at her. In response, Lilica immediately raised both hands in a surrender pose. It's a joke, a joke. Don't make such a scary face, she said. The moonlight reflected off her golden hair, which shimmered softly in the wind. Sighing, Lilica lowered her gaze slightly, then turned back to face Rufus. Rufus Kuhn, you're kind, aren't you? Ha! What's this all of a sudden? Rufus frowned in confusion, but Lilica didn't mind. Instead, she pointed towards the hole in the floor. For example, if the wind blew and I fell from here, would you come to my rescue, Rufus Kuhn? What's with that scenario? Are you trying to distract me with nonsense? Before Rufus could finish speaking, a sudden gust of wind blew fiercely. Lilica's body was pushed by the wind, sending her tumbling towards the edge of the floor. The unexpected wind seemed almost like a reenactment of Lilica's hypothetical scenario. The mansion had 3 floors, and beneath it, the abyss darker than darkness had devoured everything, leaving a straight drop down to the underground prison. If one were to fall from this height, survival was almost impossible. Damn it. Rufus clicked his tongue and leaped after Lilica. Immediately, multiple dark arms extended from within his cloak, catching Lilica mid-fall and pulling her toward him. What do you think you're doing, falling like that? Are you trying to die, you fool? Oh, you came to save me. You really are kind, Rufus Kuhn, Lilica said with a grin, wrapping her arms around him as they continued to fall. Are you trying to die with me or something? Rufus summoned a large dark arm to create a foothold in the air, but Lilica tightened her embrace and smiled, stopping him. You don't need to do anything. It's okay. Embrace of the wind. A gentle breeze enveloped both Lilica and Rufus, as she activated a wind-based mid-tier defensive magic using spell cancellation, absorbing the impact from their fall. Soon, they landed in the underground prison, the shock absorbed by the wind, allowing them to land softly. See? I told you it was fine. Enough. Let go. How long are you going to keep clinging to me? Rufus glared at Lilica with irritation, and she obediently released him, saying, All right. The wind just now wasn't a coincidence. Why did you come to the basement? What's your goal? The gust that sent Lilica falling seemed too well timed to be mere chance. Lilica shrugged her shoulders in response to Rufus's glare. Goal? It's nothing that big. Apparently, Sigil Neeson and the others are on the floor below. You know, you don't like interruptions in the middle of a conversation, right? Rufus squinted at the mention of Sigil's rescue. This was something Rufus didn't know, and by extension, Lilica couldn't have known it either, as she had been using stealth magic to follow him. However, earlier, Lilica had peeked down through the hole in the floor. If she had seen Sigil and the others on the lower floor, her explanation made sense. But even so, the phrasing apparently Sigil and the others were down there sounded as though she had heard it from someone, which deepened Rufus's suspicion. Nevertheless, Lilica didn't seem concerned with Rufus's doubts, and she sat down on a nearby pile of rubble, patting the space next to her. Come on, Rufus-kun, sit down. This is going to be a long conversation, right? You want to hear it, don't you? I don't feel the need to sit. I'll listen here. I wish I had something to lean on. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to lend me their shoulder? Lilica said theatrically, and Rufus shot her a cold glare. After a brief moment of staring at each other, Lilica pretended to press her side, letting out an exaggerated sigh. The wound I got when I protected you, Rufus-kun, really hurts. You've got some nerve. Whatever, I'll listen to your story. Rufus grumbled irritably as he sat down next to Lilica. She chuckled softly and rested her head on his right shoulder. After a brief silence, Lilica finally spoke. Before we talk, there's one thing I want to ask you, Rufus-kun. Why ask now? You know, Rufus-kun, you're surprisingly kind, aren't you? You saved my life back in the ruins, and just now, you gave me your only potion. And now, you fell with me to save me from the wind. Wasn't there something you wanted to ask? Lilica met Rufus's glare with her own, then her smile faded as she spoke with calm precision. Then why did you become one of the 4 heavenly kings? Tell me, Shadow Wolf Rufus. For a moment, Rufus's eyes widened in surprise at Lilica's flat tone, before he glared at her fiercely. Section. A little while earlier, 5 men were running down the hallway of the Gillian mansion. Hawk, Kay, Dan, along with Valm, who had joined them, and Sigil, who had been successfully rescued from the underground prison. The trio of Hawk, Kay, and Dan, who had been knocked unconscious by the bloodstained hat, were roused by Valm, who had caught up after defeating the Sword Saint, Eric, and had been pursuing them. Together, the 4 continued their search through the mansion while keeping an eye out for the bloodstained hat, and eventually discovered the underground prison where Sigil was held. The magically enchanted iron bars and chains of the prison were easily unlocked by Hawk using his lockpicking skills and the items he had on hand. For a member of the Scarlet Wind who frequently explored ruins and dungeons, unlocking enchanted keys was routine. However, the task of lockpicking and solving such puzzles was mostly handled by Hawk. While Elma and Lilica could manage as well, the other men, besides Hawk, tended to think more with their muscles than their brains, and thus couldn't handle such tasks. Hawk swiftly unlocked the bars and chains, freeing Sigil. Having achieved their goal of rescuing Sigil, the group quickly resumed their escape, running down the hallway. It was just after this when the incident occurred. Valm, sensing something unusual, grabbed Kay by the neck and yanked him backward, throwing him behind him. Kay tumbled as he was suddenly grabbed and thrown by Valm. The other 3 men stopped, startled by his unexpected action. Get back. Now, Valm shouted, and he too leapt backward. At his urgency, the others quickly followed suit, retreating. Just moments after, the area where the 5 of them had been standing was consumed by a wall of darkness that suddenly appeared. A wall of darkness, as if the mansion itself were being eaten away, created by Rufus's the abyss darker than darkness. Valm narrowed his eyes, while the others turned pale. Valm glanced at Kay, who had been thrown and rolled to the ground. Sorry. Are you injured? Don't apologize. You're actually my lifesaver. Kay stood up and patted Valm's shoulder, who had apologized. Valm, right? How did you know? Sigil, with a grimace on his face, glanced at the wall of darkness that now blocked the passage. Ah, well, I sensed it. Valm said, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the magic emanating from the dark wall. This magic. It's Rufus. Damn, that was close, almost died. Next time I see him, I'll be sure to give him a piece of my mind, Valm decided. Just as he thought this, the dark wall slowly dissolved as if it were melting. The mansion, which should have been beyond it, was now completely gone, as though it had been hollowed out. Seriously, if we'd been caught in that, we would have been dead. That was dangerous. Hawk and Dan grimaced as they looked at the mansion that had disappeared as if it had been hollowed out. Suddenly, Valm felt a slight shift in the air and turned around. Naturally, no one was there, but upon a closer look, he saw a drop of blood on the floor, blood that hadn't been there moments ago. Valm narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly. Sorry, I have something I need to do. You all go ahead and escape. Valm said only that, not waiting for a response, and dashed off. Hey, wait. The others turned around in surprise, and Sigil called out, though it was a little too late. By then, Valm had already disappeared from view. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and, after a brief moment, decided to follow their original plan and leave the mansion. Hawk glanced at the vanished dark wall and the bloodstain Valm had noticed earlier, letting out a short sigh. Damn it, Rufus, Valm, and now Lilika's gone too. Why do kids these days like acting solo so much? Are we really that unreliable? It was a small question, whispered to no one in particular. Hawk gave a self-deprecating laugh. Unreliable, huh? Well, with this sorry state. His grip on his magical gun tightened. What's up, Hawk? Let's get going. Yeah. Sorry. Called by Sigil, Hawk pushed up his round-framed glasses and quickly caught up with the 3 who had already started walking. He kept the uneasy feeling in his heart, thinking to himself that they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Section. So, you truly are. Rufus, filled with killing intent, instinctively tried to create a dark ball with his right hand. However, Lilika, without showing any signs of panic, stopped Rufus by gripping his hand before he could activate the magic. Don't look so scary. I'm not going to attack. Besides, didn't we agree to talk? Lilika, with her head resting on Rufus's shoulder, spoke in a calm tone. Rufus, disarmed by her calm demeanor, exhaled lightly. Since when? That was the question. Since when had she known the events of the story, the events that were yet to come? Knowing that Rufus had been one of the 4 heavenly kings and carried the title of Shadow Wolf meant that Lilika, like Rufus, had seen the dreams of the story. Lilika answered without hesitation. About 3 months ago, I suppose. 3 months ago. This coincided with the time when Rufus had started having the same dreams of the story. So that means your reaction back then was an act. Impressive. Rufus sighed deeply. That moment, just a few days ago on the deck of the airship. Rufus had suspected that Lilika knew about the future and had interrogated her. At that time, her completely unaware response hadn't seemed like an act, so Rufus had let go of his suspicion. Lilika laughed. Ahaha, I was actually really panicked inside. And to be honest, I was also wondering if Rufus Kuhn knew about the future at that point. But well, you were the one who immediately spilled the beans with your questioning. Lilika giggled. Back then, Rufus had tried to stir up Lilika's emotions by casually dropping fragments of information about the future, watching her reactions. However, since she had managed to handle it with such an act, it could be said that Rufus had just ended up revealing more than he intended. So I've been played right into your hands. That's frustrating. Rufus spat out the words grumpily, but Lilika just smiled and pressed her body closer to his. Come on, I was pretty desperate too, you know? I had to pretend to be a troublesome girl who thought I was being flirted with, just so I wouldn't get interrogated any further. Ah. Yeah, that was definitely troublesome. Rufus sighed in recollection. Lilika chuckled again as she saw his expression. But I still don't get it. If you knew the future, why did you approach me? Even though their meeting at the Tomb of the First had been a near-accidental encounter, ever since then, Lilika had acted almost as if she were growing attached to Rufus. She also seemed unwilling to leave his side. At first, Rufus had assumed it was merely the gratitude from having saved her life, but if Lilika knew the future, things would change. After all, in the story, Rufus had been the enemy of humanity, a 4 heavenly king serving the 2nd demon king who bared his fangs at the kingdom. It was unnatural in every way for someone to try to get close to such an enemy. Lilika lowered her gaze softly and answered, That's because it was necessary for my wish. A wish. You already know, don't you? I've said it many times. I want to save my sister, Izoni, who is sick. The only one who can treat her is Rufus Kuhn. As Lilika spoke calmly, Rufus furrowed his brow. I still don't understand. What wish? And who told you that information? Who? Well, the wind god, one of the 6 gods. Ha! Suddenly, the word god slipped from Lilika's mouth, and Rufus let out a bewildered exclamation. He couldn't comprehend what she was implying. The 6 gods referred to the 6 deities of the state religion in the kingdom, each corresponding to one of the 6 magic elements: light, darkness, fire, water, wind, and earth. The wind god was indeed one of the 6 gods, the one who ruled over the wind. But could it be that one of the 6 gods had specifically chosen to impart future knowledge to Lilica? It sounded absurd. However, Lilica didn't seem to be joking, and Rufus racked his brain in confusion. Seeing his reaction, Lilica also raised an eyebrow in suspicion. What? I told you, the wind god, one of the 6 gods. Didn't you meet him after you died, Rufus Kuan? I was with the wind god, but you were probably with dark god or something, right? Wait, what are you talking about? After I died? Are you talking about a dream? No, I'm talking about the last time. Rufus Kuan, you were defeated by us, right? After that, before everything got reset, didn't you meet someone? Last time? Reset? The conversation between Rufus and Lilica wasn't matching up. Lilica stared at Rufus intently. Could it be that Rufus Kuan doesn't remember the last time? At Lilica's question, Rufus narrowed his eyes. It seems that even though we both know the future, the way we arrived at that knowledge is vastly different. It seems so. Shall I start from the beginning? Lilica exhaled lightly and, with a slight pause, said, It's going to take a bit of time, okay? She then began to explain her story. Section. The way Lilica Skyfield came to know the future was vastly different from the dream Rufus had. Rufus, who saw the future from the perspective of the protagonist Abel, referred to it as a story. In contrast, the knowledge of the future Lilica knew was based on her own personal experiences. In a sense, Lilica was living her second life. In her first life, she had been one of the heroines, a sky pirate named Lilica, and had shared adventures with the protagonist Abel, living out her predetermined fate. Lilica's first life ended when she was in her mid-20s, several years after the completion of the story's 5 chapters. It ended with the world's destruction. The final chapter Rufus saw involved the resurrection of the main antagonist, the Dark God, and the fight between the human race and the Dark God, with various nations joining forces in a desperate battle for humanity's survival. After great sacrifices, the protagonist and the heroines led humanity to victory. This was the conclusion Rufus witnessed. However, what Lilica experienced was the story after the final chapter. The Dark God was defeated but not destroyed, and as a result, the world came to an end. After her death, Lilica met the Wind God, one of the 6 gods. The being who appeared and identified themselves as the Wind God was a girl who closely resembled an elf, a race long believed to be extinct, now a mere fairy tale. The Wind God spoke, I will now begin the restoration of this world. Lilica, I want you to seek a future where the world does not end, as my apostle. In return, I will help fulfill one of your wishes. The Wind God also spoke of other apostles chosen by the 6 gods. Each of the 6 gods had selected their own apostle. This meant that, in the restored world, there would be 6 individuals who had received guidance from the gods, including Lilica. These apostles were essential to ensuring the Dark God would be destroyed, and none could be missing. After finishing their words, the Wind God asked Lilica again, Do you have a wish? I want to save my Izoni-san. Lilica had grown up aboard an airship, always looking up to her sister Iz. But Iz had fallen ill, and there was nothing Lilica could do to ease her suffering. All Lilica could do was watch as her sister passed away in agony. That regret had pierced her heart and remained there ever since. Lilica wished for her sister to find peace. In response, the Wind God said, I cannot directly heal her illness. Hearing this, Lilica fell into despair. But the Wind God continued, However, I can show you a path. The Wind God revealed the first piece of guidance. If there was anyone who could potentially heal her illness, it was Rufus Ray Lightless. After hearing those words, Lilica's consciousness faded, and when she regained awareness, she found herself 3 months in the past, back where she had been. That was everything Lilica Skyfield had experienced. Section. The reversal of time, and the Wind God specifically mentioning me. Hearing Lilica's story, Rufus pondered. What Lilica had spoken of seemed almost too incredible to believe. However, Rufus himself had seen the future in his dreams, and on top of that, he had experienced being killed millions of times, a fact too significant to ignore. Given his own experiences, Rufus couldn't dismiss Lilika's words as absurd. Moreover, if what Lilika said was true, it would explain the strange actions she had taken up until now. At that moment, Lilika suddenly spoke again as if recalling something. "Oh, by the way, I met the Dark God too." "What?" Lilika, who claimed to have met the second of the 6 gods, made Rufus frown. "You know, back on the deck, when I suddenly lost consciousness," she continued. "You mean when you said you were just taking a nap? It certainly seemed like you were in a daze, but you lost consciousness." "Yeah, well, at that time, everything suddenly turned pitch black, and when I came to, there was this person in front of me, all dressed in black." "That was the Dark God?" Lilika nodded. "Unlike the Wind God, they didn't introduce themselves as such, but I just had this instinctive feeling. Their gaze was really terrifying, unlike the Wind God. Their aura was a bit like the Rufus I knew when you were one of the 4 heavenly kings. The Wind God, and now the Dark God. So, why did the Dark God appear before you?" "Well, the Dark God said this to me." Lilika paused for a moment before continuing. "There's a Stroa Endwalker here. Right now, Rufus won't be able to do anything and will just be killed." "That's right, it was a divine revelation." Rufus frowned, veins showing on his forehead. "So, I would be killed without being able to put up a fight, right?" "Well, honestly, you would have died if I hadn't been there." Lilika gave him a sideways glance with half-closed eyes, and Rufus snorted in response. "Now I understand why you acted so strangely on the deck." Lilika had tried to stop Rufus from going down to the Gillian estate. As a result, her unnatural behavior at that moment made Rufus suspicious, and he pushed her off, going down anyway. Rufus smirked as he recalled the situation. "So, you wanted me to stay because you wanted me to treat his? That's a bit much, don't you think?" "Well, it couldn't be helped, it was sudden." "Would you have stayed if I said I had a divine message?" "There's no way I would stay. I'd just laugh it off." "Chempich." Lilika puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Rufus tilted his head. "Then, the unnatural winds that occasionally blew around you, what was that?" "Ah, that was the Wind God's guidance. Sometimes, it would blow, and when I was in trouble, it would give me a hint. Like earlier, it told me that Sigil Neeson and the others were nearby. And conveniently, the wind helped push you off." "Exactly." Lilika flashed a grin. As Rufus thought about the winds blowing around the dazed Lilika on the deck, he realized that they were likely meant to prevent her conversation with the Dark God from being interrupted. Rufus nodded to himself, understanding. Lilika then slowly stood up, bending forward to peer into Rufus's face as he sat. "All right, that's the end of my story. I have no intention of being hostile. In fact, I'd like you to help me. So, I ask this of you." Lilika took Rufus's hand, then knelt on one knee before him. "Please help me save Izoni-san." "Helping, what exactly? I don't even know how to cure a disease." "Of course, we'll find a way. We will definitely find it. But for that, I need your help when the time comes." "What if the Wind God is lying?" "I don't know. But last time, no matter what I did, I couldn't save Izoni-san. So now, I have no choice but to rely on the Wind God." Lilika smiled faintly, somewhere between sadness and resolve. After a brief silence, Rufus sighed. "Fine. I'll help as much as I can. As long as you're not being hostile, that is." "Really? Thank you." Overcome with joy, Lilika attempted to hug him, but Rufus stopped her by holding his hand out to keep her at bay. "Don't hug me." "What? We were sticking so close just a moment ago. Why the sudden change?" "I said, not until we're done talking." Lilika pouted, muttering TCH, but she obediently pulled away. At that moment, they heard a voice calling from below. "Oh, Lilika, you there?" It was Sigil's voice. "Oh, my ride's here." Lilika looked up and shouted in response, making sure her voice reached the ground. "I'm here. Sigil me, you're okay, right? I'll be up in a minute, so wait for me." Her overly casual remark about Sigil being okay made Rufus snort. Just then, a beam of light shone from above. It was the sunlight, signaling the dawn. Whoa, it's already dawn? Rufus-kun, hurry up. It'll be a hassle if the guards show up. Lilica climbed onto some rubble, waving at Rufus. Her light brown hair, illuminated by the morning sunlight, glowed yellow. As Rufus saw this, a certain flower came to mind. Yellow lilies. False cheer, huh? False cheer and deceit, the meanings of the yellow lily flower. It seemed to perfectly describe Lilica Skyfield, and Rufus couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Hearing his muttered words, Lilica blushed slightly, flustered. What's with Lily all of a sudden? Why that nickname? Who knows? Hey, now I'm curious. Why that? Rufus-kun, you're not usually the type for that. Lilica jumped down from the rubble and closed the distance to Rufus, demanding answers. Rufus stood up without paying her any mind. Then, suddenly, Rufus collapsed, crumbling to his knees. Rufus-kun, Lilica rushed to him, pulling him into her arms. As she did, she noticed her hands were covered in blood. Exclamation point. When Rufus looked down, he saw a pool of blood where he had been sitting. After drinking the potion, the wound on his throat had healed enough for him to speak, but it hadn't fully recovered. The wound was still covered by the dark power, which had stopped the bleeding, but it was only partially effective. Even so, blood continued to seep out slowly. Rufus had lost too much blood and couldn't muster enough strength, so he leaned against Lilica, his voice barely a whisper. Your story took too long. I am sorry. I get it, so don't talk anymore. You can't die before we save Izoni-san, Rufus-kun. Lilica, the guards are gathering. Hurry up. Sigel's voice called out from above. Sigelne, come down right now. Rufus-kun is. Lilica shouted in a panic, her voice rising in pitch. Rufus, held in her arms, furrowed his brow in annoyance at her shrill cries echoing in his ear. Section. In a desolate, abandoned church on the outskirts of the town, far from the Gillian estate, sat a golden-haired boy with curly hair. Valm. I never imagined I'd end up chasing them all the way out here. They're quick to run. Valm muttered with a tone of exasperation. His gaze rested on the 6 towering columns representing the 6 gods on the altar and the massive wooden cross symbolizing the kingdom's honored light. At the center of the colossal cross, which loomed high enough to make one crane their neck, was a man in a tattered, dark red coat, impaled through the shoulder by a spear, pinned in place. The spear crackled with lightning, sending jolts of electricity through the man's body, rendering him unable to move as he remained crucified. His left arm was missing, and his pale skin was stained with his own blood. The man, now stripped of the very hat that gave him his infamous name, the blood-stained hat, was coughing up blood as he smiled and whispered, I wish you'd have some mercy. I was just hired by Gillian. Can't you let me go? You ran from Rufus' magic, didn't you? Your life is in Rufus' hands, not mine. If you're begging for mercy, do it to Rufus, not me. The blood-stained hat sighed. A one-armed sorcerer. Rufus, was it? How troublesome. He doesn't seem like someone who shows mercy. Just then, sunlight streamed through the church's broken window. Dawn, huh? It's been one long night. Suppressing a yawn, Valm gazed at the morning sun. With a sigh, he reflected, so now I'm a fugitive too. Section. At the outskirts of the ruined Gillian estate, which was half destroyed and nearly hollowed out, 4 individuals, Sigil, Hawk, Lilica, and Rufus, were surrounded by a number of knights. The knight's armor was adorned with the griffin crest of the Styria family, symbolizing the kingdom's honor. Rufus, unable to move due to his heavy blood loss, was helped by Sigil and Hawk, who had come down at Lilica's call and managed to bring him to the ground. Afterward, due to excessive bleeding, Rufus could not move freely and was carried by Sigil. Together with Hawk and Lilica, they exited the mansion. However, by then, the knights, having noticed the disturbance at the Gillian estate, surrounded them. Meanwhile, Dan had returned to the airship earlier to treat his wounds, and Kay accompanied him, so they were not present. Surrounded by the knights, Sigil's face tightened. What should we do? Can we break through? Sigil, why are you always thinking with your muscles first? Hawk, exasperated, observed as Sigil gripped the hilt of his sword. So, what do you suggest? With so many knights around, we can't use teleport now. Teleport was a feature of the airship, allowing it to teleport objects from the ground into the ship, even while it was in the air. While incredibly useful, it had many restrictions. The destination couldn't be specified with precision, so in cases like this, where enemies were nearby, there was a risk of unintentionally bringing the enemies into the ship as well. Therefore, teleport could not be used under these circumstances. Hawk put his hand into his pocket, tightly clutching a flash crystal. All right, here's the plan. I'm going to blind them. While the knights are dazed, Lilica and I will make a path. Can you do it, Lilica? Of course. I'll fire off some flashy magic. Lilica gave a thumbs up. Sigil, don't drop Rufus. He's our benefactor, remember? I know. Just as Hawk was about to throw the flash crystal from his pocket, the surrounding knights suddenly parted, creating a path. Ha! Taken aback, Hawk stood still, holding the flash crystal. As the knights made way, a man walked through, and Hawk's face twisted in surprise. There stood a man with long crimson hair and a crimson coat to match, the sword Saint Eric. When they had encountered him at the mansion, even with all three of them together, they hadn't been able to land a single hit on him. Damn, this is bad. One of the big shots showed up. Hawk, feeling a rising sense of danger, quickly drew his magic gun and aimed it at Eric. However, Eric shrugged his shoulders and raised both hands. I apologize, but would you lower your gun? I have no intention of fighting. Ha! What the hell are you trying to pull? As Hawk regarded him with suspicion, Eric pulled a potion from his pocket and threw it toward Lilica. Wait! Lilica exclaimed, catching the potion in a hurry. I couldn't accept the kindness from my subordinate, but I never expected it to be useful, Eric muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the pale-faced Rufus. Give this to Rufus Ray Lightless. I would be grateful if he acknowledges the favor. At Eric's words, Lilica nodded and brought the potion to Rufus's mouth. Hawk, not lowering his gun from Eric, stared at him with suspicion. What's your aim? No ulterior motives, Eric replied. This is simply a political calculation. It's nothing but an ulterior motive, Hawk retorted. That's what politics is. Though I personally chose the path of martial arts because I dislike it. As Eric shrugged, the knights began to part again. A group of mounted knights in white armor appeared. Their banners displayed the griffin crest of the Styria family, the family crest of Styria. Unlike regular knights, these warriors were the White Phoenix Knights, the elite fighting force of the Styria family. Leading them was a tall man with platinum blonde hair, slicked back in an all-back style. He was the current head of the Styria border family, responsible for the northern kingdom's borders, the Count of Styria, Adler Idea Styria. Adler looked down from his horse at the half-destroyed Gillian estate, Rufus and the others surrounded by knights, and finally locked eyes with Eric. What is the meaning of this? Why did I send you here? Eric. Confronted with Adler's clear anger, Eric only shrugged his shoulders. My apologies, I failed to meet your expectations. Gillian is safe, I trust. Gillian is missing. We are searching for him, but given the state of the estate, it's hard to say. Eric's hint that Gillian might be dead made Adler frown, his face flushing with rage. Don't joke around. What will we do for Styria without him? Adler's voice rang out with fury. His eyes then shifted to Rufus, who was being carried by Sigil. That black hair, resembling the darkness. That must be the lightless young man reported on. You've really done it now. How dare you trample on our Styria territory like this? Hearing those words, Rufus' forehead twitched with anger. Though the blood he lost could not be regained, the potion Eric had given him earlier allowed him to recover enough to move. With a sharp let go, Rufus flung himself off Sigil's back. The sudden movement nearly caused Sigil to topple forward, but Hawk caught him. Ignoring the reproachful looks from Sigil and Hawk, Rufus glared at Adler from the ground. Adler narrowed his eyes. Such audacity in your gaze. It reminds me of your father when he was young. Do you even understand what you've done, boy? Destroying my prison tower, attacking important figures. The damage is immense. How do you plan to make amends for this? Rufus lifted the corners of his mouth, grinning aggressively. You are the ones who have belittled the lightless family, Styria. First, lower your head and apologize. We can talk after that. I've heard of your magical prowess, but it seems you never learned proper manners from your father. You were the one who lacked manners first, Styria. What did you say? Tension filled the air between Adler and Rufus, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Eric, unable to bear the scene, covered his face with his hand, wondering if Rufus was truly going to escalate things with Styria. In the midst of the charged atmosphere, suddenly a black bird flew out from the shadow at Rufus' feet. The bird, with countless bulging eyes, was a familiar of Rufus' father, a shadowbound creature. Rufus widened his eyes in surprise. Why was it here? The black bird let out a shrill cry as it flew upward, landing on the half-destroyed roof of the Gillian estate. A magic circle appeared there, glowing with a dark aura, and from it emerged 3 figures. The first was a man with black hair, draped in a dark coat, his chilling eyes capable of freezing anyone who looked at him. He was Rufus' father, the current head of the Lightless family, Ruden's Ray Lightless. Following him were Alba, the leader of the Dark Knights, and Eureka. Father. What? Why? Rufus exclaimed in confusion, startled by his father's sudden appearance. Rudens ignored him, calmly and coldly turning his gaze toward Adler. It's been a while, Adler. It seems my son has been under your care. Ruden's words sounded friendly on the surface, but they carried a sharp, almost poisonous edge. Adler's face twitched. Rudens. What are you doing here? Teleportation magic. You can tell, can't you? The magic Rudens used was a long-distance teleportation spell capable of crossing territories. It was not the usual short-range teleportation. Its formula was highly secretive and its use was strictly prohibited by the kingdom's laws. Only high-ranking nobles, those with a count title or higher, could know and use such magic. Even then, its use was only permitted in emergencies. If anyone were to violate this rule, even the head of a high-ranking noble family would be subject to punishment by the royal family. That's a violation of the kingdom's laws, Adler said, his face grim. Rudens merely shrugged in response. This is a different matter. My son was about to cause trouble in another territory. Surely, this was an emergency. That's a sophistry. And if there's trouble, it's already been caused. How much damage do you think has been done because of that brat's actions? Rudens tilted his head, feigning confusion. I simply came to stop my son, as he seemed about to be rude to you. But what damage are you referring to? Standing atop the half-destroyed roof of the estate, Rudens spoke with a feigned innocence, prompting Adler to shout in frustration. Don't mock me. Look at the damage to this estate. It's your doing. Not to mention, the prison tower where we held prisoners has been destroyed. That brat did all of it. Adler screamed in anger. Rufus, I've heard you destroyed the prison tower. Care to explain? At Rudens' signal, Rufus frowned, understanding that his father wanted him to come up with a reasonable excuse. Although irritated by his father's intentions, Rufus opened his mouth. A friend was unjustly imprisoned, so I rescued them. At Rufus' words, Eric recalled the scene when Rufus had beaten Valm to a pulp, and he tilted his head. Rescue, he muttered, puzzled. Unjustly imprisoned, you say? Is that referring to the knight in training who caused a ruckus at my estate? What part of that was unjust? Adler bellowed in outrage, but Rudens silenced him with a finger to his lips. Adler, an adult should not yell at a child. It shows a lack of restraint. Rudens' words caused Adler's face to turn beet red, his body trembling with rage. Furthermore, I am aware of most of the circumstances through the familiar that was attached to Rufus. What? At Rudens's continued words, Rufus's face froze in disbelief. Had he been watched? Since when had the familiar been attached to him? Cold sweat poured down Rufus' back as he realized his every action had likely been seen. Rufus had caused quite a bit of trouble in the Styria territory. He had assumed that, since his father's influence didn't extend there, he could handle anything with his own magic. This naive assumption had led to his reckless behavior. But if everything had been watched by his father, There was no excuse left. Rufus clenched his jaw, knowing that no matter how he tried to explain himself, it would likely be futile. However, Rudens did not scold him, but instead continued calmly. That being said, I must assert that Rufus had a valid reason for destroying that tower. What nonsense! Adler muttered in confusion. Rufus freed a friend who had been imprisoned unjustly. Correcting a wrong is the duty of a noble, and indeed, of any person, don't you think? But it wasn't unjust. That merchant who bought a slave. At Rudens' words, Adler fell silent. Did you think I didn't know, Adler? Slavery? What are you talking about? Adler blatantly looked away, but Rudens narrowed his eyes and continued. 3 months ago, a merchant in the Styria territory was involved in slave trading, and Rufus exposed it. But you disregarded my son's testimony and imprisoned those involved. Rudens cast his gaze over the half-destroyed mansion and continued. This estate belongs to that merchant, doesn't it? A disrespectful individual who dared to send complaints and grievances to my house. You speak of damage, but it's clear that by making an enemy of the Lightless family, this outcome was inevitable, don't you think? As Rudens directed a murderous glare at him, Adler desperately tried to argue. Do you have proof? Even though you're a marquis, to spout such nonsense without evidence. Adler, who had been avoiding Rudens' gaze, finally looked at him. But by the time he did, Rudens was no longer standing atop the roof. In the next moment, Rudens was right beside Adler, mounted on his horse. This was Shadowmoots, an incredibly refined short-distance teleportation spell, known as shadow walking. Without any sense of movement, Rudens closed the distance, his face mere inches from Adler's, his cold eyes glaring fiercely. Don't shout so much. As a lord, you should always remain calm. Adler, startled and terrified by Rudens' sudden appearance, instinctively unleashed a light magic spell. It was a low-level spell, cast without incantation. However, light magic is the fastest of the 6 attributes and has an inherent advantage over dark magic. And of course, Rudens wielded dark magic. Even a low-level spell like that could cause significant harm if it struck. But Rudens didn't dodge or flee. Instead, he responded with a small amount of dark magic gathered in his hand. The clash between the two magic forces was as clear as day. The light was overwhelmed and obliterated by the dark magic, sending Rudens flying through the air. At least, that's how Rufus imagined it from a distance. But in an astonishing turn, the light magic was destroyed, and the dazzling light exploded outward, consumed by the tiny amount of darkness. The shockwave caused Adler's horse to panic, throwing Adler off and causing him to fall hard to the ground. As the horse fled, Rudens coldly looked down at Adler. Seeing this, it takes me back to our school days, Adler. Among us, this would have been considered just a greeting, wouldn't it? And no, that was. Adler, awkwardly avoiding eye contact, tried to make an excuse, but Rudens merely snorted in disdain. We'll arrange a meeting later. I expect we'll be able to have a more civilized discussion then. Rudens flicked his coat dramatically and signaled to Alba and Eureka, who were waiting on the roof. At his signal, Alba and Eureka began to move. Eureka dropped down to Rufus, while Alba used shadow walking to teleport beside Eric. Alba looked at Eric and quietly spoke. Sword Saint Sir, please refrain from making unnecessary moves. The Dark Knight of Lightless, no, the head of them. I've heard the rumors. Don't worry, I'm not planning on fighting Lightless. In response to Alba's subtle warning, Eric simply shrugged. Meanwhile, the other Dark Knight, Eureka, landed in front of Rufus and knelt. Young master, it's been a while. I'll treat you right away. The fact that Eureka, skilled in healing magic, had been brought to him so quickly made Rufus wonder if his actions had been watched through the familiar. He sighed and looked up at the sky. I've already taken a potion and recovered somewhat. If you're going to treat someone, treat her instead. Lilica, who had been pointed to by Rufus, was taken aback. Me. No, Rufus Kuhn is in worse shape. You're all wobbly. I told you, I recovered with a potion. You, on the other hand, were coughing up blood earlier. Well, if we're talking about that, Rufus Kuhn, you. As they bickered, both Rufus and Lilica were enveloped in healing light, and the two turned cold eyes toward Eureka, who had cast the spell. I understand now, but please try not to move too much, both of you. With Eureka's cold words, Rufus and Lilica obediently complied, remaining still. The commotion in the area was settled thanks to Rudin's intervention. The members of the Lightless family and those remaining from Scarlet Wind were formally, though ceremonially, invited to the Lord's mansion as guests of the Styria family. Soon after, Valm returned in a disheveled state, dragging behind him his blood-stained hat. The blood-stained hat was immediately seized by the knights on the scene, and Valm was escorted into the Lord's mansion. For Valm, who had returned in a manner resembling a self-surrender, the situation was far less dramatic than he had expected. In the end, Gillian remained missing, and despite a search of the half-destroyed mansion, he was not found. Thus, the turmoil at the Gillian estate came to a close with the dawn. And on that day, Rufus disappeared, leaving no trace. Section. The Borderlands of Styria. The old Gillian estate, where once Norn, daughter of Rogbert, had been imprisoned as a slave. Inside the mansion, now abandoned, the grand hall was in disarray, and at its center sat Gillian. Why is this place? Gillian, with swollen cheeks as if he had been assaulted, recoiled in terror. Ahead of him stood a boy in black. Rufus. Staring down at him with jade eyes that gleamed like obsidian, Gillian shrank back. Why do you think I know where you are? Rufus spoke coldly. The answer is at your feet. At Rufus' words, a dark swordfish, a shadow familiar, leaped from Gillian's own shadow. It had been hidden there as a precaution during their previous encounter. Rufus couldn't help but feel a slight frustration upon realizing that he had used the same method as his father. By the way, Rufus had no familiar of his father, Rudin's, lurking in his own shadow. The act of hiding a familiar within one's shadow was, after all, a one-time technique. Even Rudin's, a high-level mage, would have difficulty doing so again, especially under the vigilant watch of his son. But to think you'd run this far. Did you have a teleportation crystal to escape with, or are you just that foolish? Having used his shadow-walking technique to teleport to Gillian's location, Rufus felt a slight fatigue. Continuous use of teleportation magic, which consumed a significant amount of magical power, was something only someone with an immense magical reservoir like Rufus could handle. However, even for Rufus, the repeated use of teleportation magic took its toll, and though recovering from illness, his complexion was far from healthy. Still, killing Gillian would be as easy as child's play. Gillian immediately pressed his head to the floor. I'll pay. Please spare me, Lord Lightless. Looking down on him like trash, Rufus pressed his foot onto Gillian's head. After all the insolence, now you beg for your life. A bloated upstart like you, one of the lower classes. Rufus kicked Gillian, sending him flying. Gah! Gillian let out a pitiful scream as he was slammed into the wall, taking the luxurious sofa with him. His body was covered in bruises and blood as he collapsed to the floor. Rufus slowly approached him. What are you sleeping for with such little effort? You've done worse to slaves, haven't you? Looking down coldly at Gillian, Rufus heard him muttering, please help me. Even now, you still beg for your life. Well, I'm not a demon. Life is fleeting, and every living being has only one. Such fragile lives should be cherished. Rufus twisted his mouth into a crescent smile. From the shadow beneath him, countless eyes began to emerge, an amorphous, dark presence that slowly slithered toward Gillian. Hi, what is that? Don't come near me, don't come near me. Gillian screamed in terror, but Rufus merely laughed derisively. Don't worry, that thing won't possess living beings. Of course, if you were mortally wounded, that would be another story. Rufus conjured a blade of darkness in his hand and swiftly slashed through Gillian's throat. Ka. Blood erupted from Gillian's severed throat. With one stroke, his throat was slashed open, and Gillian could not even make a proper sound. At that moment, the amorphous dark presence lunged at the wound. Gillian's voiceless scream echoed as his entire body was swallowed by the shapeless dark entity. However, the presence was pushed back by Gillian's living will, leaving only his neck covered in darkness, and his physical wounds began to heal as a side effect. What? Gillian was stunned as the wounds on his body suddenly vanished. What is this? Still confused, Gillian looked at Rufus. Rufus grinned and, with a dark scythe conjured in his hand, cut through Gillian's lower torso. Hiya! Gillian's deathly scream resounded, his lower body severed, and blood splattered everywhere. The wound should have been enough to kill him from shock, but the darkness clinging to his throat would not allow him to die. The dark presence rapidly spread, reconstructing Gillian's lower body, stopping the bleeding. What is going on? Gillian grimaced in pain as he looked at his newly formed lower body, created from darkness. Rufus stomped on the dark legs that had taken shape. Although not as painful as having his torso severed, Gillian's face contorted in agony. Rufus narrowed his eyes in surprise, seemingly questioning whether Gillian still felt pain. With this, you'll never satisfy your lust again. Rufus smirked, and thrust the dark scythe's blade into Gillian's mouth. Cha! Blood poured from Gillian's mouth as his eyes widened. Rufus leaned in close to him. Now, should I slit your cheek or cut out your tongue? Either way, it would rob you of the pleasures of eating. Gillian desperately shook his head, but Rufus continued. Despite receiving multiple mortal wounds, you're still alive because of my magic. If I were to release my magic, the darkness healing your wounds would vanish, your lower body would disappear, and your throat would be torn open once again. Gillian's eyes widened in fear as Rufus' dark jade gaze stared down at him. And you would die, a pitiful, mangled corpse. So whether you live or die, it's entirely up to me. Zoo. Overwhelmed by fear, Gillian fell silent, trembling violently as he looked up at Rufus. Listen well, Gillian. From now on, you will obey me without question. If you defy me, I will kill you. If you anger me, I will kill you. If you want to survive, the only thing you need to do is not upset me. Before the evil grin of Rufus, Gillian collapsed, crawling on the floor, his head bowed. I gave up everything, devoured everything to get here. But, where did I go wrong? Rufus stepped on the bowed head of Gillian. It's simple. You, a lowly commoner, defied me, a noble. Nothing more, nothing less. Know your place, livestock. I will lick your shoes. Please, let me lick them. You wish to soil my shoes with your filthy tongue? How audacious. Stay on the ground like the beast you are. Why yes. Gillian, unable to do anything but bow before overwhelming power, broke mentally under Rufus' mocking, cruel presence. The sight of Rufus trampling the weak evoked memories of Rufus, the shadow wolf, one of the 4 heavenly kings who stood in the way of the protagonists in the story. Rufus Ray Lightless was no hero. As he was depicted in the story, his role was that of a villain, and his actions were seen through the lens of his position. However, no matter how many times the world repeats, no matter how many people he meets or bonds he forms, Rufus' essence remains unchanged. Above all, I alone am supreme. That is Rufus Ray Lightless. No matter how his experiences or encounters shape him, his true nature, whether leaning towards good or evil, will never change. Section. The Styria family estate, the Lord's residence. In the lavish room assigned to him as a guest, Rudens sat on the sofa, propping his chin up and glaring discontentedly. His gaze was directed at Rufus. After the disturbance at the Gillian estate was subdued by Rudens, Rufus had been invited as a guest to the Lord's residence, only to disappear soon after. At that time, Rudens' familiar had not been attached, and although Alba had been paying attention to Rufus' movements, it was impossible to track him after he used a series of short-range teleportations, relying solely on his overwhelming magical power. Rufus returned 3 hours later, appearing as though nothing had happened. Upon his return, he was immediately summoned by Rudens. Indeed, it seems you need a collar after all. A collar, you say? If you're talking about Carlos, I dismissed him a few days ago. Rufus' personal butler and confidant, Carlos. Rufus learned that Carlos had been silently reporting to Rudens, especially concerning the Roguebert incident. As a result, Carlos had been the one given the collar by Rufus. Rufus had a history with Carlos, and so he did not punish him for this, but still, unable to stomach it, Rufus had dismissed him. During his pursuit of Gillian, Rufus had noticed Alba's surveillance and accelerated his teleportation to shake him off. Alba's monitoring had been ordered by Rudens, but for Rufus, it was anything but pleasing. Now that Carlos is gone, my supervisor is Alba, right? Rufus glared at Alba, who flinched and lowered his face. Rudens fixed a cold gaze on Rufus. Of course. How many more problems will it take before you're satisfied? That merchant's estate, one wrong move and you could have died. Do you have no sense of responsibility as the heir of the lightless family? At Rudens' angry words, Rufus turned his face away, letting out a sigh as he realized he had entered lecture mode. If you're going to lecture me, please write it down and send it after I return to my own territory. Stop making jokes. There's no need to have this conversation in another lord's territory. Anyway, there's something I'd like to discuss. Seeing that Rudens was still fuming, Rufus shrugged and tried to change the subject. Did you have a discussion with the Count of Styria? You seemed to be old acquaintances. Rudens narrowed his eyes. No, the meeting will be held at a later date. What of it? I've just secured Gillian. What did you say? Rudens widened his eyes and leaned forward. Gillian is the key to the economy of the Styria territory. The Count of Styria will surely want to secure him by any means necessary. Are you suggesting I use this to gain an advantage in negotiations? But merchants like him are troublesome if left unchecked. If we have him in custody, it would be better to dispose of him quietly. Rudens coldly implied a death sentence. In that case, there's no problem. Gillian will never defy my orders. I've set up magic to ensure that if he does, he will die. From now on, he will serve as a puppet for the lightless family in the Styria territory. Rudens fell silent at Rufus' words. Not receiving an affirmative response, Rufus furrowed his brow. Rudens pressed his temples as if suffering from a headache and then glanced at Alba. What do you think, Alba? Indeed. Though still a minor, his methods are cold and harsh. I find it terrifying. The young master will undoubtedly become a head of the family who leaves his name in the kingdom's history. Indeed. You are right, that's the kind of person you are. Alba responded seriously, and Rudens sighed wearily. Rufus, not understanding the meaning behind it, glared at Rudens. What are you trying to say? I said to dispose of him, but you should act a little more innocently for your age. Such underhanded politics are for adults and heads of households like me. Rudens spoke as if lecturing Rufus. Rufus shrugged in response. Such softness. And besides, I don't intend to be evil. I've merely acted with reason, thinking of the lightless family's interests. Innocence is simply a lack of awareness of malice. In that sense, I suppose I could be considered innocent as well. Rufus finished with, although calling myself innocent is a bit chilling. Rudens glared at him for a moment before sighing in resignation and looking up at the ceiling. Fine. Go. Understood. Then. Rufus, without hesitation, placed his hand on the door, glancing back at Rudens. That softness of yours, I ask that you leave it aside during the negotiations with Styria. Of course. Who do you think you're talking to? Rudens' voice was cold, almost chilling, and low. Rufus scoffed at it and left the room. Section. At the Lord's mansion, in the room assigned to Rufus, Sigil was kneeling on the floor, bowing deeply before him. I truly appreciate everything you've done for me. I can never thank you enough for helping me, especially after I was rude to you the last time we parted. Rufus looked down at Sigil with a genuine look of disdain, clearly uninterested. What do you mean for your sake? You're sorely mistaken. You're annoying, so get lost, you're in the way. For Rufus, rescuing Sigil was merely incidental to his larger goal of benefiting Gillian. He had been asked for help by the Scarlet Wind and had assisted as a favor, manipulated by Hawk. But to Rufus, it had been little more than an extracurricular activity. To hear Sigil frame the entire situation as though Rufus had done everything solely for his benefit was irksome. However, not knowing the history between Gillian and Rufus, it was understandable that Sigil would view it that way. Annoying. Sigil flinched, clearly shocked by Rufus' cold words. As he did, Hawk interjected, stepping forward. So, Rufus, what should I do now? Hawk asked, visibly nervous. When he had pleaded for Sigil's rescue, he had sworn an oath to serve Rufus for life in exchange. Hawk had already made up his mind to leave the Scarlet Wind and serve Rufus as his slave. What do you mean? What should you do? Sigil, who was unaware of the situation, tilted his head, puzzled by Hawk's question. Lilica narrowed her eyes slightly, waiting for Rufus to respond. Rufus stroked his chin in thought. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I don't particularly care. Don't particularly care. Hawk frowned, confused by Rufus' lack of enthusiasm. Rufus, unfazed, continued speaking. You're a capable commoner, but I don't particularly need you as a subordinate. Honestly, it's a bit iffy. Iffy? Hawk's face visibly twitched in response to Rufus' casual tone. Rufus paid him no mind and continued. As a trade-off, though, I want you to make the Lightless Territory your base of operations for a while. Base of operations? You mean stay in Lightless Territory for a while? Sigil tilted his head, and Rufus shook his head in denial. I'm not restricting your activities with Scarlet Wind. You can continue exploring ruins and dungeons in other territories as usual. However, I want you to return to Lightless Territory each time, keeping a way to contact me whenever necessary. Why, though? Sigil asked, no longer sounding suspicious but more curious. Rufus sighed deeply, clearly irritated. Lilica insisted that I help with this illness, so that's why. Lilica? Sigil repeated, surprised. As Sigil voiced his confusion, Hawk turned his gaze toward Lilica. Lilica, who had remained silent until now, let out a small laugh. Hee. She walked behind Rufus, wrapping her arms around his neck, and, as if to show off, hugged him from behind, making sure Sigil and Hawk saw. Rufus visibly frowned. I've been quiet until now, but actually, Rufus Kuhn and I are in a romantic relationship. What? Is this a joke? Both Sigil and Hawk froze, their faces contorted with disbelief at Lilica's shocking confession. Rufus' cold gaze pierced Lilica. Hey. Of course, this was all false, and Rufus voiced his disapproval. Still, Lilica remained with her arms around him, leaning closer to his ear and speaking in a whisper. Isn't it more convenient this way? It would be unnatural if I just obeyed you without any reason. Rufus narrowed his eyes and whispered back. Even so, saying we're in a relationship. There had to be another way. But it's fine, right? I actually think Rufus Kuhn is pretty great. And you don't dislike me that much, do you? What are you basing that on? Sigil and Hawk, watching the two of them whispering closely together, frowned. Hawk, is this for real? I can't believe it just like that, but Rufus-san does seem to be accepting of Lilica, right? The fact that he's not pushing her away means something, right? Seriously, what happened while I was locked up? Well, nothing particularly stands out, but Lilica has shown some kind of interest in him before. The two of them spoke, clearly puzzled, and Rufus glared at them in frustration. Enough already, you two. And you, Lilica, how long are you going to keep clinging to me? What? Don't you want to call me Lily like before, Rokuin? Who the hell is Rokuin? I'm not calling you that. Come on, call me that again. Just let go already. Rufus yelled at Lilica, who wouldn't let go. Meanwhile, Sigil and Hawk watched solemnly. The room was filled with a lively atmosphere for a moment. As they were about to leave the mansion, returning to their airship, Lilica once again hugged Rufus. Despite his resistance, she smiled and buried her face in his chest. We're in a relationship, so it's normal to hug when we part, right? As she held on to him, Lilica whispered softly. One last thing. According to the guidance of the Wind God, I indirectly led Sigilni to the Scarlet Wind, guiding them to the lightless ruins. Rufus furrowed his brow and listened intently to Lilica's words. Lilica continued. But here's the thing, items from the ruins and dungeons had already been taken, which wasn't the case before. That means someone with knowledge of the future has been raiding the ruins and dungeons. Exclamation point. I think it's probably one of the other 6 gods apostles, but I honestly don't understand their intentions. I'll look into it on my side, but you should keep an eye on it too, Rufus Kuhn. Understood. Lilica gently pulled away from Rufus and returned to Sigil and the others. She glanced back at Rufus, smiling shyly. Rokuan. I'm still not used to calling you that. I'll make sure to say it more naturally the next time we meet, but you should also practice calling me Lily, okay? Who would do that? Well then, I'll see you soon. Lilica winked at Rufus, who was shouting at her. She then, along with Sigil and Hawk, returned to the airship Ifrit via teleport. Rufus, sighing, turned to enter the mansion, but as he did, he saw Alba standing there. Alba had appeared without a sound, and Rufus was startled, his shoulder twitching in surprise. You seem to be getting along quite well with the Sky Pirate's daughter. What you just saw was your imagination. Don't tell father, got it? Rufus glared at Alba with irritation, and Alba saluted him. Just a secret between you and me, young master. If that's the case, I suppose I have no choice. As you command. Though Alba usually showed little emotion, his voice, for some reason, sounded just a bit lighter. Section. The Lightless family stayed at the Lord's mansion for 2 days. The meeting between the heads of the Lightless and Styria families was scheduled for the following day. Although long-distance teleportation magic could have allowed them to avoid staying and travel back and forth, the Lightless party chose to remain. This was because the consumption of magical energy for long-distance teleportation was extremely high. While Rufus, with his immense magical power, could manage it, Rudens could not use it consecutively due to his comparatively low magical reserves, the smallest among the Lightless family's historical heads. Under normal circumstances, Rudens' magical capacity would not have allowed him to perform long-distance teleportation magic. The teleportation he used earlier had taken considerable time to prepare, involving a large number of magic stones as a medium, and it was a forced effort. Ultimately, the teleportation was triggered just as the head of the Styria family, Adler, arrived, and the timing turned out to be quite fortunate. However, the preparation for the teleportation had actually started when Rufus had been wounded by the Redcap's blade. Despite the victory over the Redcap with Rufus' new magic, Rudens, watching through his familiar, was extremely anxious as his heir fought on the brink of death. It was night. Rudens, gazing at the moon floating in the white night from the window, sipped his wine. That damn Rufus, always reckless, not understanding a thing about a parent's feelings, Rudens muttered, and Alba, responding, refilled his empty glass with wine. Young master, he is still young. There will come a time when he understand his father's feelings, Alba said. I wonder. Though I say such things about not understanding a parent's feelings, I haven't really been much of a parent myself, Rudens replied with a shake of his head. No, that's not. Alba began, but Rudens interrupted, shaking his head. Come to think of it, moving Rufus to the separate residence 2 years ago was a mistake. Since then, we haven't had any meaningful conversations as father and son. Rudens took another sip of his wine, and Alba refilled his glass once again. By the way, one of the bandits, I believe her name was Lilica, seemed quite close with Rufus, Rudens mused, recalling the interaction between Rufus and Lilica through his familiar. I believe he also had a good relationship with the daughter of the fishing village. Is Rufus fond of commoners? Rudens continued. A slight tension appeared in Alba's usually expressionless eyes. That is not something befitting a noble. It is imperative that a fiancé of suitable rank for young master is chosen as soon as possible. However, Rudens, not interested in the suggestion, shrugged. Well, I think Rufus should choose his future partner himself. After all, I chose my own wife. Your wife, on the other hand, comes from noble blood. She is not a commoner. I did not choose my wife based on her bloodline, Rudens replied. As for the daughter of the fishing village, was it for Arthiana? I heard that she saved Rufus' life. At Rudens' words, Alba narrowed his eyes. The bandit girl, Lilica, also protected Rufus with her own body. It seems Rufus is quite fortunate when it comes to women. Although I couldn't speak to her directly because of Rufus being there, under normal circumstances, I would reward her. A reward would be inappropriate. After all, she is just a commoner and a bandit. Your sense of superiority is even more pronounced than Rufus's, Alba said coldly. Rudens sighed in exasperation at Alba's words. Then, he suddenly recalled the time when Rufus and Lilica had fallen into the underground. From the moment they fell, no information had come from the familiar. It wasn't that the connection to the familiar was cut, but it was as if the familiar's sight had been completely obscured, and even the voices of Rufus and Lilica could no longer be heard. When Rufus seemed to have emerged back to the surface, the familiar's vision had finally cleared, but Rudens was left wondering what that phenomenon had been. Such a disruption in the connection with the familiar had never occurred before. Judging from Rufus's surprise when Rudens arrived through teleportation, it was unlikely that Rufus had noticed the familiar and done something about it. Rudens pondered for a moment and then looked at Alba. By the way, has Rufus been behaving normally? Yes, there have been no issues so far. Rufus currently had the Dark Knight Eureka serving as his attendant. Initially, Alba was supposed to be assigned to him, but Rufus had strongly rejected that idea. Eureka had reported just earlier via scheduled communication that there were no abnormalities. Speaking of which, Rufus had asked to make Eureka his exclusive attendant. It seems he is quite fond of that knight. At Rudens' words, Alba's eyebrows twitched. On the other hand, it seems you are not as liked, Alba. Indeed. I wonder why that is. Alba responded, seemingly unable to understand, and Rudens chuckled quietly to himself. It's unrequited love, Alba. In any case, as the head of the Dark Knights, you cannot be removed from my personal guard. If you really want to become Rufus's exclusive attendant, you will have to train your successor. That is difficult, as I have yet to find anyone who surpasses me. Then, for now, remain my personal guard. Focus on training a successor. Rudens grinned, and Alba quietly sighed, his shoulders slumping. At that moment, Alba received an urgent telepathic message from Eureka. After listening in silence for a moment, Alba looked at Rudens awkwardly. My lord, I have just received a report. It seems the young master has disappeared once again. I see, Rudens replied with a weary sigh that echoed through the room. Section. Under the moonlit white night, Rufus managed to slip out of his room, taking advantage of a momentary lapse in Eureka's watch. Using the shadow-walking technique, he made his way out. He teleported repeatedly, heading towards a mountain range. Although it felt strange, he had the distinct sense of being called. Normally, he wouldn't use the inefficient short-distance teleportation magic like shadow-walking for such long distances. However, considering that Eureka, while skilled, wasn't as adept at tracking as Alba, Rufus decided to choose the surest method to escape. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Rufus turned to face the person waiting for him. So it's you, murmured Rufus as he looked at the white-haired girl in a one-piece dress standing before him. Una. You came, Una said quietly, smiling. Rufus furrowed his brow. What do you want? I thought I wouldn't see you in this form again. So you noticed, Una said, a hint of surprise in her voice. I can't say I understand the principles, but this is definitely different from the humanization that higher-tier dragons do, Rufus remarked. Humanization, as the name suggested, was a skill used by dragon species to transform their bodies into a human form. However, Una's case was entirely different. She existed simultaneously as a human and as a flying dragon, Flugel. It was as if her spirit manifested separately, allowing for two distinct actions at once. Rufus couldn't comprehend what this phenomenon was. From the atmosphere around Una's magic, Rufus could sense something akin to a spirit, though beyond that, he could discern nothing else. If he had to compare it to something, it reminded him of the presence of ghost-like creatures, but that was about it. Una extended her hand toward Rufus, as though requesting a handshake. What is this? A thank you. After all, you did help me. But you mustn't harm Valm anymore. A handshake as a thank you? No, touch my hand. Realizing it wasn't just a simple handshake, Rufus took Una's hand. In that instant, the surrounding scenery shifted. The snow-covered landscape, all in white, was replaced by a familiar place. This is the airship. It was the interior of the airship Ifrit, one of the ship's rooms. Inside was a bed, and on it lay Iz, who seemed to be sleeping. However, her complexion was poor, and she appeared to be suffering from pain. Teleportation? Why bring me here? As Rufus turned his gaze toward Yuna, she quietly focused on his. You want to help this person, right? How do you know that? No, more importantly, do you know how to help her? Probably, yes. Yuna nodded gently in response to Rufus's question. She then raised her hand over his. A cold, ominous aura, a deathly presence, emanated from her small, white hand. A chill ran down Rufus's spine, like an icy spear grazing his back. Soon after, the magical energy accumulated on his body, a sign of the magical pattern, began to fade slightly. His agonized expression softened just a little. Seeing this, Rufus's eyes widened. Is this magic absorption? Yes. Rufus, surprised, stared at Yuna as she casually responded. Magic absorption was the ability to drain the magical power of a target, a unique power held by certain magical creatures. Magic essence and magical power were nearly identical, differing only in their density. The concept of absorbing magic was indeed theoretically possible. Wait a minute, how can you use that ability? That means, you are. As Rufus began to realize what Yuna truly was, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room. Immediately afterward, the door to the room was forcefully opened. In a flurry, Lilica rushed into the room. She seemed to have just woken up, with her light brown hair loosely hanging down and her light clothing slightly disheveled. Lilica froze in surprise when she saw Rufus. Rufus-kun? What are you? How did you get here? The airship had already taken off from the Styria territory, flying high above the clouds. Lilica never expected Rufus to be here. Her gaze shifted to Iz, and she noticed that the magical pattern on his skin, the leopard spots, had faded slightly. No way. Could she have been healed? Lilica muttered in disbelief, covering her mouth. She's not healed. This is the best I can do, Yuna said, denying Lilica's assumption. But Lilica didn't seem to react to Yuna's words, almost as if she couldn't perceive her presence. Yuna, too, seemed to understand that, as her words were directed solely at Rufus. Can't you see her? Ha! What do you mean? At Rufus's question, Lilica looked around the room. It was clear that she couldn't see Yuna, who was standing by Iz. As if to confirm this, Yuna's form began to grow faint, her presence becoming more and more translucent. I've used up too much energy. I have to go now, Rufus. Yuna moved closer to him. Wait, just a moment. Is something there? Lilica squinted, sensing something was amiss. Rufus clicked his tongue and opened his mouth. Listen. Iz isn't healed yet. Come to the lightless territory soon. I'll explain everything there. Wait, Rufus-kun? Lilica raised her eyebrows in confusion as Rufus acted as though there was no time to waste. Then, in the next moment, Yuna's hand touched Rufus, and he vanished from the airship. Left in the room, Lilica stared in a daze at the spot where Rufus had been standing. What just happened? No answer came to Lilica's question, and the wind blowing eerily through the room was the only response. Rufus, now transported, found himself standing right in front of the Lord's manor. Yuna, who had teleported with him, seemed to have grown even fainter, her presence almost completely fading. Seeing this, Rufus squinted. You've really pushed yourself, he remarked. A bit, yes. But this was the only thing I could do, Yuna responded. Is this a thank you for saving Valm? But how did you know? I never spoke of it in front of you. I've been listening all along. I've always been with either Valm or Rufus. So you, after all. From Yuna's tone, Rufus realized a possibility. It wasn't so much her true identity, but rather her condition. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it that. Until now, her appearances had been erratic, vanishing and reappearing at will, but the definitive clue was her use of magic absorption. Magic absorption was a unique ability exercised by certain types of monsters. Specifically, it belonged to the ghost-type creatures, beings whose souls had turned into monsters after death. Yuna, now on the verge of fading completely, gave a faint smile. Let me make it clear, this is your fault. You cast some strange magic on me when I was practically dead. It was the unique magic of lightless, shadow devouring, that had been used on the nearly lifeless Flugel. Thanks to that, I'm now wandering in a state where I can't tell whether I'm alive or dead. Yuna spoke gently and calmly, but there was a hint of reproach in her words, as though she was blaming Rufus. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Rufus averted his gaze. That's something you should take up with Valm. He's the one who told me not to lift the spell. You're right. I'm sorry for going along with Valm's selfishness. Yuna spoke those words, her pale, slender hand grasping Rufus's hand. But it's time to end this. If I lift the spell, you'll die. That's fine. Don't you have any regrets? At Rufus's question, Yuna squinted and gazed up at the night sky. It would be a lie to say I don't. To be honest, I wish I could have flown more with Valmu. Yuna turned her gaze back to Rufus. But it's fine. I died protecting Valmu. That's enough for me. I see. Rufus let out a deep sigh. But not right now. Rufus. Yuna furrowed her brows, tightening her grip on his hand. In response, Rufus's magic began to flow into Yuna. He immediately shook his hand free. Don't absorb my magic. Ah, sorry, Don't just absorb it, you idiot. But. It's not but. If you lift the spell on your own, I'll be the one who earns Valm's wrath. To incur the wrath of the strongest Valm. Rufus could not afford that. I'm not saying I won't lift the spell. But first, I need to talk to Valm. At Rufus's words, Yuna quietly closed her eyes and, without a word, disappeared. Left alone, Rufus turned on his heel, sighing as he thought about how to bring this up to Valm. Afterward, he was greeted by a flustered Eureka and observed from a distance by Alba, who wore an expressionless face. Despite the chaos, the night deepened. That night, Rufus, slightly annoyed by Eureka clinging to him more than necessary, quietly rested. Chapter 4 Contract. The meeting between the heads of the Styria and Lightless families proceeded without any issues. To get to the conclusion, there were no repercussions for me, the instigator of this incident, Ray Lightless, and myself. To be honest, I had braced myself for some punishment, so I was somewhat taken aback. I may say so myself, but I caused quite a stir. The prison tower and the half-destroyed Jalan estate. While the Jalan estate, a personal property of mine, could be disregarded, the prison tower is a public facility for the detention of criminals in the Styria domain. I thought I might be asked to pay reparations, at the very least for repairs, but there was nothing. All of this was due to my father's discretion. Thanks to him, everything I did in Styria territory was justified. The incident at the prison tower was a result of my actions to rescue a wrongfully imprisoned acquaintance, and it was Styria who had made the mistake by unlawfully detaining innocent people in the first place. As for the Jalan estate, it was the Jalan family who had provoked the Lightless family by sending a complaint, and I, as the heir of the Lightless family, had merely retaliated. Even though it was in a foreign territory, a commoner daring to pick a fight with high-ranking nobles is a grievous crime, one for which the entire family could be wiped out. Given that the Jalan estate was only half destroyed and that there were a few casualties among the household servants and private soldiers, it can be said that Lightless was quite merciful. However, this attack was carried out without permission from the Styria family, so that is the only point where I can be said to have been at fault. But in the first place, it was the head of the Styria family who had allowed someone as troublesome as Jalan to act as they pleased. Therefore, my fault was counterbalanced by the mistakes of the Styria head. This is how the meeting between the heads unfolded. At this point, my father had completely taken control, and although Adler, the head of Styria, seemed to be saying various things, my father managed to refute all of them completely. I do feel a little sorry for Adler, but well, it's his own fault. Giving power to commoners and letting them grow arrogant is bound to lead to this. Well, even among the nobility, there are idiots like Clinton. Thinking about his case, it's hard for Lightless to say anything about Styria. At this stage of the discussion, despite the destruction I caused, meaning Lightless taking no responsibility for any of it, my father revealed his trump card. He had control over Jalan, who was officially considered missing. This forced Styria to make a choice, either abandon Jalan or make concessions to Lightless. Styria chose the latter without hesitation. This was proof of just how important Jalan was to Styria. It's laughable that they didn't even know that Jalan was absolutely obedient to Lightless. What my father presented to Styria was a ransom for Jalan under the guise of reparations, as well as arrangements regarding commercial dealings between the Styria and Lightless territories. These arrangements were quite complex, but the main point was that for the next 10 years, no taxes would be levied on trade between the two territories. Moreover, merchants could freely engage in transactions, and Styria was prohibited from obstructing such trade. To summarize, for the next 10 years, Styria would not collect taxes, while Lightless could profit freely. Styria would not be allowed to interfere with merchants' transactions in any way, and Lightless could intervene in trades as they pleased. It's a ridiculously unequal treaty, heavily favoring Lightless. Under normal circumstances, Styria would never have accepted such terms, even with the threat of Jalan's situation. But Styria accepted it without hesitation. Why? It all boiled down to the existence of the demon whale. As long as the demon whale remained, maritime trade between Styria and Lightless would be impossible. Without maritime trade, active exchanges would be difficult. The distance from the land was too great for frequent trade. However, with such an advantageous treaty for Lightless, even trade over land, which would be costly and time-consuming, would still bring Lightless substantial profit. Styria must have accepted this as an unavoidable loss, likely deciding it was worth the concession. But the unfortunate truth for Styria is that the threat of the demon whale has been eliminated. Unbeknownst to them, trade between Styria and Lightless will soon thrive. My father, having read the report written by Carlos about the suppression of the demon whale, obviously knows this. I never imagined that I would end up utilizing the issue I caused to bring about such a tremendous gain for Lightless. I had planned to incite the merchant guilds of the port town and use Jalan, a board member of the Styria Merchant Guild, as a puppet to ensure a rigged deal that would profit Lightless, but I never expected my father to extract even more. And to do so, without Styria even knowing about it. When they find out about the maritime trade via the demon whale, I imagine they will hate Styria immensely. But, well, that hatred will be directed toward my father. Now, with the meeting having ended in a favorable outcome for Lightless, there is one concern. That is the presence of Styria's second son, who stands before me now. Well, Rofus-sama. Sorry for the sudden visit. Shortly after the head of the family meeting, the person who visited the room assigned to me was a man with long crimson hair, wearing a crimson coat matching his hair color, and a white weasel fur scarf around his neck. Eric Idia Styria, the second son of the Styria family, and the current sword saint. The sword engraved with the royal crest, which he once carried at his waist, was now absent. Our first meeting was at the prison tower, and at that time, I never would have guessed that this man was the sword saint. "What do you want?" I asked, not hiding my wariness, speaking to Eric in an intimidating manner. Eric smiled wryly. "Come on, don't be so hostile. Of course, I have no intention of being adversarial." "Is that so?" "Honestly, I have no idea what you're after." Eric's presence was a troublesome one in advancing the conversation in Lightless' favor. This was because Eric had been present at the scene when the prison tower was partially destroyed. After I had destroyed the prison tower, I had won easily against Valm. That contradicted my statement that I had acted to rescue a wrongfully imprisoned acquaintance. If Eric had testified to that, it would not have gone so smoothly in Lightless' favor. I could not understand why this person, who should have been from Styria, had remained silent. Moreover, Eric had acted as though he owed me a favor when he sent a potion to me, who was unable to move, on the morning of the Jalan estate's destruction. His intentions were unclear. Eric shrugged. "You're not very open, are you?" "I'm here just on Valm's behalf." "Valm, you say?" Now that I think about it, Eric was Valm's superior. Eric flipped his crimson coat and looked at me. "I'm sorry, but I need you to come with me." I narrowed my eyes but obediently followed. Surely, in this situation, he wouldn't be foolish enough to set a trap for me. Well, even if it were a trap, I could just crush it head-on. By the way, Eureka, my attendant, was also accompanying me from behind. Led by Eric, we eventually arrived at the basement of the mansion. Several magic circles were inscribed, and in the center was a man, tightly bound. The black-haired man was covered in blood, with his left arm missing. He looked to be on the brink of death, and there was no doubt who he was. It was the assassin, Bloodstained Hat, the one who had slit my throat in a surprise attack. Is this what Valm wanted? Ah, I see now. I had heard from Valm that he had captured a near-death man, but I hadn't expected it to be Bloodstained Hat. This was surprising. I never imagined he would survive being eaten by the abyss darker than darkness, the creature that resides in the abyss. Well, it was clear that he hadn't emerged unscathed. I'm glad you understood quickly. As for his treatment, Valm told me to leave that decision to you, Rufus. Eric added, supplementing my muttering. When Bloodstained Hat noticed my presence, he lifted his head and locked eyes with me. Oh, if it isn't the one-armed boy. You seem well. How's your throat? Bloodstained Hat smiled as though meeting an old friend. Suddenly, the moment when he slashed my throat flashed back in my mind, and I instinctively pressed my hand to my neck. Thanks to you, I'm doing just fine. As for you, you seem to be in better shape than expected. Thanks to you, indeed. Now, we're both one-armed, aren't we? Bloodstained Hat and I shared a laugh, both of us chuckling for a moment before he calmly squinted his eyes. I'll get straight to the point. Is there any way for me to survive? Of course not. I answered immediately with a serious expression, to which Bloodstained Hat gave a dry smile and said, I thought so. So, how is it that you know my name? There shouldn't be anyone left in this era who knows it. The peculiar phrasing of this era made both Eric and Eureka raise their eyebrows. The way he spoke, as if not even trying to hide it. Was he not trying to conceal the fact that he was a monster who had lived for ages? The title of a creature who lives through eternal time was no lie. He wasn't even a pure human. Calling him a creature was fitting. I know you well enough. Though, there's no reason for me to explain my circumstances to you. I was surprised to learn that he had survived being devoured by the abyss darker than darkness, but that only made it clear how tenacious and troublesome he was. While I was glad he had survived, I had to make sure to kill him here, as he was one of the few who could break through my magical barrier. The term magic killer was no exaggeration, and I couldn't afford to let someone who might be able to kill me roam free. But still, there was something strange about this. Why was he quietly captured? Stroa, why are you so docile? You're not the type to be restrained by such flimsy shackles. Bloodstained Hat, though usually lazy, was born with inhuman strength. If he truly wanted to, he could probably bend metal restraints like candy. Well, it seems you really do know me. The reason I'm sitting quietly is precisely because of that. I wanted to know why you know my name. So your curiosity has led you to gamble with your life. Or, do you honestly think you won't die here? I retorted, eyeing him carefully. That's an interesting thing to say. Everyone dies eventually. Whether it's sooner or later doesn't matter. Even if death comes in the next moment, I wouldn't be surprised. As an assassin, I've caused plenty of death myself. Bloodstained Hat smiled as though he had reached some kind of epiphany. I snorted derisively. I see, so you're ready for death. In that case, I'll grant your wish and put you out of your misery. I conjured the dark scythe into my hand, and Bloodstained Hat's face changed. Wait, let's at least talk this through first. Didn't you just say you were prepared for death? Even the most virtuous saint changes their tune when faced with imminent death. I just wanted to know why you know my name. I won't tell you that. So now, you will die. Now I get it. I think we should both learn more about each other. Don't worry, I'm sure we can be best friends. Come on, lower your scythe, and let's talk. Bloodstained Hat winked at me in a friendly manner. A rather novel way to beg for your life. I cut through the magic circles surrounding us and placed the blade of the dark scythe at his throat, which was still bound by restraints. All right, I get it. I'll buy your life at the price you name. How much is it? Die. Stop. Hey, you there, Sword Saint. Please stop this violent boy. You were once comrades fighting together to protect Jalan, weren't you? Eric, suddenly being called for help, frowned blatantly. I'm sorry, but I have nothing to say about this. And as for being comrades, I don't recall that. Bloodstained Hat, with his head down, seemed dejected. Well, it seems I was the only one who thought we were comrades. Did you hear that, one-armed boy? I'm the kind of pathetic guy who's even abandoned by my supposed comrades. You don't have to go to the trouble of killing me. You've been annoying since earlier. What is this guy? Begging for his life in such a ridiculous manner. Does he have no pride? You have the power to kill me. There's no reason for you to leave that unchecked. I swear I will never target you again. Do you really think I'm foolish enough to believe that? Of course not. You're intelligent and wise. Don't belittle yourself like that. I see. Then die. I couldn't believe this guy was actually able to say comforting words at this point in the conversation. A magical contract. Just as I was about to sever his head, Bloodstained Hat spoke up. What? A magical contract, with magic applied to it. I'm pretty sure Jalan had it. Bloodstained Hat added, as if to clarify. I already knew this. A magical contract is a magical item that forces the signer to comply with the terms of the agreement. You don't mean to apply it to yourself, do you? Is that how desperate you are to survive? I shook my head in disbelief. If he were to sign such a contract, promising not to target me again, it would indeed prevent Bloodstained Hat from attacking me. This contract directly affects the soul. No matter how good Bloodstained Hat is at destroying magic, he surely wouldn't be able to tamper with a spell that affects the soul. However, magical contracts are rare and very expensive, not something you find easily on the market. Even if Jalan had one. I turned my gaze to Eric, who sighed and shrugged his shoulders. During the search for Jalan through the half-destroyed estate, valuable items were recovered. It might be possible to find it, but it's likely Jalan's possession. It had been decided at the head of the family meeting that Jalan would be handed over later. Jalan would return soon as a director of the Styria Territories Merchant Guild. Though he was absent for now, anything in Jalan's estate was properly considered his property. Styria couldn't simply take it and use it freely, especially since they had recovered it to keep it safe. But Bloodstained Hat continued. Actually, I never received my payment for the bodyguard work. I'm pretty sure Jalan said it was fine for the payment to be in the form of a physical object. So, you're asking to be paid with the magical contract. And besides, you didn't even protect Jalan, did you? How can you have the gall to claim your payment for bodyguard work? The guy who was injured by my magic and then captured by Valm while attempting to flee was trying to claim a reward. The audacity. Jalan is alive, isn't he? The contract with Jalan states that the payment will be made as long as he remains alive. If you want, you can confirm it with him. I looked at Eric, who shrugged as if to say, do whatever you want. To be honest, it wasn't a terrible offer, but it wasn't exactly great either. However, Bloodstained Hat's ability as an assassin was real. If used well, he could be an asset to Lightless' benefit, and possibly a future resource for my own survival. That said, since Bloodstained Hat had the power to kill me, leaving him alive was risky. Weighing the risks and benefits, I looked at Eric. If you truly have the magical contract, bring it to me. Are you serious? If not, I'll just kill you. Well, if you insist, I'll at least try to find it. Eric nodded and left the room. I thought I might have to wait a little longer, but Eric returned sooner than expected. It seemed that the valuable items were stored somewhere within the mansion. Eric came back holding a scroll, which he tossed to me. Is this the right one? I'm not too familiar with magic, but I brought something that seems fitting. I opened the scroll and began to decipher the enchantment contained within it. This is the correct one. From the embedded enchantment, I confirmed that the scroll was indeed a magical contract. I began writing the terms of the contract with my fingertips, infused with magical power. The strength of a magical contract is determined by the amount of magic imbued in it. Once I infused my magic into it, no one could undo it, and the force of the contract would be so strong it could be likened to a curse. With a powerful finger charged with magic, I finished writing the contract's terms and then tossed it in front of Bloodstained Hat. If you agree to these terms, I'll release you alive. Bloodstained Hat glanced over the contract and squinted his eyes. Are you sure this is okay? He looked slightly confused. The contract contained 2 clauses. First, You will not harm Rufus Ray Lightless in the future. Second, you will fulfill a request from me once, no matter what it is, without charge. Do you have any complaints? No, I thought you might ask for more than this. You wanted me to add absolute obedience for life, didn't you? Honestly, I did expect something like that. Bloodstained Hat shrugged nonchalantly. I glared at him in response. Enough of the pointless theatrics. Or do you want to fight again right here? I threatened him, and Bloodstained Hat began to chuckle softly. Please, I'd rather not. I don't want to go through that magic again. No, I really don't want to be eaten. Bloodstained Hat effortlessly tore through the heavily reinforced restraints as if they were made of candy and stood up as if nothing had happened. Impossible. The restraints. Young master, behind you. Eric raised his voice in surprise, and Eureka stepped forward, drawing her wand to shield me. I stopped them with a hand gesture. So, what about the contract? You were the one who brought it up. At my words, Bloodstained Hat smiled, narrowing his eyes. Fine, let's make the contract. Bloodstained Hat, who had somehow regenerated, picked up the scroll with the left hand that should have been missing. He bit off his right hand's fingertip and wrote his name in blood. Stroa Endwalker. The moment his name was written, the scroll was enveloped in blue flames and burned away in an instant. This was the sign that the contract had been completed. The contents of this contract were now etched into the soul of the contractor. No matter how proficient in magic destruction Bloodstained Hat was, he couldn't destroy the enchantment of a magical contract once it was activated. Now I can't lay a finger on you. But are you sure this was a good deal? One free request, and only once. It's not like you needed to go this far to make me accept it. Isn't the price for my life a little too low? Don't get ahead of yourself. Your life doesn't hold much value. One request is all you're worth. You're harsh. Bloodstained Hat grimaced and slumped his shoulders, looking dejected. Having easily broken free from his restraints, it was clear that he could have fled at any moment. His earlier mock plea for his life had, quite literally, been a jest. All the exchanges up until now had been nothing but a farce. Then disappear, Bloodstained Hat. Before I change my mind. At my words, Bloodstained Hat laughed. Call me Stroa, would you? I'm the only one you'll ever call by that name. I'll start calling you Rufus, too. Add Sama when addressing me, you lowly assassin. Ha ha ha. I won't take out the fish, so feel free to contact me for a request anytime. With those words, Bloodstained Hat vanished. Of course, it wasn't magic, but rather his pure skill in concealing his presence. His technique for hiding his presence was so exceptional that, even though he had just been standing right in front of me, I couldn't even tell where he had gone. Since he lacked magical power and didn't react to magic detection, if he committed himself to escaping, it would be difficult for even me to track him down. However, leaving the fish untouched. Naturally, he had already noticed the swordfish hidden in the shadows. Well, against someone with the ability to directly perceive magic with their magic eye, there was no way he could have hidden it. Did you really let him go? Eric asked, his voice coming from the now empty basement. The contract is made. There's no issue. I said that much and turned to head back upstairs, but Eric stood in front of the stairs, seemingly blocking my way. What are you up to? Since we're at it, I wanted to talk a little about Jalan. At Eric's words, I narrowed my eyes. Section. This conversation will not leave this basement. So, please rest assured, Eric began, setting the tone before speaking further. Rufus Dono, are you the one holding Jalan's custody? Eric asked this with a certain tone. And if I am? I responded. If you are, then I believe there's room for negotiation, Eric said. What? I was taken aback. After the head of the family meeting had concluded and the treaty was finalized, now Eric was suggesting negotiations with me. You, being skilled in magic, it wouldn't be surprising if you've tampered with Jalan. Am I wrong? Heh, so that's what you're implying. Indeed, it was something that couldn't be discussed openly. The reason Styria wanted Jalan's custody was probably because they couldn't sustain their economy without him. If Jalan, who they were willing to compromise to secure, had been tampered with, that would certainly cause a lot of problems for them. Well, in reality, I had tampered with him. It seemed Eric was quite sure of something, but without evidence, that wasn't enough. To act on suspicion without any grounds would be disadvantageous in negotiations. You're saying this with that in mind, right? I said. Of course. That's why this is a negotiation, Eric replied. Is that so? Then continue, I urged, narrowing my eyes. Between us, whether Jalan has been tampered with or not, the plan is for him to disappear soon enough. Oh, so, after paying reparations and securing Jalan, you're going to kill him? Why are you telling me this? If it's true, it's supposed to be a top-secret matter. If Jalan has been tampered with, I thought there might be a chance your interference could get in the way, Eric said. Ah, so you're giving me a warning, I said. Eric smiled and narrowed his eyes. I'm glad you understand quickly. However, for a negotiation, it seems like it's only demands from your side. What are you offering in return? I asked. I won't offer anything, Eric said. What? Nothing. What are you talking about? Nothing. Wait, maybe that's not enough. Rofastono, Eric said with a cryptic smile, correcting himself. I paused to consider his meaning, and then it clicked. This was the reason why Lightless demands had been accepted unilaterally at the head of the family meeting. It was because Eric hadn't testified about the events at the prison tower. And now, with the treaty finalized, that could become a liability. Even if rumors were spread later about how things really were, a treaty that had already been approved would not be easily undone. However, depending on how the rumor spread, it could become a topic among the citizens and other nobles. If it were rumored that Lightless had attacked and imposed an unfair treaty, it would tarnish the reputation of the Lightless family. Whether the rumors were true didn't matter. The mere existence of those rumors would cause harm to Lightless. If, by any chance, those rumors reached the royal family and intervention occurred, it would become a huge hassle. What Eric was saying was that he would keep quiet about anything detrimental to Lightless, as long as I refrained from interfering with Jalan's death. I see, nothing in exchange. You've got quite a good sense of character. Fine, if you're doing nothing, then I'll do nothing about Jalan's death either. Just hearing that from you makes coming to talk today worthwhile, Eric said, with a satisfied grin. Eric let out a relieved sigh, as if finally putting his mind at ease. However, it's just a verbal agreement. Should we write a contract? At my suggestion, Eric shook his head. No, that's unnecessary. I'd rather keep this between us. Besides, I don't think you're the type of man who would break a verbal promise just because it's not written down. Eric added that last bit as though prodding me, suggesting that if I broke the promise, I would be a man of small character. I wasn't planning on breaking it, but now that he'd said that, it would be harder for me to do so. You really do have a good character, don't you? But there's Eureka here. I suppose this will end up reported to father. I glanced over at Eureka, who was standing quietly behind me. She was covering her ears as if trying to block out something she shouldn't hear, huddled in a corner. What is she doing? I cleared my throat lightly and looked at Eric. She's still the Dark Knight, my father's direct subordinate. Everything she hears and sees here will be reported to him. It's no problem. I've already factored that in, Eric responded. If it were something to be kept secret, he wouldn't have allowed Eureka to be present in the first place. Well then, the conversation is over. Sorry for keeping you. Eric moved aside to let me pass. As I made my way toward the stairs, I glanced at him. Is the next head of the Styria family going to be you? Eric shook his head. No, my older brother will be the next head. It won't be me. Your older brother excels in magic, doesn't he? I don't know much about him, but you seem more suited for the role. Please, spare me. I'm not suited for that kind of thing. What is it that you're bad at? You're quite the impossible man. I looked Eric in the eye and continued speaking. Oh, and one more thing. I'll keep quiet about this to your father. Consider it a thank you for the potion earlier. At my words, Eric looked upward, as if acknowledging a defeat. Ah, that would be a big help. Really, the impossible one is you. With a deep sigh, Eric watched as I walked away. I made my way back to the room assigned to me. Sitting on the sofa, I sipped the coffee Eureka had brewed. As I did, I caught her glancing at me from the corner of the room. What is it? Ah, no. Nothing. Eureka quickly averted her gaze. Was she curious about my conversation with Eric? Well, understanding the situation might make it easier for her to report to father. Even if she only reports the facts, father will likely understand the context. I rested my chin on my hand and looked at Eureka, then spoke. Most likely, the plan to kill Jalan was Eric's own decision. What? Eureka's eyes widened in surprise as I suddenly spoke. I continued, unfazed. His acting with motives separate from the head of the family, Adler. Jalan, being essential to the economy, is a key figure in Styria's territory. If he's been tampered with, it would make things far more unstable. In reality, Jalan was set to die if he acted against my wishes. Of course, Eric probably didn't know exactly what kind of tampering had been done to him. Regardless, entrusting someone with the economy of the territory while potentially having tampered with them would be too risky. So, he wants to eliminate him, then? But if that's the case, why agree to the handover after making concessions? Styria had paid reparations and even signed an unequal treaty to secure Jalan. If they were going to kill him anyway, they should have just abandoned him from the start. I shook my head at Eureka's question. They must have judged that the economic loss from losing Jalan would be too great. Whether they kill him before taking precautions for the economic damage, or kill him without taking those measures, the aftermath would be drastically different. The damage would certainly be greater in the latter case. Seeing how Eric was acting independently, it seemed that the head of the family, Adler, had intended to keep Jalan under control and maintain the status quo. If that was the case, then his foresight was rather lacking. When I met him yesterday, he had shown quite an emotional side, and it's likely that he isn't cut out to be the head of the family. It's a bit too late to say, but leaving someone like Jalan, a commoner, in charge of the territory's economy shows poor judgment. That said, Jalan is an exceptional commoner. After all, he expanded the commerce to the point of controlling an entire territory's economy and rising to the position of a director in the guild. He's far more capable than those nobles who, driven by personal greed, imposed illegal tax increases, sold out their people, and caused economic decline. While he has some malicious traits, the world values results above all. Those who focus on the process and can't deliver results are nothing but third-rate failures. In that regard, Jalan has merit. If it weren't for his insolence toward me, I might even consider collaring him and keeping him as a pet. However, he challenged Lightless. And more importantly, he made me uncomfortable. That sin outweighs all others. His life was never meant to be long anyway, and this time, I'll leave him to Eric. So, you brought Jalan in temporarily to mitigate the economic loss, did you? Most likely, they plan to kill him after they've prepared a successor in the Merchant Guild, and after everything has been properly handed over, I replied. So Styria bought that grace from Lightless. Bought, huh? That's an apt way to put it. Well, in the end, yes. That head of the family probably didn't think that far ahead. The one who's trying to steer things this way is that sword saint, I said. I see. I'm surprised. You're still so young, yet you're quite knowledgeable about economics. I didn't receive that kind of education for nothing. Economics was a mandatory subject for the next head of the family. I spent so much time studying that I got sick of it. Well, this situation is more about backdoor dealings and political maneuvering, though. I finished my coffee and looked at Eureka. By the way, shouldn't you be reporting this to father? I will report it, but right now I'm assigned to stay by your side, Eureka replied. It's better to report things quickly. You should go contact father, I said. No, it's not that simple. Eureka hesitated. Do you think I'm going to disappear again? Think about it. If I were going to do that, I wouldn't be saying all of this. Well, that's true. Wait, what do you mean by true? I said it myself, but still. Eureka suddenly glanced at the empty mug in my hand, then looked at me. Shall I brew you a new cup of coffee? No, I'm good. Eureka smiled widely and stared at me intently. So, where are you planning to go next? You're sharp. I didn't expect her to figure it out so quickly. I sank deeper into the shadows. Young master, Eureka approached me and reached out. I deflected her hand with a magical barrier. Sorry, Eureka. Next time, I'll come back without getting hurt. Probably. You always end up badly hurt, though, she said with a pained voice, hanging her head. What a rude remark. It sounded as though I always end up injured in a clumsy way. I left Eureka behind, using shadow stepping to teleport away. My destination was the remote village where Valm's family had taken refuge. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. Golden Dragon Night. The main discussions were over, and the lightless group was set to return within the day. However, before that, Rufus needed to meet with Valm. Valm had already left the Lord's residence and had told Rufus that he would be going to pick up his family. Therefore, Rufus's destination was the cold village where Valm's family had been taking refuge. Yuna asked Rufus to lift the Shadow Eater, so he needed to discuss that matter with Valm. After repeatedly teleporting, Rufus arrived at the cold village. However, Valm was not there, and it was Valm's sister, Sarah, who greeted him. It seemed that she had already heard the outline of the situation from Valm. With tears in her eyes, Sarah repeatedly expressed her gratitude for saving her brother, and apologized profusely for her previous rudeness. Rufus roughly patted Sarah's head before asking her where Valm was. The location was Section. The sunlight reflected off the white, glowing icy mountain range. At its foot was the place where Rufus and Valm had once met. 3 months ago, it was also the site of the battle between Rufus and Valm. The flugel, draped in darkness as if with a single wing, was crouching as if sleeping. It was just like before, when Flugel was nearly a corpse, having been revived by the Shadow Eater, lying in a similar state of repose. Valm gazed at Flugel with a melancholic expression. Each time he saw Flugel sleeping like this, Valm was filled with anxiety. Would it be that Flugel never wakes up again, he wondered, plagued by such fears. Flugel's sleep seemed to grow longer by the day. It was possible that, at this rate, there would come a time when he would truly never wake up. The cause remained unknown. From the beginning, Flugel had been kept alive by Rufus's magic, in an unstable state. The darkness forming what should have been a broken wing showed that Flugel was far from being in a normal condition. However, despite the fact that Flugel should have been dead, she was alive and here. For Valm, this was a reality he didn't want to let go of. Perhaps he should consult Rufus, the magic practitioner, Valm thought. It was then that Rufus appeared. Without warning, Rufus appeared from the shadows of a nearby rock, having teleported. Upon seeing Valm, Rufus muttered with a hint of exasperation. "What's with that gloomy face? You look like you're visiting a grave. Don't say such ominous things. Flugel is alive." At Rufus's words, Valm's gaze hardened slightly. "How did you know I was here? Did you ask Sarah?" "Yeah. After being revived by magic, for some reason, Flugel has been sleeping here instead of in the dragon's quarters. Even when I try to bring her back, she won't listen. On top of that, she's been falling into unconscious sleep more and more." Rufus replied briefly as Valm spoke, his eyes fixed on Flugel. After a moment, Valm turned toward Rufus. "Good, you're here. I was thinking of consulting you. It's about Flugel." Just as Valm began to speak, Flugel, who had been sleeping, suddenly raised his head. Her blue eyes, the same as Eunice, locked onto Rufus as she let out a cry. It was almost as if she were prompting something with that gesture. "Flugel, you're awake. Is something wrong with Rufus?" Valm, tilting his head in confusion, was met with Rufus's sigh. "I also have something to discuss about that flying dragon, Flugel." "What is it?" "I'm thinking of finally lifting the magic on that flying dragon and freeing her from this false life." Valm narrowed his eyes. "Why? You said before you wouldn't lift the magic." "I changed my mind," Rufus replied promptly, without a moment's hesitation, and Valm instinctively tightened his grip on his spear. "Rufus, correct yourself. This is not a false life. Flugel is alive. To end that life is what she wishes for." That life. What do you know of Flugel? Valm's emotions were close to hostility as he confronted Rufus, who frowned in response. Haven't you heard anything from Yuna? Yuna? What are you talking about? Who is that? Don't you know? Rufus let out a deep sigh. This meant that Flugel, in the form of Yuna, had not yet appeared before Valm. Rufus had essentially been left with the task of explaining everything and persuading Valm on Yuna's behalf. Rufus glared at Flugel, but the latter only silently gazed back at him. From those blue eyes, Rufus couldn't discern what she wanted to say. However, it seemed that Flugel had no intention of appearing as Yuna. Perhaps, as she had mentioned earlier, she had overused her power and was unable to take that form. After a moment of silence, Rufus poured his magical power through Flugel via the darkness. The excessive magic caused Flugel, who had previously appeared emaciated, to regain some color in his complexion. Rufus, what are you doing to Flugel? Don't jump to conclusions. I've only given her some magical power. Rufus explained to the surprised Valm, then glared at Flugel. Flugel, wasn't it that you wanted to fly more? I'll indulge you just a little in your lingering regret. But you, too, will have to accompany me. A high-density wave of dark magic was released from Rufus. What? Valm was shocked by Rufus's sudden action, and Flugel, with surprising speed, grabbed the back of Valm's neck with her mouth and soared into the air. Rufus. What the hell? Given how often Rufus had attacked him, it was a natural response from Valm. However, Rufus laughed with a combative grin. How rude. You make me sound like some battle-crazed maniac. You are a battle maniac. Attacking me without any warning every single time. Don't say that. As the strongest dragon knight, you should realize that this moment, while Flugel is still with us, is the last time you can fight me. Your strength as the strongest dragon knight won't last much longer. This is the last moment you can face me. Rufus summoned a dark scythe into his hand. It's not the last time. Flugel will continue to live. Valm, mounted on Flugel, raised his spear in response. Rufus grinned. I see. Then let's do this. If you defeat me, I'll let your flying dragon live. Is that true? I don't lie. But you'd better come at me seriously. You'd better be ready to kill me. Otherwise, it's you who will die. Behind Rufus, an enormous number of magic circles began to form. Flugel cast a reproachful glance toward him, but Rufus ignored it. Barrages of lower-tier and mid-tier dark magic formed, all aimed at Valm. In response, Valm did not dodge or retreat but met the oncoming magic with a thrust of his spear, which was charged with golden lightning. A massive clash of dark magic and golden lightning erupted in the skies over the Styria territory. Section. In the white expanse of the icy mountain range, black and golden magic clashed, and a thunderous roar echoed. A single bolt of golden lightning cut through the massive barrage of dark magic, creating a trail as it advanced. Despite the mismatch between darkness and lightning, Valm, pushing forward with nothing but a single spear, proved himself a warrior of legend. Seeing this, Rufus quickly concluded that overwhelming him with sheer numbers was futile and immediately shifted his strategy. Lightless World. With a wave of Rufus's hand, the advanced spell Lightless World was activated, enveloping the surroundings in a dense dark fog that painted the once white, silver world in pitch black. The spell, cast with a broken chant, was less effective than its full version. The scope and density were noticeably inferior to the version cast in full incantation when facing the demon whale. Valm, however, managed to escape from the dark fog due to Flugel's flight. This meant that the dark fog was limited in its spread, as it was easily escapable. However, Rufus layered more incantations onto the already cast Lightless World. This secondary chant, an advanced magic technique that strengthens a spell by adding more incantations to it, caused the dark fog to expand further, growing to encompass the entire mountain range. Damn, as reckless as ever. Flugel, up high. Let's do it. At Valm's command, Flugel responded by flying swiftly upwards, soaring above the dark fog. Ha! You can't win by running away, coward. You're the one hiding in the darkness, talking big. Rufus taunted from within the dark fog, to which Valm retorted, half angry. TCH, keep talking. 5 massive black ocean dragons, made even larger by Rufus's infused magic, swam through the dark fog like serpents, emerging toward the sky. Their huge jaws gaped open, and each one unleashed a dark breath toward Valm. The 5 dark breaths assaulted him. Controlling dragons too? Valm urged Flugel to dodge the dark breaths, spiraling high into the sky, tracing a graceful path while avoiding the blasts. As if to add insult to injury, a barrage of dark magic rained down from the fog, but Valm, either dodging or slashing through them with his lightning-infused spear, deflected every attack. Even though they're mid-tier spells, by bolstering them with magic, they're as powerful as high-tier spells. Yet you're negating them with just a spear. Well then, how about this? Reaper's Scythe of the Death, Rufus muttered, and immediately after, Valm sensed an unnatural presence from within the dark fog. It was a sensation similar to when he faced the Empire's giant warbeast at the border, or when Flugel shielded him in a near-death experience. The eerie, cold sensation of impending death sent chills through his spine. A voice screamed within him, "You must not take this hit. Avoid it at all costs. Dodge it, Flugel." Without hesitation, Valm steered Flugel into a sharp turn, trusting his instincts, and managed to avoid whatever was coming. A silent but sharp cutting wind, like the sound of the atmosphere being torn apart, grazed his ear. Then, 2 more strikes followed, and Valm desperately evaded each one. Moments later, in the distance, he saw 3 sharp lines cut through a towering cumulonimbus cloud. Valm's face turned pale as he stood frozen, speechless. "Rufus, what kind of magic is that?" Valm trembled in fear, realizing Rufus was genuinely trying to kill him. In contrast, Rufus remained calm, analyzing the situation. To dodge even invisible slashes. No matter how powerful they are, if they don't hit, they're meaningless. The barrage of wide-area magic was neutralized by just a single spear, but even when its power was reduced, it was still being evaded or countered. Even now, the dark spears that Rufus continuously fired were easily dealt with, either dodged or nullified. Rufus pondered and quickly deduced the most straightforward solution. Then, I will overwhelm him with sheer numbers and crush him. From the dark mist covering the mountain range, a massive surge of darkness appeared, large enough to swallow even the mountains. It rose at an astonishing speed, engulfing both Valm and Flugel in an instant. The entire event unfolded in the blink of an eye. The range was so vast that Valm couldn't even attempt to flee. A colossal dome of darkness appeared, swallowing the mountain range, and within it, Valm and Flugel were subjected to an onslaught of over 1,000 dark magic spells coming from every direction. Though they weren't in immediate danger of death, escaping unscathed was impossible. However, shortly after being engulfed, cracks appeared on the surface of the dark mass known as the Abyss darker than darkness. In the next moment, a golden-armored dragon knight emerged, breaking through the closed maw of the dark entity. Magical energy of such density that it became visible enveloped Valm's body, shaping into golden armor. This was a more advanced form of the thunderclad armor that Valm had once used, with the lightning-infused power wrapped around him in an even more refined form. The golden armor covered his entire body, and a dragon-shaped golden helmet crowned his head. He was now a true golden dragon knight. This technique, which at the time had no name, would eventually be known as golden dragon armor. Unlike the time he had been exhausted and forced to use the thunderclad armor in the prison tower, Valm was now in perfect condition, and the power gap between the 2 states was vast. However, at this moment, Valm had not yet mastered golden dragon armor. In fact, it was a technique that should not have been possible to activate under normal circumstances. Whether this was due to the life-threatening situation in the Abyss darker than darkness unlocking his latent potential, or some other factor, was unclear. Regardless, golden dragon armor was being used for the first time by Valm, and it was the first time Rufus had ever seen the golden dragon knight form. "What is that?" Rufus's eyes widened in shock as he stared through the dark mist. He was undoubtedly surprised that the Abyss darker than darkness had been so easily pierced. But more than that, he couldn't hide his astonishment at the sight of the golden dragon knight. Wasn't the thunderclad armor supposed to be the ultimate form? In the stories, that form, no, wait. Rufus had never seen the golden dragon armor before, even in stories, yet somehow, as soon as he laid eyes on the Golden Dragon Knight, the technique's name came to him in a flash. It felt as though his memory had been forcibly updated with information, creating a strong sense of cognitive dissonance. Along with Golden Dragon armor, another piece of information resurfaced in his mind. It was the worst possible information for Rufus, considering his position, and a shiver ran down his spine. Then, this position is troublesome. Rufus looked up at Valm. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon Knight Valm gazed down from above, his eyes scanning the dark mist where Rufus was hidden. That enormous darkness from the mansion. It's terrifying magic. In that case, Rufus, I'll go all out as well. From Valm, now soaring through the air, a massive magic circle was inscribed in the sky. It was a golden magic circle for casting a single spell. Rufus clicked his tongue. He was already prepared. But when did he? Normally, Rufus could deploy large numbers of magic circles with ease, thanks to his unparalleled magical prowess and immense magical power. But for someone with Valm's magical capacity, deploying a magic circle of this magnitude without prior preparation was utterly impossible. Rufus suddenly recalled how Valm, riding Flugel, had been dodging the dark breaths of the 5 ocean dragons and the barrage of dark magic as he soared through the sky. That time, the magic circles had been drawn along Flugel's flight path. Quite the sophisticated trick. Rufus let out a combative laugh, biting his finger to draw blood, which he let fall onto his shadow as he began chanting. This was a preparation for the counterattack against the magic that would soon come. Rufus, if I win, you'll keep your promise and spare Flugel. Don't die on me. TCH, how cheeky. Come at me. I'll crush that confidence of yours, along with your magic, head on. Valm spoke softly from above, looking down as he spoke, while Rufus smirked, raising his voice in response. After a brief pause, both sides unleashed their magic. 10,000 thunderbolts. The giant spear of the thunder god that traverses the heavens and the earth, piercing all things, one binding of 10,000 thunder. The immovable gate that never opens, a death projection that denies the living. The purification gate that rejects the living. A massive golden magic circle spread across the sky, its brilliance intensifying as the power gathered at its center. In response, an enormous, pitch-black gate rose, piercing through the dark mist and towering toward the heavens. Moments later, the golden lightning that had converged at the center of the magic circle was released toward the ground. It was a golden thunderbolt, condensed from 10,000 bolts of lightning into a single point. The torrent of golden lightning collided with the towering, unyielding gate. The roar of thunder, reminiscent of a storm, and the tremendous shockwave reverberated throughout the mountain range. The golden lightning and the dark gate collided, each gradually wearing down the other. The gate that rejects the living was a defensive spell of the highest hardness, designed to withstand powerful dark magic. However, due to the inherent difference in attributes, dark magic is extremely weak against light or fire-based elements. This conflict only lasted for a brief moment. The pitch-black gate was slowly eroded. Is just the gate not enough? In that case, I'll crush it. Rufus, observing the impending one binding of 10,000 thunder, made a crushing gesture with his hand. The dark mist, born from lightless world and filling the mountain range, swirled around, gathering and wrapping around one binding of 10,000 thunder to reduce its power. Severing life and death at the boundary of the world, between the living world and the afterlife, the boundary of existence. Heavy, heavy, firm, firm, heated and hammered, pressing and polishing. Rufus then layered additional incantations onto the gate that rejects the living to enhance the strength and durability of the gate itself. As a final measure, the 5 ocean dragons each unleashed their breaths, further diminishing the power of one binding of 10,000 thunder. The fierce battle between golden lightning and darkness soon reached its end. The golden lightning, having expended all of its energy, could no longer pierce the gate and dissipated into nothingness. However, almost immediately after, the gate that had withstood the attack began to crack and, like the lightning, it too dissipated into mist. Is this not enough? Valm, looking down from above, grimaced beneath his helmet. For Valm, casting one binding of 10,000 thunder had consumed an enormous amount of magical power. He had intended to end it there, pouring almost all his magic into the attack. The golden dragon armor that had manifested in the final moment also had a significantly high magic cost. He couldn't maintain it for long. If he lost, Flugel would. The hand gripping his spear tightened to the point of drawing blood. Flugel, sensing this, let out a growl, looking at Valm with her blue eyes. Flugel? The growl sounded as though Flugel was scolding him, as if blaming him for fighting alone. I'm sorry. You're right. Valm smiled and relaxed his shoulders. He wasn't fighting alone. A dragon knight fights as one with their dragon, united in battle. New strength filled Valm's eyes. Just then, a massive black tentacle emerged from within the dissipating gate. The tentacle, resembling that of a giant kraken, belonged to Strath, but it couldn't reach Flugel, who was soaring high above. What is he planning? Valm watched intently as the tentacle arced backward and then hurled something at Flugel. Something flew toward them at high speed. As Valm immediately tried to evade by gripping the reins, his eyes widened in shock. N.A. Rofus. Quite the surprise move you've got there, Valm. With a dark scythe in hand, Rofus charged at Valm. Valm, startled, urged Flugel to dodge, but Rofus swiftly used the large dark arm as a platform to leap onto Flugel. Close combat. Interesting. But it won't go the same way as last time. Rofus, wielding his scythe, leaped toward Valm, who readied his spear to respond. In close combat, the difference in skill had already been proven during their previous battle, and Valm was certain he would prevail. Yet Rofus had come for a complete victory. This time, he aimed to defeat Valm entirely. As Rofus swung down his scythe, Valm blocked it with his spear, which crackled with golden lightning. It's useless. I'm not the same as last time. Previously, Rofus's dark scythe had clashed evenly with Valm's lightning-charged spear. But now, Valm was clad in golden dragon armor and his spear was infused with even more potent golden lightning. The magic density and power were on an entirely different scale from before. However, Rofus laughed. That's true. But my scythe is different now, too. The scythe, clashing with the golden lightning-infused spear, barely held its ground before the blade sliced through the shaft, cutting it in two. Exclamation point. The silent slash released along the line of fire was narrowly avoided by Valm, but he couldn't completely evade it. His side was slashed through, even the golden armor torn, and blood began to flow. TCH, that scythe. The number of times I can unleash the Reaper's Scythe of Death is 4. The first slash, launched earlier, was the third. Rofus had kept one use in reserve for this very moment. The Scythe of Death, having expended its power, dissipated into mist, and Rofus immediately conjured his dark scythe again. And if your spear breaks, this scythe will suffice, but I won't underestimate you. From Rofus's back, 6 dark arms extended, each wielding a dark scythe. One in his right hand, and the other 6 in the dark arms, 7 scythes in total, all aimed at Valm. Well, looks like you're not handicapped by having one arm after all. Valm, gripping the broken spear in both hands, let out a dry chuckle. You're not thinking of surrendering now, are you? No way. That's right. We've come this far. You'd better not disappoint me. Rofus laughed and then swung all 7 of his dark scythes down at once. 7 massive dark slashes surged toward Valm. Valm responded by meeting them with his broken spear, but the sheer overwhelming volume of the strikes consumed him. One of the slashes obliterated Flugel's wing, throwing him off balance, and they began to fall. TCH. Rofus clicked his tongue as he clung to Flugel's back with one of the dark arms extended from his back. However, the lost wing was instantly regenerated by dark magic, and with Flugel's struggle, they managed to regain stability. Still, the footing remained unstable. To avoid being shaken off, Rofus lowered his center of gravity, crouching to endure the fall. As the dark onslaught subsided, there stood Valm, firmly planted, a pillar of strength. The golden armor was cracked with numerous gaps, and several parts were missing, but Valm, with his eyes wide open, continued to fix his gaze on Rofus. Rofus was stunned. You endured that? Impossible. How much endurance do you have? Unstable footing, no scythe left to wield. But Valm, still wrapped in golden armor, infused the broken spear with golden lightning and approached Rufus, undeterred by the shaky ground beneath him. The instability of flight was a common challenge for Valm and would not become his handicap. You damn! In desperation, Rufus unleashed countless dark orbs, but Valm did not dodge or counter, instead absorbing them with his golden armor. When he finally closed the distance, Valm raised his golden spear to strike. Don't underestimate me. Rufus raised his right hand to conjure a dark scythe, but just as it was about to materialize, Flugel snapped her jaws around Rufus's raised hand. What the hell? It was a gentle bite, no pain, almost as if he was being held in Flugel's mouth rather than bitten. Rufus widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Flugel. Flugel narrowed her blue eyes and let out a low growl. It almost sounded like she was saying, sorry, as if apologizing to Rufus. In that split second of distraction, Rufus was lightly tapped on the head with the tip of Valm's spear, a harmless but clear knock. My win, right, Rufus? The dragon-shaped golden helm shattered, revealing Valm's confident grin. Rufus slumped down, exhaling deeply, as if all his energy had drained away. Don't misunderstand. You didn't win. It's you who lost. Rufus looked up toward the sky, muttering softly. The battle was decided. Section. After the battle between Rufus and Valm, the Styria territory was thrown into a state of near panic. The icy mountain range was shrouded in ominous darkness, followed by a deafening thunderclap. The local residents were in an uproar, calling it a natural disaster, the wrath of the mountain gods. As a result, the kingdom's knights, led by the sword Saint Eric, and the lightless group, including Rudens, who had caught wind of the situation, rushed to the scene. Rufus and Valm were quickly apprehended, more accurately, they were restrained, and both complied without resistance. Rufus was scolded by Rudens, while Valm received a reprimand from Eric. Before they could even speak to each other, they were separated and taken away. An emergency meeting between the heads of the households was convened once again, where a discussion about the recent turmoil took place. Considering the large-scale use of powerful magic that altered the terrain and the fact that there had been no significant damage to the nearby villages, it was decided that, as an exception, no punishment would be imposed on Rufus and Valm. However, the compensation for the handover of Gillian was partially waived. This was suggested by Rudens, who, likely feeling some guilt due to his son's repeated disruptions and the resulting damage to Styria, wanted to ease the burden on them. As a result of these discussions, the return of the lightless group to their territory was postponed. 3 days had passed since the battle between Rufus and Valm. Section. The scene is the site of the battle between Rufus and Valm, at the foot of the mountain range. Just 3 days ago, the area was as it had been before the fight. Valm stood by Flugel, who was lying powerlessly at his side. Behind him, Rufus approached. Is your side wound healed? Startled, Valm turned to face Rufus when he was spoken to. Rufus. You were here. You always appear without any warning. Another teleportation, I assume? Yeah. Rufus briefly responded with a smile. Behind him stood Alba, the head of the Dark Knights. At Rufus's request, Eureka had been assigned as his attendant, but since she had repeatedly allowed Rufus to escape, she was relieved of her duties, and now Alba was assigned to him instead. Though Rufus was the one who had repeatedly escaped, it was unfair to blame Eureka, but there was no denying that, as a Dark Knight, she had failed in her mission. Rufus had been reluctant to accept Alba, but after being scolded by Rudens, he was forced to comply. Given the repeated problems Rufus had caused, it was an entirely reasonable decision. Alba raised an eyebrow at the way Rufus spoke to Valm as if they were equals, given that Valm was just a low-ranking apprentice knight. However, he chose not to comment, sensing that doing so would upset Rufus. Rufus looked at Flugel, who appeared to be sleeping. You kept your promise. Rufus, about that. Valm stared at Flugel for a moment before turning to Rufus with a determined expression. After a brief hesitation, he spoke in a tone that was difficult to read. Please release Flugel. Valm said the words as if he were letting something out, trying to maintain composure. However, to Rufus, it seemed as though Valm was on the verge of tears. After all that talk about wanting to keep her alive, what changed? At Rufus's question, Valm lowered his gaze. I had a dream, the night I fought you. A dream? It was a dream where Flugel was scolding me. Strange, isn't it? A flying dragon like Flugel, who couldn't possibly speak. Rufus fell silent, listening intently to Valm's words. Flugel said to me, I was satisfied helping Valm back then. Don't cling to my ghost forever, she said. Valm covered his face with his hand, his voice shaking by the end. If you're like that, Valm, you'll never be able to rest peacefully. Valm's voice faded as he spoke. Rufus quietly responded with, I see. Are you sure about this, releasing her from the magic? Rufus asked, as though confirming Valm's decision. Valm nodded. Please. Understood. Rufus extended his hand over the crouching Flugel. The dark energy that had enveloped Flugel's wing dissipated in response. Flugel's body, once tinged with color, withered like a dead tree and returned to the state it had been in before being revived by Shadow Eater. The faint traces of magic that had remained in his body were now gone. It was clear to anyone that Flugel was unmistakably dead. Valm collapsed to the ground, crying out loud. Rufus did not leave but simply watched in silence as Valm wept. After some time, Valm wiped his tears and stood up, his face now returning to its usual, warrior-like composure. I'm sorry. I've shown you a pathetic sight. Yeah. At least deny it, even if just a little. Rufus's simple agreement made Valm smile wryly. Rufus, I need to thank you. Because of you, I was able to fly with Flugel one last time. I'm grateful. Valm bowed his head, but Rufus averted his gaze. Stop it. The victor doesn't bow their head. I can't be happy about defeating a magician in close combat. I lost in magic battles. The result is everything. The process leading up to it doesn't matter, it's all trivial. That's like you. Valm smiled. Rufus, ever since we met, you've probably been seeing me as someone else. Based on the way you speak, that person must have been very strong, so strong that defeat would be unthinkable. Rufus remained silent, neither affirming nor denying the statement. If he were to talk about events from the future or the story, it would likely be dismissed as nonsense. Unless someone like Lilica, who actually knew the future, was present, it would be impossible to believe. Valm stared at Rufus and continued speaking. I don't know who that person was, but surely, that person must have thought highly of you. At those final words, Rufus saw Valm's face, and it seemed to overlap with the image of Valm from the story, the Four Kings Dragon Rider. Ha! Rufus furrowed his brow in confusion, and Valm hurriedly covered his mouth, looking surprised. Ah, no. I mean, that just slipped out. Thought highly of me. How presumptuous. I was trying to say something else. It wasn't really a slip of the tongue, but just forget it. Did you cry so much that you lost the ability to speak properly? Rufus laughed. And then, suddenly, tears began to well up in his eyes. What's wrong, Rufus? Young Master. Valm's eyes widened in shock, and Alba froze, speechless. What is this? Suddenly, tears began to flow from Rufus's eyes, much to his confusion. These tears came against his will, pouring out as though his emotions were being forcibly released from deep within him. Perhaps these were the emotions accumulated and embedded deep inside Rufus as Shadow Wolf. During his time as one of the Four Kings, Rufus had harbored a strong sense of inferiority toward Valm, his comrade. Valm, who had been considered the strongest among the Four Kings, was someone who stood above Rufus. These feelings, brought about by unexpected words from Valm, caused a tumult of emotions within Shadow Wolf, and those emotions spilled out as tears. While it was deeply unwelcome to the current Rufus, it was an undeniable outpouring. Rufus clicked his tongue and wiped his tears away. We're leaving. Something got in my eye. The air here seems bad. He tried to brush it off as he swirled his cloak around and turned on his heel. Valm and Alba followed him. Thank you, Rufus. Suddenly, those words echoed in Rufus's mind from behind him. It was the clear voice of a young girl. Rufus instinctively turned around, but of course, no one was there. Instead, he saw what seemed like a vision, a white, sparkling light rising into the sky, blending with the snowflakes swirling from Flugel's body, as though ascending to the heavens. Whether it was a mere illusion or a trick of the mind, he couldn't tell. "Young master, it's nothing." Rufus clicked his tongue irritably at Alba, who was peering at him with a concerned expression, and began walking again. On their way back to the village, perhaps sensing the awkward silence, Valm began to speak. "Now that I think about it, I just remembered something. When I was still under 10 years old, I once fell off flue gel and injured my leg. For 3 months, I couldn't participate in training or combat, and I was stuck feeling miserable." It was a trivial story from the past. Neither Rufus nor Alba interrupted, and Valm continued his tale. "During that time, I met a strange girl. She was someone I had never seen in the village, so she was probably the daughter of a traveling merchant or a traveler herself. At the time, I was so caught up in training that I had no one to play with, and naturally, I became close with that girl." Valm smiled nostalgically. "At first, she would show up without clothes, so I kept scolding her to put something on. Thinking back on it, I wonder if she was being abused. But she was always so nonchalant about it." Rufus suddenly recalled a casual conversation he had once had with Yuna. "Clothes are uncomfortable. But if I'm naked, Valm will get angry." When they had infiltrated the prison tower, Yuna had said something like that. Rufus quietly looked down. Valm, unaware of Rufus's thoughts, continued speaking, sharing more memories of the girl. He talked about picking flowers together, going for walks up a hill, small, mundane moments. Whenever Valm struggled to move with his injured leg, the girl would wait patiently for him. By the time they reached the village, Valm let out a soft sigh after finishing his tale. "After my leg healed, I returned to my training, and I never saw her again. In the end, she never told me her name. I wonder if that girl is doing well now." Valm muttered, a sense of loneliness in his voice. Rufus could only respond with, "Who knows?" At that moment, Rufus felt a strange sense of sadness, something he couldn't quite place. Section. Sometime before Rufus returned from the party hosted by Duke Jalan and before heading to Styria territory, Rufus had given his butler, Carlos, a week's leave. The reason for this was that Carlos had been secretly reporting Rufus's daily activities to the head of the household, Rudens. This had been the case since about 2 years ago, when Rufus moved to a separate residence and Carlos had accompanied him as his personal attendant. This arrangement had been entirely reasonable, as Rufus, who had been no older than 10 at the time, had been left alone in the new house, a difficult decision for Rudens to make. Therefore, Rudens had assigned Carlos to stay with Rufus and report back on his well-being. Rufus was unaware of this fact, and it wasn't until the incident with Roguebelt that the truth came to light. When Rufus left the capital and left behind a note for Rudens, it was revealed that such exchanges of letters had been ongoing. Suspecting that this had happened before, Rufus confronted Carlos, and unwilling to lie to his master, Carlos confessed everything. As a result, Rufus did not impose any punishment on Carlos. However, there was some lingering dissatisfaction. On the way to Galleon territory, Rudens had brought up the topic of Vol, which caused Rufus's emotions to explode. Upon returning from Galleon territory, Carlos was given a week off as a result. Though Carlos had been working tirelessly up until that point, he had not had much time for rest. A break like this was rare for him. However, Carlos did not feel like he could relax and enjoy his time off. He couldn't return to Rufus's side either. Since he hadn't had any time off in quite some time, Carlos decided to use this as an opportunity to clear his lingering feelings. Rufus had given him a full week of leave. With this much time, Carlos figured he could take a short trip. He decided to use his time off to visit a place that had been on his mind: Roguebelt, the fishing village. Instead of relying on a carriage or any other means of transport, Carlos decided to rely solely on his magic and physical strength to make the journey. It took him 2 full days to reach Roguebelt, arriving just before noon. He realized how much time it had taken, feeling the effects of age. A journey of this distance would have only taken him a single day when he was younger. Truly, I can't fight age. Though he had taken breaks along the way, Carlos had been running most of the time. Deciding to take a rest, he made his way to a small tavern next door to the inn he had visited before. There were no other eateries in the small fishing village, so this tavern was the only place he could go. As he entered, A cheerful voice greeted him from the counter. "Ah, you're?" The server, upon seeing Carlos, widened her eyes in surprise. Carlos, too, recognized her. "You're Lilia, right?" She was the daughter of the innkeeper, whom Carlos had met during his first visit to Roguebelt with Rufus. Lilia smiled brightly. "I'm honored that you remember me. You're Carlos, right? Rufus's attendant." "Yes. But seeing you here, I take it this tavern is part of the inn?" "Yes, that's right. I manage it during the day." "Well, you're quite the capable young lady." Lilia struck a small muscle pose with her slender arms, causing Carlos to smile. "So, what brings you here today? Is Rufus-san with you?" "No, actually, I'm on a little vacation." "So, the young master isn't here." "Oh, that's a shame." Carlos furrowed his brow, and Lilia quickly waved her hands in apology. "Oh, I'm sorry, that was rude of me." "No, it's fine, but why a shame?" Lilia let out a nervous laugh, as if struggling to find the right words. "It's nothing really. I just thought Fall would have wanted to see him." "Ah, I see." Carlos nodded, understanding immediately after hearing Fall's name. "Actually, I came to see Lady Feliciana." "Is she out fishing?" "Fishing? Well, more like monster hunting." "Hunting monsters? Is there still a problem with monster attacks?" "Oh, no, that's not it. Thanks to Rufus, the monster attacks have settled down. But that girl, she's been hunting monsters on her own, saying she wants to get stronger." "I see." With a wry smile, Lilia said, "She's all fired up about becoming a noble. I wonder what kind of promise she made with Rufus-sama." "I see. I think I understand now." Carlos had a rough idea of the promise made between Rufus and Fall. After returning from Roguebelt, he had persistently asked Rufus, probing for details using every method he could. Additionally, he had spoken with Eureka, who had been nearby at the time, and managed to gather information that was close to the truth. It seemed that Fall, in her own way, was determined to become a noble, despite being a commoner. How she planned to achieve that by getting stronger was dubious at best, but it appeared she was trying hard to make it happen. "Fall should be finishing her morning work and will be back soon." "I see. Then please tell her to meet me at the hill on the outskirts of the village." "Understood. I'll make sure to tell her." Carlos entrusted Lilia with the message and left the tavern. "Oh, was there a customer?" Suddenly, Norn's face appeared from the back of the shop. She looked like she had just woken up, her hair uncombed and sticking up in bedhead fashion. Lilia gave Norn an exasperated look. "Kaoru-sama was here. You know, Rufus-sama's attendant." "What?" Norn interrupted Lilia, exclaiming in surprise. Then, she hurriedly looked into a mirror and began fixing herself up. "Why didn't you wake me up, Lilia? Did he leave already? He's still nearby, right? Ah, did he say he'll come back?" In her sleepwear, Norn began choosing her outdoor clothes. Her behavior resembled that of a love-struck maiden. Lilia, with a tired expression, sighed. "Wait, are you like that? Isn't he way too old for you?" "What are you talking about, Lilia? Age doesn't matter. Kaoru-sama is so much of a gentleman and really kind. I mean, I get that, but... Ah, whatever." Lilia gave up and gazed out the window, her expression distant. The noble-hating Fall had fallen in love with a noble, and now Norn, who had been kidnapped, seemed to be harboring feelings for her butler. It was Carlos who had brought Norn back to Roguebelt, so he must have treated her with great kindness and care, Lilia thought. Everyone's in love. I wonder when a good man will appear in front of me. Propping her chin in her hand, Lilia muttered softly. The sound of seagulls crying and the scent of the sea. As Carlos stood alone on the hill, enjoying these things, he found that, after being so busy lately, this peaceful time was surprisingly refreshing for his mind. He thought to himself that this might be a better vacation than expected. Around noon, just as time passed, Fall appeared on the hill. She was slightly out of breath, as if she had been running. Unlike 3 months ago when she disguised herself as a man with a bandana on her head and a sash around her chest, Fall now had her translucent golden hair tied back, and her appearance was that of a strong-willed girl. "Carlos, San, it's been a while." Just Carlos is fine, Lady Farathiana. Carlos turned to face Fall with a smile. Fall looked around, scanning the surroundings. Is Rufus not here? Unfortunately, it's just me today. Fall, still out of breath, frowned slightly, and Carlos chuckled. He had told Lilia to pass on the message, but it seemed Fall had rushed over without properly listening to the details. I see. Fall's shoulders visibly slumped, and Carlos looked at her with a somewhat affectionate smile. I'm relieved to see you're well. It seems your feelings for young Rufus haven't changed, then. What? Did Rufus tell you? Fall's face flushed red, and she awkwardly turned her eyes away. Given how well known it seemed, Carlos couldn't help but smile wryly. However, it was true that he had persistently asked Rufus about their exchanges, so Carlos nodded in confirmation. Well, yes. Seriously. So, about that promise. I've heard about it. I came here today regarding that matter. Seriously. So, about that promise. For that matter. Carlos' words caused Fall to stiffen slightly. Why had Carlos come alone instead of Rufus? A troubling possibility flashed in Fall's mind. Could it be that Carlos had come to announce the cancellation of their promise? Seeing the change in Fall's demeanor, Carlos hurriedly shook his head. Please don't misunderstand. I came here on my own accord today. There's no message from young Master Rufus. I see, that's a relief. Fall let out a sigh of relief and then tilted her head in confusion. Then, what's this about? I've heard that you've been working hard to become a noble. But I suspect you've hit a dead end. That's not true. Fall averted her gaze. It seemed like she was refusing to admit it out of pride. It's not wrong to seek strength. However, that alone won't make you a noble. Do you, Lady Farathiana, know how a commoner can become a noble? No. I don't know. Carlos spoke gently to Fall, who had lowered her gaze. It's not surprising if you don't know. There aren't many examples of commoners becoming nobles. However, the method is surprisingly simple. Carlos raised a single finger to the sky. It's being appointed as a noble by His Majesty the King. The King? At the mention of the King, Fall's face stiffened. I know it sounds daunting, but it's not as difficult as it seems. As long as you submit an application, it will usually be accepted unless there's a particularly compelling reason to deny it. Really? Yes. However, the difficult part is meeting the requirements for the application. These conditions are quite challenging. Carlos raised 3 fingers to emphasize his point. There are 3 conditions. 1. You must possess magical power. 2. You must have a sponsor who is an aristocrat of at least a count's rank. And 3. You must bring some benefit to the kingdom. An upper-ranking noble, benefit. Fall murmured as if repeating the words, but it was clear she didn't fully understand. Carlos smiled wryly and continued. The first 2 conditions, having magical power and a connection with an upper-ranking noble, are particularly difficult. If you don't have magical power, you're immediately disqualified. And establishing a connection with an upper-ranking noble is extremely hard for a commoner. But fortunately, Lady Farathiana, you've already fulfilled these 2 conditions. Wait, fulfilled? Oh, right. Rufus is an upper-ranking noble, isn't he? More specifically, it's the Marquis of Lightless. Although, you will need to meet with the head of the family, Rudens, and express your intention to become a noble. Fall lowered her gaze nervously. The head? Rufus's father? Well, that part is still some time away, so there's no need to worry about it just yet. What you should focus on now, Lady Farathiana, is the 3rd condition. The 3rd, benefit to the kingdom? Exactly. If we look at examples of commoners who have become nobles, there are things like slaying powerful monsters designated as disasters, discovering gold mines, reclaiming wastelands, or developing new magical tools. The benefits can vary widely. That sounds difficult. I guess the only thing I could possibly do is slay monsters. The monsters designated as disasters by the kingdom are extremely dangerous. If I were to give an example, it would be the giant kraken from the Cursed Sea or the whale that flew through the sky. Both of those were defeated by young Master Rufus. Carlos finished with a smile, The whale, in particular, was quite extraordinary. That whale, or that kraken level. Fall made a bitter face. While the whale was out of the question, the giant kraken was also a formidable opponent for her in her current state. Carlos smiled gently. That's why I have a suggestion. What if you helped in the reclamation of the Cursed Sea? Fall's eyes widened at Carlos's proposal. Section. The Cursed Sea Reclamation. The Cursed Sea had been a forbidden area for 300 years due to the presence of the ship-eating demon, the giant kraken. Although sea maps exist, there may be uncharted islands, like the uninhabited ones sailors have drifted to in times of shipwreck. Moreover, despite the defeat of the kraken and the demon whale, dangerous monsters may still inhabit the region. In the future, the Cursed Sea could potentially become a vital trade route connecting the Styria territory and the Lightless territory. While it would certainly come with risks, the achievements gained from such an endeavor would be significant. Reclamation, her. Hearing Carlos's words, Fall lowered her gaze, deep in thought. Are you worried? Certainly, there will be dangers, but we can't afford to have anything happen to you, Lady Farathiana. I will hire several skilled people, and your safety will be guaranteed. We'll handle the expedition team's formation and the procurement of supplies. You'll be fully supported for the reclamation, so please don't worry, Carlos said, offering an overly thorough arrangement. Fall furrowed her brow. Carlos, why are you going this far for me? I'm just a commoner who likes Rufus. Receiving Fall's somewhat wary gaze, Carlos simply met her eyes with a steady look. Lady Farathiana, you care for young Master Rufus. And in doing so, you stand as his equal. When Rufus was with you, he seemed so happy. That's all. There's no deeper reason. The joyful expression on Rufus's face was one he never showed to his family or even to Carlos. He seemed happy with me, Hearing such an embarrassing thing from Carlos, who said it so seriously, Fall's face turned bright red, and she turned her gaze away. After a brief pause, Fall faced Carlos again. I'm grateful, but I still can't accept your offer. Why not? This would be the fastest way for you to become a noble. Because it's mostly your achievement, not mine, right? Rufus told me to become a noble. No, but I'll reclaim the Cursed Sea. I'll gladly take that on. But I don't need any preparation. I'll handle it myself. I have to accomplish this on my own. Seeing the determination in Fall's eyes, Carlos sighed. If you're set on it, I understand. Carlos nodded quietly, then drew the rapier at his waist. Fall was caught off guard by the sudden action, and Carlos pointed the tip of his sword at her. Then, we'll change plans. I need you to become strong as soon as possible, Lady Farathiana. I'm taking the liberty of dedicating the rest of my vacation time entirely to training you. Tea training? As Fall looked at him in confusion, Carlos swiftly made a piercing thrust. The speed was so quick that Fall couldn't see it, and her face turned pale. Rest assured, I won't leave any scars. You may become Rofusama's future wife, after all. Carlos smiled softly, but the implication behind his words was clear. If the injury didn't leave a lasting mark, he would inflict as many wounds as necessary. I heard you couldn't even land a hit on Eureka. Eureka is the Dark Knight the Lightless family is so proud of, a combat professional. But even so, Eureka's strength is near the bottom among the Dark Knights. Someone with that level of skill can't be trusted with the reclamation of the Cursed Sea. As Carlos spoke, he unleashed rapid, invisible thrusts. Fall couldn't react at all, and countless shallow wounds appeared all over her body. When did I get cut? Carlos cast a healing spell from a distance as Fall collapsed, her face pale. The cuts and scratches were quickly healed, and thanks to the timely healing magic, there were no scars left, unlike bruises or lacerations. The wounds that Carlos had inflicted disappeared cleanly without leaving a trace. You have 3 days to at least be able to dodge this thrust, Carlos said sharply. If you can't manage that, you might want to either accept my backup, or you might have to give up on young Master Rufus. Carlos stared at Fall with eyes filled with a hint of sorrow, but his gaze was still sharp. Fall, her determination burning, glared back at him, drawing the cutlass hanging at her waist. I'll never give up. I'll make it happen. That's the spirit. Carlos smiled. By the way, when I was younger, I served as a sword saint for about 8 years. I have some experience with swords. You can be assured of my confidence in teaching you. In response to Fall, who had raised her cutlass, Carlos also unsheathed his rapier. However, there was no need to draw his sword, since the task was just to dodge. Carlos inwardly chuckled at this. Right after he finished his thought, Fall charged at Carlos, launching a direct attack. It was a straightforward strike, and Carlos easily evaded it. Despite this being a training session focused on dodging, Fall unexpectedly launched a preemptive strike. Carlos's face twitched slightly in surprise. Perhaps she doesn't quite understand the purpose of this, Carlos thought, feeling a slight concern about the future of this training section. By the way, the commotion regarding the appearance of a wyvern in Rougebelt occurred that very night. Norn, seeing a wyvern circling the sky as if searching for something, realized it was the same creature, the flugel, that had delivered her. Norn explained the situation to the villagers, and while it caused some disturbance, the night passed without further incident. However, the next day, possibly due to a report, a wyvern hunting party was dispatched from a nearby village. In response, Fall, who had already been informed of the situation by Norn, along with Log and the young villagers, mounted a bold defense to protect the flugel. Against all odds, they successfully repelled the hunting party. Later, a magistrate, who had been manipulated into a puppet-like role by Rufus, arrived leading a group of regular soldiers. Sensing the escalating tension, Carlos intervened to mediate the situation. At his direction, the magistrate was instructed to urgently contact Rufus. Despite this, Fall's training continued. Section. At the Lightless family's villa, high above Rufus's residence, the Crimson Airship Ifrit was docked. Inside one of the rooms, Rufus was sitting on a sofa, drinking coffee that Lilica had brewed for him. The space Rufus had been escorted to was more private than usual. Against the backdrop of a wall lined with liquor bottles, there was a counter, and various desks and chairs were arranged around the room. This bar lounge was a space that members of Scarlet Wind typically used as a dining area. By the way, the massive collection of alcohol lining the wall was Hawk's personal collection. Being led here showed just how much trust the members of Scarlet Wind had in Rufus. In the bar lounge, besides Rufus, the members of Scarlet Wind were also gathered, each seated wherever they preferred. Among them was Iz, looking much healthier than before, possibly due to the effects of having expended some of her magical energy. Additionally, there was another figure in the room, none other than the elderly butler, Carlos, who had just returned from a self-imposed break, which he called a vacation. Although Carlos was trying his best to appear calm, his eyes darted around like a nervous cat. Rufus watched him with an exasperated look. "Calm down, Carlos. You look like a country bumpkin seeing the capital for the first time. I am sorry, but I never imagined a day would come when I'd board an airship." Carlos looked astonished and somewhat moved, and Rufus sighed at his reaction. At that moment, Kay casually approached Carlos. "What's up, old man? Is this your first time on an airship? There's not much chance to ride flying ships, after all." "Well, if you're with Rufus-san, you're always welcome." "How polite of you." Kay patted Carlos on the back while Dan, showing off his muscular chest, made a display of his strength. Carlos responded with a friendly smile. Meanwhile, the others observed the scene with mild amusement, while Sigil and Hawk watched with more caution. Carlos, though he appeared to be a gentle, good-natured old man at first glance, had his attention on everyone in the bar lounge. His hand was always near the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. To put it bluntly, if anyone in this room were to threaten Rufus, that foolish person would be swiftly cut down by Carlos. Of course, no one from Scarlet Wind would ever do such a thing. He seemed vulnerable, but in reality, not a single opening could be found. He was undoubtedly a skilled fighter. That was the impression Carlos left on Sigil and Hawk after observing his demeanor. Despite being a butler, it was clear he also served as a bodyguard. The two of them had already concluded this based on their observations. As they mulled over this, Lilica finished handing out drinks and sat down next to Rufus. She then leaned in close, resting her head on his shoulder. "So, how is the coffee, Rokuin?" "It's fine." Lilica asked sweetly, but Rufus gave a cold response. However, the fact that he didn't push her away showed that he trusted her to some extent. Carlos watched the two with an intrigued look. Another pair of eyes were also observing them. Is, sitting next to the armchair by the sofa, resting her chin on her hand. Well, looks like you two have gotten closer since I last saw you. Did you two become lovers or something? Yeah, kinda. Really? Lilica answered energetically, and his face twitched. She had asked jokingly, but the response she got was unexpectedly affirmative. Rufus, looking uninterested, remained silent, not denying it outright. Carlos, seeing this exchange, was naturally shaken. Why, young master? Is that true? Carlos, shut up. Rufus answered lazily, and Carlos froze. Was this a case of Rufus avoiding the question because he couldn't be bothered to answer, or was it something more? Carlos couldn't discern Rufus's true feelings and was left bewildered. The image of Fall, struggling to become a noble, flashed in Carlos's mind, leaving him with a sense of unease. While he had heard about the recent events in Styria during the week he had been resting, he didn't have all the details. For example, what had happened between Rufus and the girl, Lilica, who was clinging to him like a lover. Carlos, drenched in cold sweat, was left to contemplate this as the conversation moved forward. By the way, I still haven't properly thanked you. You were the one who healed this illness, right? Thanks to you, I've been feeling much better. Technically, it wasn't me. Also, I told Lilica, but it's not fully healed yet. Is spun her hand around in the air as if checking if she was really feeling better, and Rufus responded with an exasperated tone. While it wasn't exactly Rufus who had healed her, from Lilica's perspective, it would have appeared as if Rufus had done so, since she hadn't recognized Una's presence. Lilica, who had been acting sweet just moments before, now looked at Rufus with a serious expression. You called us here to talk about something related to Isnay's treatment, right? At Lilica's words, the members of Scarlet Wind turned their gaze toward Rufus. Lilica, implicitly signaling for him to get to the point, Rufus sighed and began to speak. Section. Is had been suffering from a very rare and peculiar local disease, one where a special type of magical energy accumulated in the body, causing excruciating pain. The only way to cure this disease was to remove the accumulated magical energy from her body. However, there was no known method in current magical medicine to extract magic from a human. As a result, this nameless disease had been considered incurable in the frontier regions. However, Rufus would come to learn an unexpected method of treatment. It was a gift from Una, the ghost-like creature, given as a token of gratitude. Only ghost-type magical creatures could utilize magic absorption, and this skill, which allowed the absorption of magical energy from the living, could remove the magic from his body. Magical energy and magic essence were essentially the same thing. In fact, his symptoms had improved significantly due to Una's magic absorption. Rufus explained this to the members of Scarlet Wind, omitting the details of Una's involvement. Upon hearing Rufus's explanation, the members of Scarlet Wind brightened, relieved to know that a treatment method had been found. So his illness will be cured. Well done, Is. I'm glad. Elma, Kay, and Dan gathered around Is, expressing their relief. A ghost-type creature, her. Hawk muttered thoughtfully. Rufus-san. Thank you, truly. I don't even know how to properly thank you. Sigil, overwhelmed with gratitude, lowered his head as if to bow deeply. Rufus waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed, then turned his gaze to Is. We know the treatment method. Now, we just need to prepare for the actual procedure. That's great, but how do we prepare? Are we going to ask a ghost for help? Is tilted her head in confusion. Lilica, however, suddenly remembered something she had heard from Wind God. The one who could treat his illness was none other than Rufus. Only Rufus Kuan can do this. A ghost-type creature. Is it the shadow? Lilica raised her head, realization dawning on her as she looked at Rufus. Rufus had the ability to summon and control creatures of darkness, using them as familiars. He smiled faintly. Carlos, are there any places nearby where ghost-type creatures appear? If it's near the capital, knights regularly eliminate monsters. Ghosts are usually found in cemeteries or graveyards, but they only appear very rarely at night. A little farther away, I believe there's a dungeon in the lightless territory where ghost-type creatures appear. Carlos answered calmly, and Hawk, impressed, spoke up. The Spectre Cave to the south. You know it well, it's not very popular and isn't widely known. Ah, that place. I ventured there a while ago. From here, it's about a day's journey, so we can get there easily. Hearing Hawk's words, Sigil recalled something and spoke up. That settles it. We leave immediately. Yeah, leave it to me. At Rufus's words, Sigil rushed to the cockpit, and Hawk hurriedly followed him. Is this really the speed of this ship? Carlos looked on in surprise. The other members were filled with joy, knowing that his illness would soon be cured. Meanwhile, Rufus silently sipped his coffee. To Lilica, Rufus appeared somewhat troubled. Something on your mind? Lilica quietly asked. Rufus lowered his gaze. I don't know. I just hope it goes well. ? Lilica's question was met with Rufus's ambiguous response. Soon after, the airship began its journey. Their destination, the dungeon known for being plagued by ghost-type monsters. Spectre Cave. Chapter 6. Outer. Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We've met again. It's me, Outer. What? You're asking you again? Haha, yeah, I get it. You must be wondering who the heck I am. I know, you must be getting tired of listening to the ramblings of this mysterious old man. Well, I have some good news for you, dear viewers. Today, I've brought a special guest. A single flower to brighten up this chatty old man segment. A special guest, the white-haired tomboyish girl, Irekuan. Now, let's give a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Oh my, she looks quite flustered by this sudden development. She's giving me such a suspicious look. Her appearance is that of a young maiden, about 1 or 2 or maybe 3 years younger than Rufus, around his age. I mentioned white hair, but rest assured, she's not related to the mysterious figure Yunal that appeared in the story. Now, Irekuan, go ahead and greet the viewers. Say hi. Should I? Ah. Yes. Oh my, looks like you can't quite recognize them yet. You still have a long way to go. You must keep practicing. So, what exactly am I here for today? Oh, that. Well, I called you here today for a reason. I wanted to hear your thoughts, as a talented individual. You see, there's been a lot of developments recently. It's about what Lilica Skyfield mentioned, the apostles of the 6 gods. Ah, yes. That's certainly something worth considering. Do you really believe Rufus is one of the 6 gods' apostles? Unlike Lilica Skyfield, it seems he hasn't met the 6 gods directly. From the situation alone, it would be safe to say that Rufus is indeed one of their apostles. What do you mean by situation? Lilica Skyfield said, to defeat the god of darkness, not a single one of the 6 gods' apostles can be missing. And Rufus was saved by Lilica Skyfield when he was about to be killed by a blood-stained hat. That surely indicates the dark god's involvement. I see. The apostles must not be missing. Therefore, the fact that the dark god intervened and had Lilica Skyfield save Rufus is evidence that Rufus is indeed an apostle, as you've concluded. Very logical reasoning, I must say. Though, you do tend to make mistakes in key moments every now and then. Lilica Skyfield is the apostle of the wind god. That's why she saved Rufus, who is also an apostle. She was guided to do so. However, if we follow this line of reasoning, there must be others who appear to be apostles as well. Farashina Roguebelt, she also saved Rufus's life. Could she be an apostle as well? Unlike Lilica Skyfield, she doesn't seem to have memories of the past. The criteria for how apostles are chosen is still unclear at this stage, and Rufus and Lilica also have different ways of receiving knowledge of the future. Rufus experiences it through dreams, while Lilica Skyfield retains memories of her cycles. It might depend on the individual or the corresponding god. There is certainly a possibility that Farashina Roguebelt is an apostle, though, of course, there are other possibilities. Other possibilities? Do you have any ideas? Well, for example, The apostles of the 6 gods might not necessarily all be human. Not human. Now that you mention it, there are others, spirits, to be precise, who have behaved differently from what's expected in the story. One such spirit is the water spirit, Lunamal, who conveniently appeared in front of Rufus and Pharasina Rougebelt, both cast into the sea of magic, and saved their lives. Normally, a spirit-possessed Pharasina wouldn't meet a water spirit until 3 years later, when the incident involving the sea demon Strath occurs. But since the timeline has deviated this time, it's an exception. However, their appearance in that moment feels far too convenient. Could there be others who might be apostles of the 6 gods? At this point, I can't say for sure, though, now that you mention it, there's one person I have in mind. Oh, Abel Carrot, the protagonist from the story. Abel, the fire user. I see, it makes sense. If the 6 gods' goal is to defeat the god of darkness, it stands to reason they'd choose someone with experience defeating it. He certainly seems like a strong candidate. The former 4 heavenly kings, the daughter of the sky, the original protagonist, Rufus, Lilica, Lunamal, and Abel. Darkness, wind, water, fire. When you think about it this way, the list is narrowing down considerably. Now, all that remains are light and earth. At this rate, we could figure it out any time now. But didn't they say the apostles must all be present? Isn't it dangerous to leave one out? Seems like the 6 gods are a bit too careless. Well, let's wrap it up here for today. Goodbye for now, everyone. Next time, maybe we'll go ghost hunting in a dungeon. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Chapter 7. Original Record, Bloodstained Curtain. The original game's first part involves the appearance of the 4 demon beasts and the resurrection of the demon lord, Lars. The second part tells the story of the rebellion of the second demon lord, Raymond, and his 4 heavenly kings. The third part focuses on the war between the kingdom and the empire. The story begins shortly after the rebellion of the second demon lord, when the kingdom is attacked by the neighboring empire. The Styria region, facing the border, falls at the very beginning of the story. Due to the devastating losses suffered by the kingdom's army after Raymond's rebellion, there was no opportunity to respond, and Styria fell quickly. Against this backdrop, the protagonist Abel and his companions head to the Styria region to repel the Empire's invasion. By this point, Abel and his group are strong enough to have already defeated the Demon Lord and the second Demon Lord, so retaking the region from the Empire isn't too difficult. During this, Abel, specifically, his ally, Princess Asteria, delivers a ceasefire proposal on behalf of the kingdom. The Empire's response is the sending of an assassin. The one who appears before Abel and his group is the Empire's hired assassin, the Bloodstained Hat, known as the most dangerous killer. For Abel's group, all of whom are skilled magic users, the magic killer Bloodstained Hat is their worst nightmare. In fact, as soon as he appears without a trace, Princess Asteria, the powerful mage Mayrin, and the holy maiden Fran are each instantly slashed across the throat, rendered incapacitated in an instant. The battle with Bloodstained Hat begins as 3 of the group are mortally wounded. Astoria and Mayrin, who do not use incantation magic, are especially injured, their lives hanging by a thread. Fran, the only one who managed to avoid the worst of the blows, retreats while carrying the unconscious 2, and the battle against Bloodstained Hat is left to Abel, the sky pirate Lilica, and the female sailor Farathiana, who take on the assassin in a 3-on-1 battle. Bloodstained Hat specializes in stealth and surprise attacks, and close combat is not his forte. Thus, when he faces the 3, who excel in physical combat, he attempts to retreat. However, Abel, burning with anger after his companions were injured, doesn't allow him to escape. Abel blocks Bloodstained Hat's escape with a barrier of blue flames surrounding them from all directions. A magical wall, this alone could be destroyed by Bloodstained Hat's techniques. But Abel's blue flames are different from regular magic. They are a pure phenomenon that does not require magic formulas. Without a magical formula, even with his magic-penetrating eyes, Bloodstained Hat cannot break the barrier. Now trapped in a disadvantageous position, Bloodstained Hat must fight the 3 physical combatants. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage, he laughs and responds. He feels his frozen heart start to beat once again as he faces a worthy opponent. Bloodstained Hat fights with everything he has: his knife skills, superhuman strength that he rarely uses, and a rapid healing ability that allows him to recover from injuries almost instantly. He sometimes vanishes, using his stealth to deceive and confound his opponents. However, Abel, Lilica, and Farashina are formidable. Their strength is not to be underestimated, having already faced and defeated some of the most powerful enemies, including the demon lords. Ultimately, Bloodstained Hat is impaled by Abel's flame sword, enveloped in blue flames. As Abel realizes that Bloodstained Hat will die from this attack, he instinctively tries to extinguish the flames. Though filled with anger at his ally's injuries, Abel doesn't intend to kill him. This is Abel's inherent kindness, or perhaps his weakness. Though sometimes this kindness gets him into trouble, he can never bring himself to abandon his desire for peace, a world without conflict, which is his ideal. But Bloodstained Hat will not allow such weakness. "You're wrong, Abel Carrot. You should kill me now." Bloodstained Hat grasps Abel's hand tightly, the one holding the flame sword that impales him, and tries to pull the blade out. Seeing Abel's face, Bloodstained Hat smiles as though speaking to a friend. "I've taken many lives for money. I deserve to die. I've lived long enough. This is the perfect time to end it." Bloodstained Hat smiled gently, and Abel was confused by the expression. This man had tried to kill them without hesitation. That was undeniable. But was this truly the smile of a murderer? Bloodstained Hat's expression was unexpectedly soft, almost kind. Why become an assassin? Is there some kind of reason behind it? "I don't care about other people's lives. The money is just a bonus. Being an assassin is nothing more than a way to pass the time in my long life. Thanks to you, I've had a meaningful moment today. You don't have to die. You should stop killing and live to atone for your sins." Interrupting Abel's words, Bloodstained Hat laughed amidst the rising blue flames. An immortal monster, slain by a hero of flames. This is the kind of story a bard would love, isn't it? What? Are you really ready to die? Who knows? Bloodstained Hat quietly closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting. He recalled the way his mother died. She had been consumed by white flames, her entire being erased. Bloodstained Hat was not purely human. He was a hybrid of an ancient subhuman species, half vampire, half human. His father was a human with no magical powers, while his mother was a true ancestor of vampires. Inherited from his vampire lineage, he did not age, and possessed superhuman strength and an extraordinary healing ability. Because he carried some traits of humans, he was not harmed by sunlight. He was known as a daylight walker. He had inherited his lack of magical power from his father. His father and mother had loved each other beyond the boundaries of their species. At least, that was how Bloodstained Hat had seen it when he was young. But one day, his mother suddenly killed his father. She drained him of his blood until only his bones and skin remained, and then she wept as she held his lifeless body. Bloodstained Hat later learned that his mother had repressed her vampiric hunger while married to his human father. On a certain full moon night, her restraint reached its limit, and she snapped. Like water overflowing from a bowl, she went on a rampage. Unable to suppress her instincts, she killed the one she loved. After that, she changed. She began to view humans as inferior beings, mere food, and actively sought to attack them. On a night of the red moon, she was hunted down by humans. She was burned by white flames, unable to heal, and reduced to ash without a trace. Bloodstained Hat did not harbor hatred for the humans who killed his mother. In fact, he was grateful to them for stopping her rampage. When his mother perished in those flames, she had looked at peace, as if some dark spirit had left her. Over the countless years that followed, his mind, worn down by time, grew numb. Bloodstained Hat had lived for nearly 1,000 years. For his human mind, 1,000 years was far too long. Driven by money and, at times, boredom, he took the lives of others. Yet it caused him no pain. His heart had long since shattered, and there was no longer any sorrow to feel. The monster who had lived through such an endless span of time would, ironically, meet his end in the same way as his mother, burned by flames, bringing his life to a close. How laughable, yet how sweet an end it seemed. It was because of this that Bloodstained Hat welcomed Abel's flame, that gentle yet warm blue flame. He felt that no more fitting conclusion would ever come again. Stroa. Ha! At the murmured words of Bloodstained Hat, Abel widened his eyes in surprise. Bloodstained Hat smiled wryly and once more introduced himself. His name. Stroa Endwalker. That's my name. I'd be happy if you remembered it. It was the name my mother gave me, back when she was still kind. With those final words, Bloodstained Hat breathed his last. His body, consumed by the blue flames, melted away without even leaving ash behind. His death was strangely similar to that of his mother, who had been the true ancestor of vampires. It was the end that Stroa Endwalker, Bloodstained Hat himself, had desired. To Abel, Bloodstained Hat had been a sudden, attacking assassin, a hateful enemy who had harmed his companions. There could be no doubt about this. Why had he made such a choice? Did he perhaps feel some sense of guilt for the lives he had taken as an assassin? These questions could never be answered now. The sensation of Bloodstained Hat gripping his hand remained in Abel's palm, as if he had been pleading to be killed. Despite the overwhelming sense of helplessness that gnawed at him, Abel lifted his head and faced forward. The appearance of the assassin, this, in itself, was a declaration of the Empire's intent to fight. The battle was only just beginning. Nothing had ended yet. Afterward. At last, Part 3. It's been a year and a half since I started this story. Thanks to so many readers, and to you, we've finally made it to Part 3. I truly appreciate your support. But let's not dwell on the formalities for too long. It's been a while, hasn't it? This is Kuroka, once again. And let me say it again, thank you so much for reading. With this the story has finally begun in earnest. What? You're saying it hadn't started yet? Well, yes, everything up until now was essentially just the tutorial. This story falls under the genres of villain protagonist and redo, and with this volume, I think you're finally getting a glimpse into the deeper layers of its world and lore. On magic in this world. At this point the magic we've seen can be classified into two main types. First, there's elemental magic, which includes techniques like the dark sides and shadow spheres that Rufus frequently uses. Then, we have ancient magic, such as the Reaper's Scythe that reaps all life and the Gate that rejects the living, spells passed down from times long past. In the Kingdom, a nation of magic, elemental magic is the dominant form. In contrast, ancient magic is primarily inherited through noble bloodlines, its practices differing from modern conventions. Most ancient spells have been lost over time, and the ones that remain are extremely rare. They tend to be highly inefficient in terms of magic consumption but compensate with immense power. Many, though not all, can be enhanced by offering part of the caster's body, like blood, as a sacrifice, as Rufus has demonstrated. Despite its overwhelming potential, ancient magic has faded into obscurity due to two main factors: the secrecy surrounding magical knowledge among the aristocracy and the sheer difficulty of mastering such inefficient and demanding spells. Meanwhile, elemental magic, the primary magic system used in the modern kingdom, harnesses the natural energy found in the world, specifically elemental spirits. It's far more efficient, consumes less magical power, and is much easier to learn compared to other magic types. The simplicity of its spell structures makes it particularly accessible, which is why it has become so widespread. The process of casting elemental magic. There are 3 steps to casting elemental magic. 1. Chanting a spell. 2. Declaring the spell's name. 3. Activating the spell. The first step, spell chanting, involves speaking in the language of spirits, a tongue incomprehensible to humans. This is essentially a way for the caster to communicate with elemental spirits, telling them, "This is the spell I want to use, help me out here." The caster doesn't consciously pronounce these words. Instead, the chant automatically comes out when they focus on casting the spell. In fact, even the spellcaster themselves have no idea what they're saying. If you've noticed that spells in the story are sometimes written out while others are marked. The written-out spells belong to ancient magic, which uses a long-forgotten human language, whereas elemental magic is spoken in an unpronounceable spirit tongue. The second step, declaring the spell's name, acts as a trigger. This verbal confirmation tells the spirits, "Alright, execute the spell now," at which point they set the magic into motion. To put it bluntly, elemental magic is a system where casters essentially outsource all the hard work to spirits by handing over some of their magical energy. It's an extremely convenient, low difficulty, and, dare I say, exploitative form of magic. But make no mistake, this is not a bad thing. Its ease of use means more people can wield magic, which in turn strengthens the kingdom as a whole, securing its place as a dominant force on the continent. That said, elemental magic isn't as simplistic as it might seem. Our protagonist, Rufus, has already demonstrated advanced techniques like chant cancellation, chantless casting, and post-chanting. If there's another opportunity, I'd love to delve deeper into these mechanics in the future. For now, I leave you with my deepest gratitude for reading. I hope we meet again soon. Short story. Child of Thunder and Dragon of Powdered Snow. Valm. Why did you do something like that? It was a scolding from his father. Unable to understand, yet unable to retort, the young Valm ran out of the house. Brother. Even young Sarah's call didn't reach Valm's ears. She watched as his figure grew smaller through the open door, and glared at her father. Father. It's cruel to be angry. Brother did it for my sake. I know. While fiddling with his own hair, which was also a bit wavy like Valm and Sarah's, their father sighed. Even so, that was a bit too much. Valm had knocked down several local children. The reason? Because Sarah had been surrounded and taunted by some neighborhood bullies. The blame should have mostly fallen on the bullies. Still, this should have been a trivial squabble between children, if Valm were an ordinary child. Since he was 5, Valm had been training with a spear as part of his preparation to become a knight. By the time he was 8, he was training with adults in combat, and his spear skills were already on par with seasoned knights. He had even caught the attention of the Sword Saint, who had taken him as an apprentice. Though still a child, Valm was strong. He was adept at handling magic, and his spear skills were already on par with his father, a current knight. He absorbed knowledge from his training and real-world experiences like a sponge, growing at an abnormal rate. His father believed that by next year, in just 6 months, Valm would surpass him. Valm, with his strength comparable to a seasoned knight, had struck the children out of anger. What happens when someone like Valm, with such strength, hits children in a fit of rage? The bullies had no time to escape and fell before Valm's blows. Naturally, they were all severely injured. Some suffered broken bones and internal injuries, wounds so severe they could have been fatal. Thanks to the emergency healing magic from the church's healers, all of them survived, but they were still unable to get out of bed even after receiving treatment. Valm claimed that he had held back enough not to kill them. While they hadn't died, the injuries were far beyond the level one would expect from a children's quarrel, and thus, his father's scolding. But to the 8-year-old Valm, it made no sense. He had just punished the bullies who were tormenting his little sister, so why should he be the one to be scolded? His father sighed again and gently patted Sarah's head. However, I also spoke too harshly. I will talk to Valm again later. This time, I won't shout. We'll have some hot milk and talk it through. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Sarah's face brightened. Valm would return after his training, once the sun had set. She thought to herself how much she hoped the sun would set soon, and then she closed the door that had been left ajar. During a flight training session that day, while riding a wyvern, Valm lost his balance and fell, breaking one of his legs. Perhaps because of the earlier incident, Valm stubbornly refused the healer's treatment. He also refused to listen to his father's words. Sulking, Valm avoided even the dragon stable where his lifelong companion, the dragon Flugel, lived, and instead spent several days staring absent-mindedly at the ice-snow mountains from the corner of town. It was during this time that a girl called out to him. Valm. With a quiet yet soothing voice, his name was called, and Valm frowned as he turned around. His eyes widened in shock. The white-haired girl standing there was naked. What? What's wrong? The girl tilted her head and approached Valm. Startled, Valm missed grabbing his crutch and stumbled backward, sitting down on the ground while awkwardly scooting away from the girl. Clothes. Why are you naked? Clothes, oh. They're too tight. Who takes their clothes off just because they're tight? If you don't wear clothes, you'll catch a cold. A cold? I won't catch a cold. You will catch a cold. Go home right now. Put some clothes on. Go home. Despite her dejection, the girl reluctantly turned and left, while Valm, his face bright red, chased her off. What was that girl? How did she even know his name? He was left confused as he made his way home that day. And the next day, in the same place, the white-haired girl appeared again. Once again, she was naked. Valm. You again. I told you to wear clothes. Grumbling, Valm reluctantly took off his fur coat and threw it at the girl. The girl tilted her head in confusion as she caught it. You'll catch a cold. Don't tell me about it. You're training all wrong. Valm raised his arm, showing off his muscular bicep despite his young age. The girl smiled at him. That's true. Valm has never caught a cold, right? Yeah, because I'm tough. Wait, how do you know that? How do you even know my name? I know everything about you. Like how you recently fought with your father. How do you know that? Has it become gossip? My father has such a loud voice. As he said this, Valm grimaced as he recalled the time when his father had scolded him. No matter how many times he thought about it, he couldn't accept it. He hadn't done anything wrong. It was the bullies who tormented Sarah who were at fault. The girl, now wearing the coat, sat down beside Valm. You were sad and frustrated because your father scolded you, and you couldn't focus on your training. So you were watching. Yeah, that's right. And then you fell and broke your leg. Even as an apprentice, you're not fit to be a dragon knight. You can't face Flugel like this. Comforted by the girl, Valm felt as if Flugel himself was speaking to him, and his heart grew warm. Yeah, maybe. I was stubborn and refused treatment. If I had just accepted the treatment back then, I would have been able to return to training by now. Looking up at the sky, Valm sighed, feeling regretful. He glanced at the girl, who appeared to be slightly older than him, perhaps around 10 years old. Her face bore a resemblance to Sarah's, refined and graceful. She was a stranger, at least not from the town. Now that I think about it, where are you from? Why are you here without clothes? Are you the child of a traveling merchant? Don't you know? How could I know? This is the first time I've met you, right? Or have we met somewhere before? Valm tilted his head, perplexed. The girl thought for a moment and then smiled, as if she'd just come up with a playful idea. It's a secret. What's that supposed to mean? Valm shrugged his shoulders in confusion. From then on, the girl appeared in the same place, at the same time, every day. She never showed herself in the town, nor would she appear if anyone else was nearby. Because of this, Valm began visiting the spot alone, without telling his father or Sarah, often with his crutches in hand. He talked with the girl about many things. Though she never initiated the conversation, he would talk endlessly, until there was nothing left to say. Even when their conversations ended and silence followed, it was never awkward. Just having her next to him was enough to make him feel at ease. One day, as Valm muttered about wanting to walk normally again soon, the girl tugged at the hem of his coat and led him down a relatively flat path to begin some light rehabilitation. Sometimes, they would walk to a hill to pick flowers, or to the foot of the mountains to build a snowman. For Valm, who had been wielding a spear since he was little, these simple activities felt fresh and enjoyable. See that tower over there? That's a remade prison from the ancient ruins, called the Kodai Ruins. It's a notorious prison that never lets criminals escape. It's a local landmark of Styria. Pointing to a large tower visible from the foot of the mountain, Valm spoke, laughing as he added that it was something his father had told him. The girl quietly listened, her attention fully on him. This peaceful life continued for about 3 months, and Valm's leg steadily improved. He no longer needed his crutches and could walk normally again. One day, however, when Valm arrived at their usual meeting spot, the girl was nowhere to be found. He waited and waited, but she didn't show up. While thinking about her, Valm suddenly realized he still hadn't asked her name. His leg had healed, and his father and instructor had been urging him to return to training. He wouldn't be able to visit this place much longer. He had to tell the girl today. So, Valm continued waiting, even as the sun set and the moon rose. But still, she didn't appear. Even so, Valm refused to leave. Something suddenly shoved against his back, like a gentle push. Surprised, he turned around to find Flugel, his beloved dragon, who had likely escaped from the stables. Flugel, what are you doing here? It had been about 3 months since he last saw Flugel, and Valm was greeted with a low growl, as if the dragon were mildly upset. Feeling like he was being scolded for not visiting, Valm awkwardly scratched his cheek. Sorry, I've been busy. I was planning to come see you tomorrow, really. Look, my leg is better. Valm hopped up and down excitedly to show off his improvement. Flugel snorted in disbelief and bit Valm's collar, tossing him onto his back. Surprised, Valm quickly spun in midair and landed lightly on Flugel's back. Flugel, what's going on? Ignoring Valm's question, Flugel soared into the sky, his powerful wings lifting them both with incredible speed. In an instant, they were high above the clouds. Now accustomed to the icy coldness above the clouds, Valm slowly opened his eyes. Below him stretched the vast, glittering ice-snow mountains, bathed in moonlight. Valm took in the breathtaking view, savoring the crisp, heavenly air. Flugel gave a low growl, as if to say, "This is your world." Valm, feeling a sense of guilt, gently petted Flugel's mane and apologized softly. "I'm home." Those words were a return to the sky, to where he truly belonged. Looking at Flugel's white mane, Valm suddenly remembered the white-haired girl. Her hair had been as pure as snow, beautiful in its whiteness. "Flugel, will you listen? Let me tell you about these last 3 months. Right after I broke my leg, a girl appeared out of nowhere, and she was..." Valm, reminiscing a little wistfully, spoke of the girl. Flugel listened quietly, just as the white-haired girl had done. It was a story of Valm's childhood, of an unnamed girl. A gentle, bittersweet story. Valm's first love. End of Volume 3.